Mech Otaku's Touch by Seras. Chapter 1. People talk about obsession like it's a bad thing. People obsess about stuff all the time. Their favorite TV show that they spend hours and hours learning about every character and plot. People that can speed-run video games spend ridiculous hours completing the same level or area over and over just to shave off milliseconds. Some of humanity's greatest acts were done under obsession. The man who spent every day practicing with a sword would surely conquer the one that didn't. Obsession was a good thing, a very human thing. It was why I knew my obsession was a good thing. Definitely. I woke up in an unfamiliar room, in an unfamiliar house, and when I looked out the window at the rainbow clouds, I was struck with the knowledge that I was also on an unfamiliar planet. It utterly shocked me. I don't know how long I spent just staring into the rainbow clouds passing overhead, creating an oddly beautiful if-alien view out the window. Slowly the haze of confusion faded away. The memories slowly connected. I was Ves Larkinson, a boy of 14, and the most important fact I could think of was that I couldn't become a mech pilot. It took a long time for my brain to move past the fact that mechs were a thing. But finally I did. The memories continued to flow, continued to fill in the gaps. Ves had self-destructed since I decided then and there anything before this was Ves, and now it was me. I sat up, continuing to stare into the distant clouds and breathed in and out. Ves had discovered the fact he couldn't pilot, and it had ruined him. Ves had built his entire life around plans to be a mech pilot, only for it to be stripped from him. The pain he had felt still fluttered through the memories and made my stomach feel sick. But I wasn't Ves. I shook it off. I was a human from Earth. That was far in the past to this era, thousands of years easily, and yet I knew the future. I knew some of what Ves would have become, eventually, and some of what could be. "You bastard, I read your book," I whispered to myself. I scoffed. "Talk about dating yourself. Did that movie even exist this far into the future?" I doubted it. I took a breath and exhaled. I knew absolutely what I wanted, and what I would do. I didn't even need to think about it. The very idea filled me with so much desire, I had to physically hold myself back from vibrating. Ves was a little sociopath, but he had one thing right. "I am going to become the best damn mech designer in the fucking universe," I roared out as I jumped out of bed, hands lifted to the sky. Mechs, mechs, mechs. I could see them, build them. I could lovingly put them together piece by piece, man-made machines, weapons of war and mechs. I had to crouch and hold myself for a moment to calm the excitement. Could I go see them right now? There weren't any mech units deployed to Cloudy Curtain, the name of this planet, Ves's birth world, but I could online. I rose to my feet calmer despite the chance I could have to see real mechs. I looked around, taking in my environment. A standard bedroom for Ves was full of high-tech gadgets I could hardly imagine for me, and it was awesome. Finally, after remembering where I left it, I found Ves's comm. My comm. It was actually a pretty high-grade comm, although to me it just looked like a watch. It was a gift from my father Rincol for my birthday last year. Another fancy gift, an attempt to drag Ves from his pit of despair at not being able to pilot a mech. Something my father was desperate to do. Rincol, my father. I closed my eyes and embraced the memories of the man. He was gentle, loving, a good father that wanted what was best for his son, and he had been heartbroken when Ves had learned he couldn't pilot. But not because Ves had failed, but because he had known how important it was for his son. But I was different. Sure, not being a potentate, what this era called those with a high enough genetic aptitude to pilot a mech, was terrible. But I still lived in a mech-obsessed universe. Mechs were everywhere, and I could look at them, touch them, build them. I felt myself nearly lose my mind at the idea of getting my hands into the internals of a mech. "Ves, time to get up, son. Don't sleep anymore or we will be late for school." The voice startled me, and I slapped my cheeks to calm down. That was my father's voice. Rincol Larkinson. Oh, he was still here. I knew that eventually he would disappear to keep what my mother. What my mother had stolen hidden. Right. The system, the metal scroll. an artifact with unknown origins that was capable of nearly anything. One of 5 artifacts that boosted humanity past the aliens that had once owned the galaxy. It had been stolen, taken by Cynthia Larkinson at some point, from somewhere. Ugh, I hadn't ever finished the Mech Touch. I'd only gotten a few hundred chapters in. How was I supposed to know all this stuff? I shook my head, coming Dad. It wasn't time to get hyper-focused on the past of a story that I didn't even know the end of. I couldn't change what had happened, only what was going to happen in the future. Besides, Ves might have been a broke, angry teenager with a chip on his shoulder the size of a moon, but I was fine without piloting mechs. I could build them instead, create partners for humanity. I was practically giddy, the idea of sticking my hands into the internals of a giant mech. Oh yeah, that was top-tier dream stuff right there. And with the system helping me learn, I had zero chance of being a washed-out mech designer. Eventually, with enough time, I would become something amazing. I raced out of the bathroom through the small house as I rushed into the kitchen. Uncaring that my black hair was in a mess, bedhead was horrible, and I was still wearing my pajamas. "Dad, I'm going to become a mech designer," I call out with a pointed finger. Excitement brimming through me. My father blinked, probably more shocked at the happy smile on my face than my sudden proclamation, especially since Ves hadn't smiled in 4 years. Ever since he learned he couldn't pilot. The trauma had truly run deep. He obviously wasn't sure what to say. On one hand, mech design was one of the most difficult jobs anyone could do, mostly because this reality had some weird Janshia elements around creating things. Not that Rincol really knew that, but he also wanted his son to be happy. It was all Rincol had ever really wanted. He was a good father like that, even if he had to disappear right when Ves was going through the start of his troubles. That sounds like a great idea, he finally offered with a firm nod and a smile as he slid a plate of food across to me. Eat up. Sure. I started scooping up the weird breakfast food into my mouth despite having eaten it plenty of times in the past. Future food was weird. The look of things was similar, but the taste was wildly different from what my memories told me it should taste like. So I decided to just stuff it in my face. This was mech-building fuel, still going back to the topic on hand. I needed the system. I wasn't so stupidly myopic to think that my natural talent was good enough to get me anywhere without it. So I realized I was standing across from the only man in the galaxy that knew where it was. "Hey Dad, we need to talk." I told him I sounded uncomfortable because I was. "How do you explain to your father that you know the future? That you know things that he has been keeping secret? That you have no way of knowing?" "What is it, Ves?" "So I saw the future last night. I know Mum is still sorta alive as a ghost. I know she is and was running from the compact after stealing the metal scroll. I know you are keeping the metal scroll safe, and that you eventually give it to me. So can I have it now?" I shoveled another spoonful of food into my mouth to keep myself from being able to say anything more. Rincol Larkinson looked from me to his food, then back to me, almost as if he was wondering if he just got drugged. "What?" I chewed my food as he continued to process what I had just said. "Time travel isn't real." "It really is, actually," I said as I pointed my fork-like utensil at him, "so I know a bunch of stuff, and future me is an absolute dickbag. So I really don't want to become like him, but I do need the system. Please?" He was silent for a few moments before sighing, putting his fork down. "Let me call you out of school. We have a lot to talk about." "Sure," I grinned happily. Man, I wanted my hands on the alien megatech so bad. A few minutes later, I was once more sitting across from Rincol, my father, who looked very uncomfortable. "So you went to the future?" "No, it's more like—" Well, I wasn't sure how to explain a new existence fusing with his son, or if I should. So I decided to tell a really big lie. Future me sent knowledge back so I could avoid some mistakes. I offer, nodding, that would work. It would explain how I knew some things. I didn't get everything, like, I'm not him, but I'm not exactly me anymore, or at least who I was, although that might just be because I realized that making mechs is just as good as piloting them. I replied firmly. The man looked like he really wanted to grab a drink, but because this was about his son, he was instead forced to face it head on. "So, You sent information to your past self from the future. I guess that would be the best way to think about it. It wasn't like a conversation or anything, or even memories. More like a play-by-play. I know that around the time I finish university, you disappear. Fleeing to the Nixian Gap, I told him, earning a startled look at that. That's my plan if… Okay. Ves, I believe you. Okay. What? What do you need? He asked, sounding absolutely confused about the current situation. Cynthia Larkinson, my mother, might be some weird master-level spiritual creature that was capable of living on after her death. But Rincol was just a normal mech pilot from a third-rate state. He just fell in love and was loved in turn by a woman that was a little bit beyond his understanding. The data chip Mom left you. I think you should know which one. I need the system so I can learn to make mechs. The sooner I start that, the sooner I will have the power to protect myself. Cynthia told me to keep it hidden, Ves. People are looking for it. Yeah, in about a decade and a half, someone comes to find it. I told him with surety that it made him suddenly realize we had a timer. We defeated him in the Nixian Gap, but only because of a lot of circumstances. I need to be just as strong or stronger, and I really don't want to go down the same path, so I need to start sooner. Okay, I'll go. No, we'll go get it. Best to stick together. You said your mother is still sort of alive. Yeah. She ends up needing to take energy from me to regain any sort of form. But she is still out there. My affirmation lit something in Rincol. The man had been destroyed by his wife's death. It was funny, that moment is when I fully understood just how similar father and son really were. Ves had lost his dream and destroyed himself over it. Rincol had lost his love and had nearly done the same. Only Ves being alive had kept him going. I really hope I didn't feel bad about ending up here. It wasn't like I had chosen this. I had no idea how or why, but I did hope that me being here didn't end up with Rincol dying. He was a good man, a good father. I promised myself then I would do my best to be a good son for him. Then let's get started. Whatever you need, Ves. I smiled happily. That had worked out so well. Just the system, Dad. Then time, starting with almost a decade head start, will be enough. Especially since I could basically skip university if I advance fast enough. All right. 4 hours later, we were back home. We had hopped into the family hover car, traveled across miles and miles of farmland to a nearby city. Despite living in the suburbs, Cloudy Curtain really was just a farm planet. It produced a special rice that didn't grow anywhere else in the galaxy. Still, it had cities, though they were small, even by my old life standards. Yet they had a bank, and there Rincol had accessed a safety deposit box that only had a single paper bag inside, with a message. To my son Ves, in case I'm not home. I smiled at the message, to Rincol's embarrassment as he drove us home, refusing to hand over the bag until we were back in the safety of home. Okay, Ves, this thing is dangerous. Please be careful. I know, it's one of the most valuable items in the entire galaxy. There are only 5, and each one is more powerful than you can imagine. I replied, earning a bit of surprise from my father. Cynthia. Mother probably never went too in-depth about just what it was she had taken. I grabbed my comm, turning off all access to the galactic net, and then opened the paper bag. Inside was a secure data chip. Something that was rarely used nowadays. Most people just use secure galactic net channels to transfer data. Only the most paranoid still use chips. I inserted the chip into the comm, settling myself into the chair comfortably. It took 3 seconds. The program loaded, and then on my comm a message appeared. The one I was waiting for. Initializing the mech designer system. New user detected. Initiating deep scan in 2,400 millicycles. Please prepare properly. Oh yeah, I didn't manage to inform Rincol before I passed out. I awoke suddenly blinking, as if I had just closed them for a second. I was still in the chair, but Rincol was standing beside me looking frantic as I reached up and patted his shoulder. I'm okay. That was supposed to happen. I told him as I sort of sat back up from my slumped position. I stretch a little as my father relaxes slowly. He settled into a chair but remained very close. I activated my comm. Welcome to the mech designer system. Please design your new mech. Deep scan completed. Registering new user Ves Larkinson. Welcome package granted. See, all done. I told Dad, earning a hesitant nod from him as he looked over the message on display. So that's it? He asked, looking over my shoulder. Yep, it calls itself the Mech Designer System. Muttered as I pushed a button and the menu appeared. Mech Designer System menu. Status, Designer, Missions, Skill Tree, Shop, Lottery, Inventory. I couldn't stop a grin from spreading across my face. I was gonna make mechs. I almost giggled in delight as I looked it over. Status. I clicked on the option watching as the screen shifted instantly, far faster than what I thought of as a modern system. Future tech was crazy. Mech Designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, student. Specializations, none. Attributes. Strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, incompetent. Business, incompetent. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, incompetent. Metallurgy, incompetent. Physics, incompetent. Evaluation, completely worthless. These were my stats, a super science practically magic definition of me. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst either. My skills were basically empty, but that wasn't a surprise. I hadn't gone through a mech design college like Story Ves had before he found the system. I was high school Ves, a kid who got terrible grades because of his hatred of the world for denying him his right to be a pilot, and a normal human who had a modern education, which I had already known was far, far behind the future knowledge. I had some work ahead of me, but I also had the system to help. As long as I kept working on it, nothing was impossible. Wow, Rincol muttered, looking over my shoulder at the information. What does it mean, worthless? The system is like that, don't worry. I think it does that to try and spur me on to work harder. I told him as I turned back to the system. I want to be the best mech designer in the universe. System, please help me. I offered firm words towards the device on my wrist, and it reacted. The Mech Designer System is the ultimate tool in the galaxy to design any machine that falls under the category of mechs. Authorized user can create any mech design imaginable. Work hard, user. I smiled down at the device. I will, I promise. I whispered. It shifted then and returned to the menu, but more text appeared. User, as a student mech designer, your privileges are limited. You currently do not have access to missions, shop, and lottery menu. I nodded, already expecting it, but a little disappointed. Yet I knew what was coming. The welcome gift. I hit inventory, and inside was a single icon set into a grid pattern. I almost giggled. It literally looked like some RPG inventory. I shook my head, forcing away the laughter as I hit the welcome package icon. The com shook and spewed digital confetti in the air, acting more like a gacha game than one of the 5 most powerful artifacts in the entire galaxy. It was honestly disheartening. I hated gacha games. Whoever originally created this thing really had shit taste. But the confetti ended, and instead items began popping up. The first was 10 design points. Design points were the currency of the system. Although 10 wasn't much, it was something. I would probably need every point. The second gift was 3 copper tickets, which, if I remember correctly, had a super low chance of success. Then finally it appeared. I was smiling whether it was luck or not. A small mechanical cat seemed to step out of the device, going from digital to physical in a moment. It looked around for a bit, seeming to get used to its body before it turned towards me. Then it gave a little meow for attention. How could I resist? I quickly scooped it up into my arms, feeling its metal body as it reacted like a friendly cat would, purring and settling into my grip. What is that? A gift from Mom, I think. It's supposed to give me random stuff, but future me got one too. This is a gem cat. It's incredibly valuable. I offer before turning to look at the cat. Speaking of, are you a girl cat or a boy cat? I asked, only to receive a shrug from the mechanical animal. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Lucky the name Story Ves had chosen had always been referred to as a male, so I guess it was up to me to decide. Well, fuck that guy. I think coriander, or Cori for short, it means starfire. Do you like that name, girl? I asked, rubbing her under the chin, receiving a louder purr as she rubbed her head against my hand, demanding more attention. So a cat? A cat that can cut a man in half to defend me, I tell Rincole, who blinked for a moment before a single chuckle escaped him. Yep, that's something Cynthia would give you. He told me with a smile as he reached out to pet that cat. She hesitated a bit before I introduced her, and then she was just as happy to be pet by my father. Cool, mechanical cat ghetto. With that finished, I turned back to the system. I moved to the inventory and found my 3 copper tickets. I quickly activated them one after another. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your copper lottery ticket. Please draw again. Ah well, I guess my luck is equal to the original Ves. Or maybe it was fate. There was a chance that my mother had actually impacted the system to treat me a certain way. In the story, she wasn't actually dead at this point in time, somehow turning herself into a ghost-like entity that still lived. And, well, the system had actually reacted to her in fear at one point. Maybe she did something to the metal scroll, convinced it to give me specific things. The gem cat I received was actually incredibly useful and something probably unique. Maybe it was something she had set up to protect her son. It was the idea that I was going with, especially since Lucky had always done whatever Cynthia wanted whenever they met, even going against Story Ves's orders. So she had definitely done something. It didn't give you anything? Rincole asked, looking at the failure of the copper tickets. Yeah, I expected that. Cori here is the important thing. Isn't that right? I asked her, earning a meow. In response, then I turned back to the system, looking it all over with my dad there watching as well. But in the end, the system was only as useful to me when I actually did something. Hey Dad, I need your help with one more thing. Oh? Can I get a forward on my allowance? I need 800 bright credits. I informed him the knowledge was already there, thankfully, from the memories I had picked up. I wouldn't have remembered the exact number of credits I needed otherwise. Okay, what do you need them for? I need to make a game account. I told him with a laugh at the look on his face as I hopped out of my chair and led him to my room. There I settled into my own chair and activated my terminal. After a fast installation, created a new icon on my desktop. Iron Spirit. It was a video game, a mech game. It tried to be as realistic as possible. It was also through this game that the original Ves had started designing mechs, using the virtual service, which was far cheaper than the real thing. Something I couldn't deny was a genius move. Old Ves, you weren't always the smartest guy, but sometimes you could really come up with a good one. The only snag was the 800 bright credits designer account cost, and although Rincole was looking at me sideways, I rolled my eyes at his judgment he would understand soon. Well, until I hit my second snag. See, Iron Spirit was an attempt to be so realistic that you had to pay money just like a normal mech designer would for licenses. Every piece of a mech was licensed. The cost could go into ludicrous sums for the licenses in the real world. Many mech designers made their fortunes that way. Instead of building or repairing mechs, they worked on components and sold those to the designers building new machines. Unfortunately, Iron Spirit still had a cost to get even normal components, even if they were cheaper than the real thing being digital-only licenses. So now that I have a designer account for the game, I needed actual components to fiddle with. If I created something, then the system would give me DP design points, which I could spend to literally download knowledge into my head. It was why the system was so powerful. It had the entirety of human and possibly more knowledge at its disposal, capable of downloading the knowledge directly into the head of its user. I noticed Rincole settling in beside me after grabbing a chair, which I smiled at him as I was more than happy to have him join me. I remembered that he was currently on a break from the Mech Corps, so I guess he had the time to hang around his son. The very little time he got to spend with his son, a fact I purposefully acknowledged as Ves had gone to sleep the night before, petulant and whiny that he wouldn't spend time with his father today. I ignored that, going back to the system, so technically without any licenses, I couldn't even start trying to work on improving myself, but I knew the magic words. "Hey system, I don't have any money for licenses. Can you help me please?" I asked, never forgetting to be nice to the eldritch artifact of unknown power. I could feel Rincol looking confused as I simply smiled at him, as a moment later it accessed my terminal wirelessly. I couldn't follow what the system was doing. Pop-ups and messages flowed almost instantly across the screen, but a moment later the system responded. Tutorial mission received. Please enter the missions page to browse the details. I did so and read over my new task. Mission Tutorial Part 1, Your First Design. Difficulty F rank. Prerequisites: be an idiot who can't solve his own problems. Description: as a mech designer, it is shameful that you have not completed a single design that is ready for sale. Use the mech designer system and the provided mech model to design a customized mech that has a minimum deviance of 10% and a performance improvement of 2% of its base model. Reward: a random 1-star virtual mech license, a random 1-star virtual component license. The same tutorial, huh? I whispered but shrugged. I didn't have a problem with that. I was going to do things my way anyway. I started up the mech designer in the system. The software was ultra-fast and packed with options. Of course, it was almost completely gibberish to me. I didn't even have the basic knowledge to know what all the options did. But the system provided, and I would figure it out, one way or another. And there it was. The mech that I had to modify. It wasn't anything special. Iron Spirit listed mechs into tiers, from 1-star to 5-star, depending on how good and how modern the mech was. A standard modern mech you would find used in active service currently would be a 5-star, but it might not be a great 5-star. After all, the Bright Republic, the country I lived in, was only a third-rate state, which meant we were the lowest you could go, besides heading out into the unknown and living as pirates or something. What I was looking at, though, was the bottom-of-the-barrel 1-star mech, the Fantasia 2R. It was basically a mech designed to be a schoolgirl. I wouldn't be surprised if someone at one point created a skirt just to finish the design. It was skinny and feminine, very, very feminine. I had the license for the mech and one component, the Gemini twin rear ejection energy booster. Say that 5 times fast, it was basically an escape pod for the pilot. Only it was originally meant to fit on a heavy mech, not the super light that the Fantasia 2R was. But that was okay. Me and my 5,000 hours of Kerbal space program were going to Kerbal the shit out of this. At some point in my obsessive exploration, Rincol had left, come back and left again. But I was too distracted to really pay much attention. The design software in the system was amazing. It was intuitive. My intentions seemed to be picked up on almost before I could think of them. The system seemed to be going out of its way to help me, perhaps because I had so little complete knowledge. The program was doing a great job assisting, pointing out issues that I hadn't noticed. I was really lucky it was Friday, which meant that since I didn't go to school today, I had the weekend to fiddle. That was exactly what I did. It took me the entire weekend, from Friday afternoon when I woke up in bed a new me, to the late almost all-nighter on Sunday just to finish it. I could have finished this much faster, but I simply didn't have the knowledge, forced to fiddle with parts that I only barely understood. My lack of knowledge burned, but only made me more excited for what was to come. But there was something to be said for pig-headedness, and working on designing a mech was fascinating. So I certainly never got bored, although Rincol did have to step in a few times to make sure I ate. He was nice. But finally I had finished. I mean, I could have copied Ves from the story, but I refused to do that. I wanted to go my own way. That didn't involve becoming an amoral monster. So I refused to copy his first step. Besides, a massive booster ass on a female mech. Stupid. No, instead I did something he hadn't had the guts for. Story Ves had taken one look at the Fantasia and realized he couldn't remove anything from it. There simply wasn't anything there to remove. What he hadn't done is thought to do the same for the Gemini. See, the Gemini had a few functions. It was part ejection booster, part mech booster, part energy storage. But I didn't need most of those things. Throw away the ejection seat, remove all the energy cells that power it, and you have a powerful rocket system. What kind of mech designer would I be if I didn't do the most important mecha function of all time? Sure, she now looked like a gorilla, Her arms were barely functional, and it created a massive strain on the mech's shoulders. But it only needed to work once or twice anyways. Rocket punch, I giggled to myself in the dark house at 2 in the morning, as my female-looking mecha now had the forearms of a particularly swole ape. The quick ejection rockets from the Gemini were situated at an angle from the elbow, and it would send the forearms bursting forth. I hadn't done much to the hands, they were complex, and I figured they probably wouldn't survive even a single punch. But a strong punch was all I needed. The rest of the mech was basically untouched, other than its arms, turning a fast scouting mech into a slightly slower mech, with more damage potential. And sure, the strain on the arms meant other weapons, like a rifle or pistol, would be inaccurate. But that wasn't the point, Rocket Punch. Plus, it still had its sensor strand hair, so it could track enemy mechs still. "Okay, system, what do you think?" I asked, smiling as win or lose. This was super fun. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2 R-P. It stands for Rocket Punch. I informed the system firmly. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R-P. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R-P. Base model, Fantasia 2 R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, ambusher/scout. Performance metrics, aesthetics, C-. Armor, F. Carrying capacity, F. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, C-. Firepower, C. Flexibility, D-. Integrity, E-. Mobility, C. Spotting, B. X-factor, none. Result, deviance, 14%. Performance improvement, 2.3%. Evaluation, removing the ability for the mech to use its anemic weapons, the 2RP gives the Fantasia a much stronger close-quarters combat capability at the cost of reduced capability outside of scouting or ambush roles. This scout mech has a small utility in ambush actions and a marginally stronger chance to protect itself in close quarters. The model's unique appearance may appeal to a small subset of pilots. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. Congratulations on completing the first part of the tutorial. The rewards have been sent to your inventory. You have also received a bonus for exceeding the requirements of the mission. I was actually shocked. I didn't think I would actually get the exceeding requirements part of the reward. I quickly switched over to my inventory, finding the 2 new items. You have received a virtual license for the following mech: Kezia Armaments Fantasia 2R. You have received a virtual license for the following component: Maxedron Gemini Twin Rear Ejection Energy Booster. So I got the mech and the booster. Then I went to look at the currency tab in my inventory and smiled as I saw that I did receive the extra reward. A red envelope that, when I clicked on it, did some pretty substandard gacha animations. Congratulations for receiving 100,000 bright credits. Yes, I cried out as I fell backwards onto my bed, exhausted. The chirp of the system ignored for now. I was too tired to even look at the next mission it would give me. It was time for a reward for a mech well done. Sleep. Chapter 2. Waking up in the morning was hard. Only a few hours of sleep, and Rincol was waking me up for school. I hadn't had time yet to show him the rewards, and I was way too tired to even think about it as I trudged out of the house to school. School. It was something everyone had some experience with, but even with my Ves knowledge of what it was like, it was still shocking just how futuristic it was. I mean, my classroom was packed with students. As I took my seat, logged in, an image of the teacher opened up with a recorded message that played for me as the intro to the class, and then lectures, followed by practice material. Then again, subjects may change, but teaching is teaching. Even in the far future, the Bright Republic was only a third-rate state. Everyone in my class was baseline human, and I doubted any of them had received even a single enhancement. That was more a second-rate state sort of thing from my understanding, although funnily, my non-Ves memories were more informative than his own. Human enhancement was kept semi-hidden in this world. The fear of enhancements turning humans into aliens was a powerful fear. So I settled in and went to work and, well, it was fun. In a way. I mean, I basically ignored most of the unimportant classwork to focus on the stuff that mattered. Math, science, that's it. The learning was actually self-paced, and it didn't surprise me to find Ves had basically slacked off the whole semester. Luckily, it was still early in the semester, so I got to work. Math advancements that made the stuff I learned in high school seem like addition-subtraction. But I was pretty smart, and more importantly, I was dedicated. I needed to learn this. If I could work to advance from incompetent, I could save a little DP in the system, although I probably would buy it eventually anyways, because the system would simply have better information. Besides, I was 14. I didn't really have a choice of not going to class. I might as well get something from it. I'll admit, it was an odd feeling to go to school with a real goal and sit down with a powerful motivation. Ves, not causing trouble today? Am I going crazy? A joking drawl dragged my attention away from my school lunch that still looked as horrible in the future as they did in the past. "Hey, Sam," I offered in return as my eyes drifted back to the science textbook I had been browsing through as I chewed on some unidentifiable sludge. Sam Allen Smith was a pretty normal kid and one of the boys that I had spent time with as a sort of friend before. Of course, Ves hadn't really had close friends, and I knew that after high school, Ves eventually pulled his head out of his arse and went to the Rittersberg University of Technology. But Sam never mentioned, just a childhood friend. Oh ho, Ves Larkinson studying. Did you get replaced by a body snatcher, mind jacked by an alien? No, don't tell me a hexa collared you. He joked as he sat beside me, pushing me with a shoulder. But seriously, what's up? You hate class, but you were super focused all morning. I finish my bite of sludge and look away from my book. I'm going to be a mech designer. It came to me this weekend and it pulled me out of my funk. I can't be a pilot, but building mechs is just as good. I told him with a smirk as I waved at the book. Hence, actually paying attention to what I need. Damn, mech designer, huh? That's a turnaround. I mean, I wouldn't say you hated mechs, but it was definitely a touchy subject, you know. What changed? Just a realization. I love mechs. I always wanted to be a pilot and follow in the footsteps of my family, but it wasn't piloting that was my passion. It was mechs themselves. So I stopped letting it hurt me and started looking into mech design, I offered. Which of course was a lie, but it was accurate enough. Huh. Well, I can't pilot either, but when you make your millions of bright credits, remember your friend Sam. He offered, joking, and then he blinked. Oh hey, there's going to be an Iron Spirit tournament at the game place in town this weekend. You should come. Maybe you can get some tips on designing mechs from the pilots. I blinked at the offer. That was actually a good idea. I hadn't thought about it, but I have a serious advantage over Ves from the story. I wasn't in a time crunch. I didn't have to make millions of bright credits in a month to pay off a loan. I could spend way more time focusing on just design stuff for now. And if I could make some custom mechs for rich kids playing video games. Well, some of them dropped huge amounts of money into the game. A smirk stretched across my face at the thought. You know, Sam, I just might. The rest of the day went the same as the first half. Stuffing my head full of future knowledge was weird. Although I couldn't deny that it was fascinating, even if the books I had available weren't really heavy on useful stuff. It was just a high school science and math book. After school, I stopped at some local shops and bought some low-grade exotics that were cheap. Thankfully, I didn't have to dip into my system bright credits to afford the little bits I bought. The small allowance my dad gave me more than enough to purchase the cheap metals. Exotics. Such a weird thing in this galaxy. They were metals or other metamaterials that altered physics in some way. Some might just be extra resistant to heat. Some might alter gravity on a fundamental level. There were as many different types as there were star systems. Despite being a third-rate state, I could still walk through a market and purchase some cheap exotics, either already processed into something or as part of something larger that I could feed Corey. Because gem cats ate exotics and in turn created gems. I sighed as I walked inside, flopping on the living room couch to take a moment to rest as Corey pounced out of my room and meowed at me. She obviously noticed my food for her. I passed over the exotics I had collected and watched in amusement as she started tearing them up. What's that? Rincol asked as he walked out of his little office, a towel over his shoulders wiping some sweat from his forehead. He had been exercising. Mech pilots had to be in really insane shape after all. Exotics for Corey. She will eat them up and then produce gems. I tell him as we both watch the cat literally much through a metal stronger than titanium, like it was a soft, chewy block. Huh, Rincol offered before turning to me. How was school? I studied math all day. Literally all day, my brain is tired. I groan into the couch, earning a chuckle. My son studying. I'm awed. Hey, I can study when I want. I know, I'm proud of you, kid. Come on, let's get something sweet in you. Sure. Oh, Dad, the system gave me some cash for completing my first design. Wait, you finished a mech? When was this? Last night. Sorry I finished it super late and then crashed. I was too tired this morning, I guess. Well, let me grab some snacks. Why don't you go grab your stuff and show your old man? I blushed a little at the thought of showing off my garbage. It's trash, you know. It was more of a learning experience than anything I want someone to see. Show me anyways, he offered with a grin from the fridge. I sighed the noise of all put-out teenagers about to do something embarrassing as I reached over to Corey. My comm with the system held around her neck, the safest place for it. No way was I walking around with my comm outside the house now that it had the system after all. Still, I pulled up the design of the Fantasia 2R-P and watched as my father's cheeks twitched in amusement. Laugh it up, I know it's garbage. It isn't that bad, not for a 14-year-old. He offered with a smile and I rolled my eyes at that. It's really awful even for a 14-year-old. I waited, seeing he was grabbing a drink, holding until he was halfway through a swallow. But I did make 100,000 bright credits for making it. This time it was me that earned a laugh, as Dad nearly sprayed his drink across the table as his eyes bulged. With that bit of amusement and a stern lecture on being careful with money, I headed into my room and flopped on my bed. Corey curled up on my stomach as I opened the system. Mission Tutorial. Part 2, Your First Sale. Difficulty, F rank. Prerequisites, completed tutorial. Part 1, Description. You cannot call yourself a proper mech designer if your design isn't used. Please endeavor to sell a mech based on your first design. Reward, 1,000 design points. I knew that it was coming. You can't be a mech designer without selling mechs after all, but I also knew something extra. The next mission was a timed mission, and I hated timed missions. So, I decided to just hold this mission for now. I wanted to design better mechs, and maybe do some work on the local Iron Spirit network before I started selling mechs. One thing especially stood out to me. Whenever I designed a mech, I received DP points, and there was a trick to really increasing the amount of DP I could generate this way. I have to increase the X factor. The X factor was something that was basically rumor and hearsay to the wider world. It indicated how spiritually active the mech was. Spiritually active mechs were better than identical mechs that weren't, but it was also odd that the system wanted to push this onto its user. One of the later missions in this tutorial was literally creating a mech with X factor. But I was okay with that, because I knew a lot of the tricks to make sure an X factor came into play. So I loaded up the mech designer again. The 2RP was a good first try, but it really was just me playing around with settings, ripping components apart and hoping something worked. I am sure the only reason I actually received a reward from the system is because of just how old the mech itself was. It wasn't hard to improve. After all, as long as I could increase a single attribute by a lot, it would have a vastly different performance from the original. In the 2RP's case, I had increased its melee ability without really damaging its scouting focus. Now I am going to try something else. What was the original design made for? It was a light scout mech with a pretty good sensory package for its time. That looks like a schoolgirl. Obviously, the original designer had a certain reason for designing this mech. So I was going to play into it to increase the X factor. I would just never be able to put this mech up for sale, ever, or tell my dad, or anything. This is so embarrassing. I still only had the 2 component licenses, the Fantasia 2R and the Gemini ejection seat. So once again I was going to rip the ejection seat into pieces to modify the 2R, but I was also, well, One of the ways to create a base X factor was to keep a single emotion running through your head throughout the design of the mech. For some reason, you could literally imprint something you are creating with an X factor by thinking real hard. Spirituality was weird, so I was basically thinking naughty thoughts, which was awkward as heck, but there were worse things to think naughty thoughts about than a giant mecha. I mean, I could be imagining like an actual person instead of the clean mechanical lines of a mech. I felt my obsession powering up. See, the X factor is a mixture between the mech designer, the mech, and the pilot's emotions. The more consistent they were, the stronger the factor. In this case, the original designer was probably thinking lewd thoughts. I was thinking lewd thoughts, and hopefully the pilots would be thinking lewd thoughts. Well, there wouldn't be a pilot, but it was the thought that counted. It was why I was designing chest missiles. The fact I was even considering it is exactly why no one will ever see this mech. It was purely a test to get more DP. That's it. No other reason. I would definitely not show Wrinkle this one. Chest missiles were a historic mecha genre trope. It was just embarrassing to be making them myself. So I went at it. Stripping the booster rockets out of the Gemini was not easy. But I had already done it once before, so it didn't take as long. Shaping the armor into cones was more difficult. At first, it was simply too heavy. The Fantasia was an incredibly small mech. There wasn't enough strength in its frame to hold missiles on its front unless I pushed the missiles into the chest cavity. That, unfortunately, would cause other issues. The Fantasia was a small mech, with very little room for squishing rocket boosters into its chest. So instead, I tried making the cones longer. But well, that was both very awkward-looking and unbalancing the mech. So I stripped even more of the booster out. Eventually, I decided on basically removing the energy cell and using a far smaller one, causing the booster to only have about a second of fuel time. But well, it was a titty missile. So I guess that's fine. What was the required flight time of a titty missile? Why was I even asking myself that? Just close your eyes, Ves, and think of Mecha Jesus. Before I got any further, I realized it was late and went to bed. I had time. School the next day was much the same. I made sure to actually spend time with other kids during lunch and breaks, and got a few of the wannabe pilots' Iron Spirit's ID. If nothing else, it was useful to get others interested in my mechs. When I explained that I actually had a design license for a 1-star mech and was messing with it, I got a lot of attention. How? Even a 1-star mech license is like 60,000 bright credits. One of the potentate students yelled in surprise at my reveal. I got lucky and earned it in a contest. It's not a great mech or anything, but it gives me something to mess around with in Iron Spirit. But hey, if you ever want a 1-star and you have some cash to pay for some stuff, I'm practicing making variants right now. At the offer, more than a few of the potentates looked interested. I doubt they expected much from me, but mech design wasn't a child's game, so it wasn't like any of them knew a mech designer that would be willing to modify a mech for them. I got a lot of interested offers, which I told them to hold on to for now, as I was still getting the hang of things. And I wanted to practice more before I even started selling anything in Iron Spirit. Although I did get an invite to the tournament again. Seriously, Ves, once you see how amazing I pilot in the tournament this weekend, I'm sure I'll inspire you to make an amazing mech for me, the little braggart said, looking very pleased with himself. The only thing Ves will learn from you, John, is how to make exploding mechs. Another potentate joked as he threw an arm over the boy's shoulder, earning an elbow for his trouble. Oh, screw you, Paul. You fall over half the time you pilot. At least I don't fall over. And explode, Paul rebutted with a smirking grin as John started tussling with him, trying and failing to get him in a headlock. The potentates were surprisingly welcoming to a wannabe mech designer, despite my hints at how I was a rank amateur at best. They were all more than willing to buddy up to me, if for no other reason than I was just as interested in mechs as the rest of them. I've been piloting a Kibula Star E. It's a land-bound skirmisher mech. I'm all about speed, Ves. All about speed. Paul spoke after the two broke up their fight. I do fall a lot, John's being an ass, but he is right about that. But that's because my mech is super fast for a 1-star. I mean, I think it's the fastest skirmisher in the entire tier. But well, it's a bit unbalanced because of it. Yeah, Paul, but that one time you smashed face first into that little rifle mech and splattered him across the ground was probably the funniest thing I have ever seen. John chuckled wildly. The pilot got so pissed. Didn't he send you death threats for like weeks? Yeah, I just forwarded them to the admins. I think he got banned. Well, I certainly can't put anything like a Star E together, but maybe I'll design a fast skirmisher for you sometime. I offered with a grin, imagining the sort of skirmisher mech that was piloted by a speed freak. Normally, if you want to go fast and you want to smash into another mech, you pilot a Lancer mech, which are basically cavalry of the mech age. Skirmisher mechs are more towards getting close and stabbing with multiple blades. Ves, you make it. I'll try it out. I've got plenty of iron spirit gold. Paul offered with a happy grin, although I knew it would be a while before I got to that point. The break ended and we all rushed back inside the building. My math classroom called me. Due to school and homework, despite my obsession, it took me until Friday night before I finally finished the new mech. The work on increasing the chest of the mech without downgrading performance could have gone better. Basically, after everything was said and done, I had added 2 missiles onto the chest of the Fantasia 2R and only sort of damaged the mech's armor. Then I had to try and balance the mech with only one of the chest missiles. Then I had to do it with the other, and then with none. Overall, I probably damaged the Fantasia's balance and control to a heavy degree, but in exchange, 2 surprise rockets. Although I was hesitant to believe they would really do too much damage. Surprise the hell out of someone? Sure. Knock out a mech? Not likely, but that wasn't the point. I had spent every moment working on the mech, doing my best to passionately think of beautiful mecha missiles. Now to find out if it worked. System. Now what do you think? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Just call it the Fantasia 2T. No reason, I mumbled. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2T. Variant name, Fantasia 2T. Base model, Fantasia. 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Scout. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B+. Armor, F-. Carrying capacity, F. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, C-. Firepower, C+. Flexibility, D-. Integrity, E-. Mobility, C-. Spotting, B. X factor, E-. Result. Deviance, 18.6%. Performance improvement, -8.6%. Evaluation. Adding 2 attention-grabbing rocket systems. This mech gains an unbalanced stature, but with a hidden weapon. Able to continue to use the anemic weapons of the Fantasia, increases firepower while losing some mobility and weakened armor. The 2T is a mech catering to a specific market. Rare among other variants, this design has not butchered the base model's X factor. Instead, it has retained a shadow of its presence. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X factor. I jumped out of my chair with a roar of triumph. It worked. I managed to earn 100 DP for a single week's work. That was awesome. It wasn't enough to buy any of the proficiency skills. They all seemed to start at the lowest around 150 DP, but that was only a week's worth of effort, which might seem like a lot, but in mech terms, it wasn't much at all. Plus, I had figured it out. One of the later missions was to create a mech with an E-level X factor, and I had already done it. I ended up spending a few moments decompressing as I looked over the system when I noticed something strange. System, why do I have 140 DP? I should only have 112, I asked, suddenly sitting up and focused. Had I done something extra to earn DP? I didn't think I had. Calculating your current combination of attributes and skills. After estimating your capabilities, you are able to earn an average of 3.8 design points per day. Due to user not yet promoting to novice mech designer, student mode has been enabled. Average DP points are assigned to user every day as long as the user is making progress. Wait, I earn points every day. That's awesome. Correct. Average earned DP is given every day as long as the user continues to advance. So, as long as I'm designing mechs or doing something, I earn a small amount of DP. Correct. Increase your attributes and your production of mechs to increase daily allotment. I was stunned. That's awesome. System, you're the best. I laughed as I flopped back on my bed. It was like I was getting paid just by doing something I already wanted to do. I guess what they say is true. If you are doing something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Chapter 3. I decided not to get started on another design just yet. I wanted to experience the Iron Soul tournament first. The kids at the tournament might give me an idea of what else I can do with the Fantasia. Plus, it would be super interesting to see a mech gaming tournament. So Saturday morning, after informing my dad where I would be and why only to earn a ruffled hairdo for my troubles, I headed out of my nice little townhouse in the suburbs of Cloudy Curtain and traveled to the small downtown section of the city and the gaming boutique that resided there. Cloud Gaming. I muttered, reading the sign before chuckling. Not the most original name. I entered the bustling net cafe and looked around. There were a ton of SimPods, the devices required to pilot a mech in online games like Iron Spirit, and a lot of tables where groups of kids, both younger and older, grouped up, although a lot of them seemed to be spectators. "Yo, Ves," John called out as he noticed me enter, waving me down to a space in the back that John, Paul, and 3 other kids I don't recognize are sitting. "Ves, meet Team Cloud Step," John offered, pointing to his little group. "Paul, you already know, this is Vance, our rifle mech pilot. Shane, our night pilot, and Sue, who is our lancer, she is also our flight mech pilot." I greeted each in turn, taking them in. All of them wearing matching t-shirts with their group name had me smiling, and the bored looks they started on shifted as John continued. "Cloudstep, this is Ves, an amateur mech designer." He grinned as all 3 of the potentates I hadn't met perked up. The bored look of the group didn't shift until John added one extra bit. "Ves is the designer I mentioned that has a mech license." "Really? What license do you have? Anything good?" Sue, the only girl of the group, asked as she looked me up and down, obviously judging. "And more importantly, have you designed anything good?" "Nope," I offer with a grin. "I have a Fantasia 2R license and a Gemini twin ejection system. Not a lot to work with, but I've mostly been seeing what I can do. I have really good design software, so I'm mostly just practicing not destroying a mech as I modify it." "Huh." The girl responded, looking bored again, even turning to John and rolling her eyes at his excited introduction. "Hey, the Fantasia, that's the girl mech, isn't it?" Vance asked, quirking his eyebrow half hidden behind his glasses. "And it's more of a scout than anything, right?" "Not interested." He sighed. "John, I thought you found something interesting." He hissed out to his friend, not bothering to hide his words. "Dude, how many mech designers do you know that actually have a license to practice with? And how many of them are willing to even talk to you?" John responded back. "Ves has got to be awesome if he already has a license at our age." "Hey guys, chill." "Ves, sorry about that. I think John blew up the fact he knew a mech designer to the rest of the team before I got here." Paul offered with a sigh and a shrug. "It's fine. I'm mostly here to see how the tournament goes. I am hoping to see some action in person, and maybe it will give me some ideas on what I can design next." With that, I turned to the team. "But in the future, I hope you take a look at the mechs I do design and sell. I would be happy to do a custom mech for a tournament team if you like the variant I design." I offer, completely unconcerned about their doubt. Their doubt certainly didn't hurt my feelings. I knew exactly what I would be capable of with the system's help. Some teenage skepticism isn't going to bother me. "Ves, glad you made it." A call behind me had me turning as Sam walked up, also wearing one of the Cloudstep t-shirts. "You're in luck today, Ves. The Cloudstep are going to crush this tournament. I'm the team manager in case you didn't know. I even got the t-shirts. I can sell you one if you want." Same offered with a proud smile as the rest of the team rolled their eyes. "Maybe another time." "When does the tournament start?" I asked, looking around, noticing that there did seem to be a surge of chatter around us. "About now, come on, Cloudstep. Let's get in our SimPods." I want everyone warmed up for the fights, Sam offered, as the group of potentates laughed and moved from their claimed table, slipping into the sim pods they had already rented. I stepped towards one of the large displays Sam beside me as he gestured to the large hollow displays. So here is the announcer display, but if you want to follow along with a specific pilot, you can just access the data stream. I like keeping an eye on the highlights for now. It gives me a good idea of the other teams. Sam chatted away before the screen shifted and an announcer appeared. Welcome to the Cloudy Curtain Iron Spirit Tournament. Paul declare. The battlefield shifted before finally locking in. Look sharp. Team Jaeger likes to start with sniping, so get into cover. Paul called out as he pushed his Kybala Star E forward. The light skirmisher mech surged ahead, and like always it felt like Paul was trying to balance against a bucking animal. But Paul had been practicing with the Star E, so instead of smashing into the ruined building he took cover behind, he slowed and managed to put his back against the cover as he watched the rest of his team move out. Sue took to the air, despite the fact the enemy had a specialized sniper in the field, but I kept my mouth shut for now. She didn't take comments on her piloting well, especially mid-fight. John was the second fastest ground mech behind me. His grim feat, a medium offensive night mech, was an aggressive melee attacker. Shane kept back, sticking to Vance with his brute kit. A medium night mech, the two worked well together and gave Vance a stable platform and defense for his light sniper mech. The Otaku H5 was basically nothing but a platform to have a big rifle, and it carried one of the biggest ballistic rifles in the 1-star tier. Together, hopefully we would win this time. My Star E beeped as Sue sent targeting data. Got a lock on them. That sniper on Team Jaeger is setting up down the main lane. That's going to be a no-go. Shit. She cursed as I watched her suddenly shoot towards the ground as a laser passed through where she had been hovering. Never mind. Now I don't have any idea where he will be. Sue growled into the mic. She was a good pilot and one of the few potentates on Cloudy Curtain that could fly an aerial lancer mech like her Sinog Diella reliably. Aerial mechs weren't the easiest to pilot, although everyone agreed that his Star E was the hardest mech in the team to control. Setting up a nest, Vance offered, suddenly shifting from using our night mech as cover to wandering away. As usual, just doing his own thing rather than try to stick with the team. Sometimes it worked wonders, sometimes he got ganked before being able to do anything. But at least Shane stuck to him until he got set up. All right, John, you take the lead. I'll be right behind you. And Sue, cover us. I called out as I waited for my friend's offensive knight to move before I stuck to his shadow. Enemy fire started up immediately. The Jaegers had gotten set up, and the team was pretty heavily on the ranged side of mechs. 4 of their 5 were usually riflemen. From there, it got hectic. I did my best to keep focused, stick to the shadows, stay with John. I could see Sue flying erratically in the sky, trying to line up for a charge when the rest of us were in position, but their ranged advantage was keeping her back. The counter-fire from Vance was well aimed whenever he did shoot, but he had been forced to move after every shot as his sniper nests were ripped apart by return fire. So far, no one had confirmed a kill, although John was already grumbling about his small shield getting torn apart. It wouldn't be long before his Grim inevitably exploded. It was a powerful mech, but it did have a tendency to take critical hits and go up in a reactor explosion. I still didn't understand John's love of that mech. I see him. Going for the charge, Sue cried out, bloodlust saturating her voice as she suddenly shrieked through the sky. The flight system of her Diella was one of the stronger systems in the 1-star tier. Plus, as Sue turned into a comet in atmosphere. It also came with a one-time booster and was one of the reasons the Diella was considered an S-rank lancer for the tier. The wind blowing across her mech actually caused the shrieking noise as she disappeared from sight over the ruins of the city the match was set in. And unfortunately, her comms cut out once she disappeared from sight. "All right, let's move," John cried out as he shifted from charging from cover to simply pounding down the middle of the street. "Fuck," I whispered, taking half a second to know this wasn't good as I charged in behind him, quickly surpassing him as I did my best to avoid the continued fire down the main road. I could see a mech in front of me jerk as Vance's rifle shot, blew a big chunk of its armor off, but it steadied itself a moment later and continued to fire. The rifleman line the Jaegers liked to take wasn't shaken from Sue's charge as I had hoped. Although I did notice that the mech she had been given orders to take out at all costs wasn't with them. The Jaegers used 4 rifleman mechs, 2 of them snipers, 2 fast-firing ballistics, and a single swordsman mech. The pilots of the riflemen were all right. It was one of the easiest types of mech to pilot after all. But the swordsman, he was one of the best pilots in the tournament, and he really knew how to fight with his mech. So hopefully Sue managed to take him out before dying, because neither of those two were with the rifleman. I had charged ahead, and with a twist managed to avoid most of the fire coming toward me as I hammered into one of the sniper mechs. Unfortunately, my Starry decided she didn't want to stop again. The road below me was damaged, more rubble than solid ground, and my mech slipped as I attempted to slide up to the side of the sniper, and my legs went out from under me, even as one of my daggers slipped easily through the sniper's weak armor. I had just a moment to see 3 guns point towards me before my mech was riddled. The pod around me fuzzed, showing I had died, and then I was seeing the battlefield as a spectator. I could no longer communicate, but I could see what was happening. My view changed to see John, just in time to see him try and slam a sword into one of the other riflemen when he was slammed into himself from the side. Hidden inside one of the buildings had been a damaged swordsman mech. It had obviously taken Sue's charge, but it had used its shield and shield arm to take the entire attack. It was wrecked, but obviously its sword arm was still usable. At least I knew what happened to Sue. John went down quickly, and for once not in an explosion as the swordsman backed off, and his team simply tore up the night mech at range. Shane, having been charging up the road behind John and I, slowed as he realized he was alone. Vance not being much help as he was also picked apart. And like always, Vance was the last one to go out, doing his best hit and run attacks until a shot from an enemy took out one of his legs. Team Jaegers wins. "Wow, your team kinda sucks," I told Sam as I watched him lay his head into his hands and groan. "They are usually a lot better," Sam mumbled before rising back up and taking a deep breath. "It's fine. A setback, nothing more. Cloudstep will win next time," he called out, earning him laughs from the other spectators. I just chuckled along with them. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that, but I did learn some interesting stuff from this. I would say this was worth it. An important aspect I would have to keep in mind was the skill of the pilots. The Star E was an incredibly fast skirmisher mech for this tier, and its daggers were able to slip through the armor of mechs without much difficulty. But it was apparently very difficult to keep control of. All that acceleration came with an equally high skill ceiling. If I target 1-star mechs for variance for a while, which is all that I had and was cheapest, I would have to keep that in mind. Most pilots playing at this level probably weren't very good. Oh, come on, Ves, don't count them out already. This is with just 4 years of training. I mean, Sue is almost 15. But we are all about the same age. They are improving rapidly. So this time they weren't good enough, but next time? Sam trailed off, which had me laugh and slap a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sure they'll improve, Sam." I agree, looking over the team as they clambered out of the sim pods, in low spirits. Sue even punched the solid pod as she stepped out before heading out in a huff, leaving the rest of the team to collect themselves in the shop. There were a few jeers and a few better luck next time offered by the other spectators. Sam ignored that and hurried over, immediately beginning to talk about the training they could do to improve and how this was just another step on the path they needed for glory. I shrugged. 1-star mechs were the easiest and simplest mechs in existence, and I think I figured out what the problem they all had was. They picked the strongest mechs in the tier. Each of them picked what was considered the greatest in some way for the tier. Strongest rifle, fastest skirmisher, most powerful lancer. But they were still complete amateurs. They picked the highest performance, highest skill cap mechs and figured that they were good. But watching them, I kept my mouth shut for now. I walked over, wished them better luck next time, and hung out with Sam and Shane and Paul, the only 2 of the pilots that decided to stick around and see the rest of the tournament. It was giving me ideas, though. I fed and played with Corey when I got home, laying on my bed with Corey on my stomach, gnawing at an exotic pebble. I had to think about my current situation. One more variant, but I need to push the X factor farther. If I could get the X factor high enough, I could get a huge amount of DP to increase my skills. And frankly, while I was acclimating well, I really wanted to start advancing. A Lancer variant, I mumbled. This was going to be the one I release and get into the 1-month mission. So I had to make it something interesting to play. All I have is the Fantasia and Gemini. I hummed. A Lancer variant. Not an easy choice, but I did have an obvious trick. Before I opened my system, I came up with a concept. A woman knight. She was terrible in combat, smaller than the others. She was terrible with a sword, with a bow. But on her steed, charging into the enemy, she always struck first. I locked it in. Running the scene through my head over and over again, I filled her image in my brain, the strokes of her armor, the sight of her lance, the grim glare she wore whenever she charged. And then I opened the system and got to work. First her lance, a weapon that would smash her enemies down. I ripped apart the Gemini once again, retaining the heavy armor on the ejection seat and the boosters. Then I added a handle. It was clunky. I already knew that the Fantasia wasn't designed for this, but I kept the idea in my head. A small girl that trained for this one aspect, not the sword or rifle or anything else, but a single devastating lance strike. It took nearly all day until I was satisfied enough to test my rocket lance in the inbuilt system testing. The fact it ripped the Fantasia's arm off wasn't a good sign, so I fiddled with it a bit more before calling it a night. The next morning, I got right back into it, after a quick breakfast. The idea came to me in the night. I pulled up a second Gemini and ripped it apart just like the first. If the initial thrust of the lance was too much for the mech's arms, I could just even out the thrust. If it wasn't for the X factor, I wouldn't have done it this way. The Fantasia's back received a couple of boosters to hopefully even out the acceleration on the arm. This, of course, creates more and more problems. Too heavy. Too much acceleration. No shock absorption, so when she hits, ouch. But this was a virtual mech. As long as the other mechs shut down first, you win. Plus, you can't injure yourself in a VR mech. Although that didn't make my job much easier. The back thruster still nearly caused the arm holding the lance to rip out, and it took me nearly 10 attempts before the back thrusters both thrusted forward and didn't cause the mech to just flip around. Rocket science was hard. Still, I tried over and over until I was satisfied enough that at least it was good enough. Then I had to sync up the lance's rockets with the back rockets, which tore the mech in half the first time as the lance shifted backwards into the chest of the Fantasia. Oops. After a few adjustments on the rocket's thrust ratios that took me a good 4 hours to find out how to do, I finally got it to the point the simulation was able to engage the back thrusters and the lance thrusters and actually move with both active. Good enough, considering it was 4 a.m. I set my alarm for the few hours of sleep I would get before school and crashed. Dad was not amused at having to help haul me out of bed in the morning, but eventually I was out the door. Dragging myself into my classroom bright and early had me glaring groggily at everything around me as I barely managed to keep myself focused on the lecture. Sam nearly earning a punch to the face as he kept purposefully moving something from where I had put it, driving me crazy as my sleep-deprived brain wasn't tracking what was happening around me very well. At lunch, I got surrounded by my new friends. "Seriously, Ves, you look like something crawling out of a sewer. What happened to you?" John asked me, laughing as he took in my appearance as I fell into my seat. "Grabble-gumble," I offered in return as I then took a large bite out of the school sludge and chewed it down. I was working on a variant all weekend, and I didn't want to put it down until I was finished. I'll probably have to give it one more pass after I get some sleep, but I think it's going to be the first mech I put up on the Iron Spirit store. Ooh! John and Sam both coo out as they both look like sharks. "Well, come on, Mr. Mech Designer, don't hold out on us. What's the stats?" John asked, nearly bouncing in his seat. "'Cause I really want to see what you came up with." "Nothing super great. It's Sue's fault. I watched her Lancer and wanted to make one of my own. I mean, it's still a Fantasia at the base." I offered as both looked at each other and started laughing. "You made a light scout mech into a Lancer." Pff, the near spit take from John as he roared in laughter so hard he fell backwards, actually losing his balance on the bench-style tables they were eating on and landing with a few hissed curses from the other students around him as he hit a few on his way down. Laugh all you want, it's just an experiment. And I know it's not going to be super amazing, it's still just a 1 star. I mutter, although with John's howls filling the room, no one heard me. Although Paul did pat my shoulder consolingly, as more than a few other students yelled at John to get off the damn floor. This was my life now. I took a nap when I got home, and only after I started to feel like a human being again did I open the system. Corey curled up in my lap as I looked at my Lancer. Well, I think I did an okay job with this, I muttered to myself, looking it over. But was it good enough? Was this the mech I was going to be able to sell 100 of? Not a chance, especially not with how it currently looked. I once more brought the image of the woman knight into my head and got to work. A few minor tweaks to the Fantasia's head turned it into something resembling a knight's helm. Its hair sensors instead adjusted into a Roman-style plume coming out from the top. And that was good enough. I simply didn't have the knowledge to adjust the rest of its armor. Anything I altered there would need me to go back and adjust the rockets again. I didn't want to do that. So with the image of the woman knight still in my head, I brought the mech and image as one. System, what do you think? I asked aloud, watching as the results came in. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2-L. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2L. Variant name, Fantasia 2L. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, offensive lancer. Performance metrics, aesthetics A-. Armor, F-. Carrying capacity, F-. Endurance, F. Energy efficiency, D. Firepower, B+. Flexibility, D-. Integrity, F. Mobility, C. Spotting, B. X-factor, C-. Result. Deviance, 18.7%. Performance improvement, 10.2%. Evaluation, a design that alters the purpose of this mech entirely. Its improved, almost excessive charge will inevitably result in internal damage. A completely inflexible mission profile and energy problems mean this mech has a very short peak performance. A largely coherent thread of X-factor suffuses the design. Impressive from a creator that can't even be called a novice. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X-factor. 500? I did it, I yelled, causing Corey to jerk from my lap and look around as if something was attacking before grumbling at me as I apologized for disturbing my kitty. My shout had of course grabbed attention from the other resident. Ves, Rincol called out as he poked his head in, noticing my pleased smile as I tried to hide my embarrassment at being so excited. I shouted, "Hey Dad, 500? I finished the next design and I got a big bonus," I explained as I stroked Corey. Oh? Yeah, I can finally afford to actually purchase some stuff from the system. As I said that, Rincol's look turned to a frown. Just be careful, Ves. Even if your mother wanted you to have that thing, I don't trust it. I will. I promise to be careful. He nodded slowly before turning to leave the room. I frowned in turn. He had already seen that I had a lot more knowledge of the system and what it could do than he did. So he was trusting me not to make a huge mistake. But I wanted him to be part of my life. Family was nice. I shrugged. I would just have to keep improving and hopefully do something nice for him soon. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, student mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes. Strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, incompetent. Business, incompetent. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, incompetent. Metallurgy, incompetent. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, incompetent. Evaluation, completely worthless. Damn, no increase to my mathematics yet. But I see you metaphysics. Ha! I laughed looking at my list. I had earned it. Which was awesome. Plus, most important of all, that's a lot of DP. I sighed, knowing I would be using it all up right away. 200 DP, 3D printer proficiency 1. 500 DP, assembly novice. I need this, just to be able to assemble it, since I have no idea how the 3D printers work. I admitted sighing when I realized it would be everything I earned, just to learn how to assemble mechs. But once I get this, it will be something I don't have to waste time learning in college. I pushed accept, and knowledge flowed. It was glorious. And after just a few moments, I took a deep breath and shivered. So much information flowed into my mind. I now knew how to use 3D printers. I knew the how and why to assemble mechs. It was like I was a factory worker. Give me the blueprints, I could print a mech and assemble it, but I still had almost no knowledge on the actual construction of the machines. I was still just curbeling it. Yet I could totally get addicted to getting my head stuffed with so much mech knowledge. I giggled as I slipped into my desk chair to load up Iron Spirit. Well, more than likely, no one is going to buy this mech, but I want to build it anyways. This is going to be so fun, I tell Corey as I stroke her as she settles in my lap, purring lightly. Okay, I have enough credits to pay for what I need. So let's purchase everything and get started. Whispered, purchasing the materials Iron Spirit required to craft a mech over their market. I took a moment to reaffirm my image of the woman knight as I began crafting in the VR workspace. It was so interesting to just know how to use each piece of equipment, how to tell when a piece had a fault, and when to adjust the machine's output to make sure it would come out right. I lost track of time again. Dawn peeked through the windows as I groaned in exhaustion. Crafting a mech, even in a VR environment, took a long time, and while my new skills gave me the necessary knowledge to be able to do it at all, it still took a long time. When it was all finished, a copy of my Fantasia 2L was in my workshop. I was so tired I barely noticed the base price for the 2L was 1,800 gold, the Iron Spirit currency. It was also at 50% off as I built it by hand. I didn't bother adjusting it, selling it at cost was fine. I quickly put in the minimum amount for the bright credit as well. If someone wanted to spend real money on this, that was fine. There were plenty of whales out there. I also opened it to sell for 750 bright credits. Why was a mech that was built by hand so better than the computer-generated mechs afterwards cheaper? No idea. Welcome to Iron Spirit. I finished setting it up for sale, and set my alarm. I had maybe an hour or two to sleep before school. Chapter 4. Is this just your new thing, Ves? Sam asked as I fell into my chair beside him, head clonking on the table with a groan. 'Cause you looked bad yesterday, but you look like shit today, he offered with a laugh as I fumbled a tired middle finger in his general direction. Dad had not been pleased that I was once again totally zonked out. He had basically dragged me to school. I put my Fantasia variant up for sale, I mumbled quietly. Then a moment later, I was jerked up away from the nice cool desk that was making me want to sleep to look into the excited eyes of John, who had been sitting on my opposite side. Seriously? John shook me a bit in his excitement. Ves, what's it called? I'll look it up on the market right now, come on. Sam also urged me on with a quiet, hell yeah, as they both pulled up their comms. I sighed, far too tired to deal with this. Fantasia 2L, check Lark Industries. I grumble as the boys did just that. And a moment later, both of their comms showed images of my Lancer mech. Puff, ah ha 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 ha. John didn't last long before he started laughing. Sam didn't, but he did give me a gentle look of comfort. I'm sure it's not that bad, he offered, which I rolled my eyes at. I'm an amateur. It's not going to be something amazing. Although I promise it has some tricks up its sleeve, I offer, knowing the X factor would actually make it a pretty interesting mech to pilot. If still not great. Sam seemed to take my lack of concern as a good sign as he started looking over the mech and talking about what little he could see as a problem. John didn't give me even that. It's crap. One charge and this thing will crumble. He laughed, as I nodded. Basically, it's a mech designed for VR after all, but the rocket lance has a pretty hefty hit. I expect if you can strike the enemy mech right, even if you cripple your mech after the charge, you will still be in better shape than whoever it hits. John scoffed. A bunch of noobs managing to actually aim the charge? Lancer mechs aren't easy to pilot. And this, I mean, can you really even call it a Lancer if it isn't intended to survive a charge? I shrugged my shoulders. It served its purpose. I learned, well, let's just say I learned a lot from its production. I'll honestly say I know how to use a 3D printer now. I offer with a shrug. The class, starting a moment later, had everyone get distracted on the classwork. Unfortunately for me, I was too exhausted to do more than lay my head down and fall asleep. There goes my academic performance, I guess. I thought as I drifted off to sleep. Ves, someone bought your piece of shit. John jerked me awake with his call as I shook my head for a moment. I had almost fallen into the school lunch sludge. I don't think I would have survived if I did. Really? I asked, a little pleased, as I pulled out my own comm, a replacement Dad had bought me, so I didn't need to walk around with the system comm. I logged into my manager page of Iron Spirit. Someone bought my Fantasia 2L. Huh, someone really did. Says their name is Fierce Bear God. Weird name. As I checked on their profile, I couldn't help but be surprised. This Bear God is a complete noob. I looked over their profile. Player profile. Nickname, Fierce Bear God. League, bronze. Wins/losses/draws, 0/20/0. And they were bad. Shit. This is horrible. I groaned as I noticed their scores. I had sort of been hoping for some word-of-mouth interest in my early mech to get some sales, or at least interest, but if this person lost every match they were in. Sigh. Oh well, I'll just keep making mechs, I admitted aloud as I turned back to my lunch. Linda Court. Fierce Bear God was in fact Linda Court, a brand new potentate. She had just turned 10 the week before, and had been confirmed to have a C-rank neural aptitude so she could be a mech pilot. She had decided to check it out, and as a lover of all things bears, had created her Iron Spirit account name, representing that. Plus her older brother had helped her come up with a cool name. She thought it was kinda dorky, but he absolutely refused to let her call herself Bear Princess, but whatever. She didn't like piloting mechs, she had decided. Her brother kept dragging her into simpods and trying to teach her how to pilot. Being a year older, he was a lot more skilled, and he wanted her to pilot with him, so he could take part in doubles matches as it earned more in-game gold. Unfortunately, she didn't really know what she was doing, so she lost. A lot, and so her brother Jaime had eventually stopped trying to get her to pilot with him, which is when she realized she still had the starter gold to buy a mech with. Jaime had picked out a mech for her to pilot and bought it right away. He kept yelling at her to get better, but Linda just didn't like shooting. The rifleman mech he bought for her was supposed to be the best in the tier, but she didn't understand that. She missed every shot. The gun's recoil was so strong it tended to knock her aim off completely. Frustrated, she yelled at Jaime the last time he had talked to her. But it had been a few days, and she was bored. Her best friend Kitty was homesick, so she spent her lunch looking through the Iron Spirit marketplace, mostly because she thought some of the mechs looked cool, even if she didn't think she would ever pilot again. But then she came across the Fantasia 2 Lancer. It looked like a girl mech. She felt her curiosity grow, and it hardened when she found out that it didn't have any ranged weapons. No more rifles? She didn't hesitate for long. The gold was worthless to her, and her starter gold just covered the cost with a little left over. Purchase. She hummed, planning on trying it out after school. Since Kitty was sick, she didn't have anything else she wanted to do this afternoon, so it was perfect. After school, Linda headed to the game center. Her brother always dragged her too, and she even had to sneak past her stupid brother hanging out with some friends as she made her purchase of a rental sim pod and slipped in. Her stupid brother wouldn't bother her if he didn't know she was here. Iron Spirit loaded, and she got to see her new mech in real life for the first time. Its big spear looked really scary, with a large triangle head that shone in the light. It felt interesting. She spent a moment looking it over. It looked weird, with a weird helmet head, but it was sorta pretty. She loaded up a practice session. It would be filled with bots that wouldn't attack and just wander around, perfect for practicing. The mech moved about as fast as her rifleman, which wasn't very fast. Its heavy spear that Linda had to hold with two hands as she walked made it feel more like trudging through mud than a swift walk. It wasn't very fun. She had to constantly shift the weight of the mech to keep it moving, and it was exhausting. Just as she was starting to get annoyed by the lack of movement, she remembered this mech had rockets. She ignited them, and for a few glorious seconds, she actually felt like she was having fun. Until the tree, she reloaded the session and tried again. Rock, and again. Ground, and again. Her own spear that she had fumbled and ended up stabbing herself with. It wasn't really fun. Grunting as the sim pod reset once again, and she felt like she went from upside down to right side up again. She decided to try stabbing one of the bots before calling it quits. Disappointment filling her, piloting just wasn't for her. She found one, a night mech that was lumbering around with a shield. She ignited the rear rockets, feeling it push her forward, but this time she ignited the spear's rocket as well. And it was weird, like trying to run along a wave. The two different rockets felt like she was being pulled in different directions, but clutching onto the rocket lance let her steer better than just the rear rockets. And then she realized she was forced to almost skip across the ground. The rockets were tugging her along, but it still left her drifting close to the ground. And after a few moments, she realized it was like she was on a horse. The motion was like riding a horse. She actually couldn't help but giggle at the feeling, her stomach doing flips as she raced along. Then the night mech came closer. Well, Linda decided she probably liked piloting, especially when her charge hit exactly on the cockpit of the night mech, and she got the nice little tally on her scoreboard of 1 kill. Just before her mech splattered across the knight's shield and she had to reset. But then she didn't groan or pout. No, the smile on her face only grew after every charge, especially when she slowly stopped crashing. And every time she charged down a mech, it just felt right. When I got home from school, I opened up the system and noticed the alert that my mission had been completed. 1000 DP added to my account, and a new mission I decided to try and pause it from activating. Fucking timed missions. But just receiving the rewards meant the next mission starter. You have received a new mission. Mission Tutorial Part 3, Mass Production. Difficulty F rank. Prerequisites, completed tutorial. Part 2, Description. A mech designer should not be content at selling a model once. Real designers must have flocks of people begging to purchase their products. Please sell 100 virtual mechs of your own creation within a month. Reward: 1 random 10-year combat mech production license. I really hated timed missions. System: can I get the month limit removed? But unfortunately for the first time, the system was quiet in response. Okay, fine, but seriously, system, no more timed missions. Please? I begged for a moment before I fell back. I had my work cut out for me. Damn it. I groaned, pulling up the system. I was going to need to figure out what to spend my DP on now. I didn't have a choice anymore. To take it slower. I had to get some sales. I need more knowledge. It doesn't matter if I can design slightly better armor if I can't even get the mech to walk right. I sighed as I made my selections. One at a time, as I remember, too much knowledge at once could hurt. 500 DP, Mechanics Novice. 500 DP, Metallurgy Novice. I shivered as the amount of knowledge slipping into my head felt like my brain was filling up. I had the equivalent to a good chunk of a college degree in these two aspects flood my brain. Mechanics gave me a huge amount of knowledge of the moving parts within a mech. I actually knew how to create a rocket punch if I wanted to now, and I could probably keep the arm mostly functional. With metallurgy, I learned what metals were best to use for each part, how metal fatigue could be mitigated and accounted for, how to adjust alloy mixtures for best results, how the armor plating was supposed to be layered over a mech, all of it there, ready and able to use. And there was a sense of disgust when I thought of my Fantasia 2 Lancer. Yeah, that would need to be improved someday. Until then, I had some more mechs to make. I settled into my now normal spot on my bed. Corey quickly jumped into my lap to cuddle as I got started. I needed something that was cheap and easy to sell, but that would have a strong X factor to help create word-of-mouth sales. It had to be cheap, because the sort of people that bought one-star mechs were basically kids. They didn't have the money to buy anything more expensive. I vaguely recall the original Ves had created a flight version of the Fantasia called the Seraphim, and while it was interesting, it didn't sell. The market for a VR game mech was specific, cheap and high performance. It had to do something that they couldn't buy somewhere else for a low price to bring interest. So I had to come up with an idea that was based on a Fantasia, low-priced, and had a high performance, or a single high-performance stat that would bring some attention. So I took a deep breath and returned to the base Fantasia model, a light scout mech with good endurance for its era. Scout mechs weren't uncommon, and they usually fit the Fantasia build. Smaller, lighter, faster, weak weapons. Unfortunately, at this level, scout mechs aren't popular. I sighed. Most battles at 1 star were 1 versus 1. The tournament goers like the cloud steps were the oddity, not the usual. I grumbled. My low creativity is hitting hard right now. I had thought about increasing it, but the cost of increasing a stat was huge, and only got larger the higher the stat. Instead, I took a breath. If I can't make a creative decision, make a stupid one. I decided. I needed a Fantasia that had high performance in one thing without lowering its other stats too much, while keeping a lower cost, which was not an easy task, although my stupid brain kept going towards let's add more rockets, which wasn't great, stupid low creativity, so instead of going around in circles, I decided to switch gears. I took my 98,000 credits left over from my 100,000 initial reward, excluding the costs I had to pay to put together my 2L, and started browsing the massive, seemingly endless list of components and things for 1-star mechs. Instead of starting from the mech and altering it, let's find inspiration first. Limiting the options to 1-star components still had a list that would have taken me a long time to fill out. Huh, I muttered, staring at something that grabbed my attention. It was a weapon. Probably the most common equipment in the list. A sword. But something about it caused me to squint it. It looks like Caliburn, I said slowly. I mean, I was a Maker fan first and foremost, but I liked anime in general, and this looked like the Fate Stay Night's Caliburn model. And it hit me then, with a grin I purchased it. 3,000 bright credits disappearing from my account. But that was fine. It was a solid sword, but just not something special. I immediately began browsing, picking up an improved armor system, the Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating for 10,000 bright credits. Then I bought a Fuerto Mechanics Heatblade module Mark II for an unfortunate 6,000 credits. But it would let me increase the damage a sword would do by heating up the blade, mitigating one of the weaknesses of the Fantasia in close combat, poor power. But I needed one more. Even though I was probably already close to my cost ceiling, it was an idea that wouldn't give up. It was dumb, but I apparently really liked rockets. So when I found a thruster system that was just the right size for what I needed, I bought it. TriStare Avionics Mark III Technical Thruster. 4,000 bright credits. It was meant for adjusting high power thrust with flight mechs, but it was small enough to do what I needed. I felt the smile stretch across my face as I pulled open the system designer once again. This time, I wasn't just playing Kerbal. I actually knew how to modify a mech into a working whole. With novice mechanics, I was basically at the equivalent of someone who had finished a technical college. One last thing, I told myself, closing my eyes and hammering an image into my brain, something that I was pretty sure I would never see again in this world. The once and future king, Artoria Pendragon. I had grown up with Fate/Stay Night, the original light novels, the animes, the stupid phone games, so when I brought her into mind, it was a very clear image. Standing upon a field of battle, elegant and calm, sword in hand. I exhaled and started filling in the image. She wasn't there because she wanted to be. It was her duty. Artoria was an image of discipline. She did what needed to be done. I inhaled. She had a new duty, to guide the children that would learn at her side. She would guide them through the motions, through combat in a way only she could. Exhale. She knew that her pilots were young. She knew she would have to guide them, to make sure they would become fine knights. Yes, she wanted them to be better, to follow the etiquette expected of a knight, like those she knew before had failed to do. inhale. But I was struggling to keep it together. My concentration wasn't bad, but it wasn't superhuman either, and just trying to keep this much together, I was starting to lose bits. This is as much as I can do for now. I opened my Fantasia design and began working. I stripped the old armor from the design, using the lighter but stronger Mirin, and got to work. I had an image in my head of Artoria, so that is what I worked with, guiding the light armor into place as it was needed, a stronger chest plate made of more layers of the light armor, actually equaling out to about the same armor it had before, but lighter. I formed it, sacrificing a small amount of protection for the right look. I adjusted the Fantasia's arms, strengthening them, adjusting the internals to enhance the power of the strike, decreasing the manual dexterity to make shooting with this mech a thing of the past. Then before I began armoring the arms, I added in the Tristair thruster. I had to stop then, realizing that my "It's 2 a.m. alarm was going off, and as much as I might like to keep working. I had school in the morning, and Rincol Dad was not happy about my late nights. Plus, I was getting really tired from my lack of sleep, so I curled up with Corey and fell asleep exhausted. The next morning at school, I actually felt normal for the first time this week. My full night's rest let me regain some focus on my classwork. As I battered through the advanced math in the morning, I kept getting distracted by John and Sam. "Sorry no one else has bought your mech, Ves. I mean, it's so unique. I'm sure that's why," John offered with a shit-eating grin as he patted me on the shoulder, confirming in my head I wouldn't be doing any custom work for him anytime soon. "John, leave Ves alone. He hasn't even graduated from a college yet, and has at least sold one mech. That's actually pretty impressive." Sam tried to soothe my ego, but I just gave him a smile and a shrug. "Don't stress about it, Sam. I posted it hoping it would sell, but I am already working on another mech. I learned a ton from the 2L. "Ha, that's a good attitude, Ves. Don't let your failures drag you down," John offered me with a heavy clap on my back as I turned to glare at him. "The 2L hasn't failed. It's sold," I growled at him, poking him in the chest. "How many 14-year-olds do you know that have sold a mech, virtual or not?" I pointed at causing John to just laugh. "So you are a little sensitive about it," he offered with a smile. "Don't worry, Ves, your fail mech is still very impressive." Which is as far as I let him get, before jumping at the boy to grab him, John rushing away laughing all the while as I chased him down. Stupid athletic mech pilots. I gasped after a short sprint winded. I never did catch up to him. That afternoon, I got right back into it, making sure to set an alarm so I wouldn't work through the night again. I continued to tinker with the thrusters in the arms as I placed plate after plate of armor, carefully leaving the thruster exhaust space without actually weakening the armor. Fortunately, my new knowledge of mechanics gave me enough knowledge to know how to adjust everything, although I kept feeling disappointed in my own limits in regards to this. The plates looked all right, but I kept being forced to leave weak points or bulky sections to make up for the thrusters. I would have absolutely given up on the thrusters for better armor coverage on the arms where they were often targeted on melee mechs, if not for the image of Artoria in my head. She was slight, a small woman who used an expert skill and a skill called Mana Burst to make up for her stature. I was hoping to do the same, thrusters to increase the force of a blow, and hopefully the X Factor is able to do enough to make up for the rest. I was only partially satisfied with the arms when my alarm rang, and I wearily finished up my night before heading to bed. Another day passed, but I still had plenty more. Each day seemed to lead to the same. I woke up and went to school, came home, worked on my new mech until bed. Repeat. Of course, Dad dragged me out of my room at times to eat, either in the house or out. This was his leave from the mech corps, and he wanted to spend time with me. That was all it took for me to put the mechs aside to spend time with him, even if my brain was still half focused on mechs. But that wasn't anything new. My brain was 80% mechs, 10% anime, and only 10% social skills. But that still left me with plenty of time to focus on my work. Issues kept cropping up as I worked, armor ending up rubbing against itself when the mech was in motion, wiped out hours of work as I had to redo the entire armor structure of the legs. Thruster tests blowing the armor off the arms, and one catastrophic issue that caused the heat blade module to explode in virtual testing. But I worked through it, until I finally put a stop to it on Saturday after realizing the sun was going down and I hadn't done anything all day but adjust the armor of the mech or wiggle interior wires to better positions. And I stared at the mech tiredly, my head fuzzy from exhaustion and the difficulty of trying to keep an image in your head while working, while dealing with mechanical systems of increasing complexity. That's gonna be enough of that for now, I grunt, staring at the armored form of a Fantasia. This one had stronger arms. The armor looked different, sleeker in most places, with a few far bulkier zones. Okay, enough. I can't spend all month on this. A few artistic touches, and finish her up. I can always make a far superior version later. I mumbled to myself as I rubbed my eyes and added a few final touches. The Fantasia's sensor strands that looked like hair were difficult to work with, not really intending with what I wanted, but I actually managed to get the designer to braid the strands together into a braid bun. Then, as I looked over my mech, I realized there was one last thing. I pulled up the Mirin armor once again, and started fashioning a pair of folds for the mech. I was grimacing every time I had to add a bit more weight into their creation, but this wasn't just about creating a perfect mech. I mean, a perfect mech probably wouldn't even be a mech. Battleships are stronger than mechs, after all. No, I wanted to give the image I was sculpting in my mind a vessel, and as the folds completed, I even took an extra moment to add something you just don't see on melee mechs: a scabbard for the sword to sit in. Although I did make it detachable so there wouldn't be any issues in combat. Finished, I yawn out. The sun coming in through my bedroom window, Corey curled up in my lap as I stared at the finished design. I went through it a few times then, just to reassure myself it wasn't going to explode on use. Okay system, how is she? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name the design? Yeah, this is the Fantasia 2 Saber. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 Saber. Variant name, Fantasia 2. Saber, base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, offensive knight. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Armor, D. Carrying capacity, F. Endurance, D-. Energy efficiency, D. Firepower, C+. Flexibility, E. Integrity, E+. Mobility, C+. Spotting, B. X factor, C. Result. Deviance, 11.6%. Performance improvement, 9.4%. Evaluation, a design that condemns the idea of a small mech being weaker in close combat. Removing unnecessary functions such as range combat turns this mech into a pure melee combatant. Whether that was a smart choice or not is going to be determined. A pure thread of X Factor runs through this mech, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. Good enough, I mutter, exhausted as I crawl into my bed. Chapter 5. No, I'm fine, I tell Dad as he looks at me sternly from the kitchen table. It was late afternoon, and I had slept in after obviously staying up way too late. Ves, you need sleep. Don't make me start enforcing a lockdown on your stuff to get to bed. Don't let it keep happening. Dad ordered before sighing and reaching out to ruffle my hair, a common act that always got me irritated. I can't promise I won't ever get lost in stuff, but I'll start setting an alarm, and I will try to sleep more. He huffed out a laugh. I guess that's all I will get out of you. I'm going to head out. I have a meeting with some of my buddies. Try not to burn the house down. He orders, which I replied with a Mech Corps salute, earning a laugh. As I picked up Corey and scratched under her chin, I grabbed breakfast lunch. I considered what to do next. Build a version of my saber and hope it sold enough. I still had 3 weeks left to finish selling 100 mechs. Unfortunately, as I pulled up my mission on the system, I was still at 0 mechs sold. Shit. I groaned. I honestly wanted to finish the quest, if only because I was the kind of person that wanted to finish every side quest I could, but at the same time, I didn't really need to finish this one. The reward, if it stayed the same like all the other quests so far had, was a mech license, a real one. The Caesar Augustus, a last-gen mech that was actually a pretty high-performance model, with about 1 million problems. But it would sell, and it would give me access to more modern mechs, which would be nice. But it would also create a lot of attention on me, a 14-year-old with a last-gen mech license. And if I started actually making variants on it, I was hesitant. While the original Ves was paranoid as could be, the fact was that people would be out to get me if they either knew about the system or simply thought they could use me. And despite everything, the Larkinsons wouldn't really be able to protect me. A sad fact that the original Ves learned. I didn't want to go down that path. Having the memories of being born here as a brighter and 14 years living here meant I actually liked the damn place. It was pleasant. Most of the craziness of the galaxy didn't happen here. The fact it was a republic meant I had some inherent protections that usually protected me. Unfortunately, the Bright Republic was a third-rate state, and there were 2 second-rate states in the Komodo star system. The Friday Coalition that the Bright Republic had a sorta, not really agreement with. Then there was the Hexadric hegemony, which the Bright Republic was very glad was on the other side of the star system, mostly because the Hexers were misandrists. They followed a religion called Hexism that believed that boys were the source of all the ills of humanity. So the Bright Republic was far more favorable towards the Friday men. The problem was that the Friday Coalition was just that. A group of factions and planets that grouped together to stop the Hexers from steamrolling the star system a few hundred years ago. Why is that a problem? Because both groups see third-raters as scum. If I get useful enough, and I will eventually, the system guarantees that if nothing else, then they will want me. Story Ves ran into that problem. The Bright Republic, or at least a faction of it, selling him basically into slavery to the Friday men. That was unacceptable. Of course, I didn't plan on getting a crazy Yandere Hexer girlfriend either. I remember how pathetic the original Ves was forced to act around her. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one. But back to my previous thought, the mission I was on. If I really went crazy and started advertising, I could probably make the deadline without too much issue. The problem was, did I want to spend that time working on advertising, or did I want to just keep designing? All right, Corey, let's get back to work. No point stressing about what might happen until I actually get the saber built and selling right. I asked my mechanical cat, scratching her chin as I rose up and headed back to my workstation. Time to put a mech together. It took but a few moments to order the virtual raw materials I needed to begin construction, making sure I had everything I needed ready and available so I wouldn't have to pause mid-construction. I uploaded the Fantasia Saber into Iron Spirit and purchased everything I needed to build her and buckled down. Thankfully, the Fantasia Saber wasn't much more difficult to construct than the Lancer. The new armor was actually more flexible than the standard crap armor it came with. Hours passed in a haze as I fitted the mech together. Piece by piece, I watched it come together. I barely paused, despite my desire to sleep or to focus on something else. The Saber was vastly more complicated than the Lancer had been. But that was fine, because I was a mech-obsessed kind of guy. I couldn't help the excitement starting to rush through me as I placed the final pieces together. Fantasia Saber in her gleaming steel-like armor cut a striking image. With an armored visor covering her face, the mech looked a lot like a woman knight ready to stride across the battlefield. I exhaled as I fell back into my chair. The 3D printers in the game went silent as the mech's full form stood before me. I love mechs. I couldn't help but say as I looked upon something that I had constructed. The Lancer was pretty impressive as well, but the Saber. This was the first variant mech I can honestly admit was a real mech. This was something I wouldn't be ashamed to have my name on. I quickly put her up for sale, once again not adding any value to her base cost. Just the 3,000 gold. Unfortunately, a more expensive mech than its base model, mostly due to the advanced armor. And the smallest amount of bright credits I could sell it for was 1,200. I pushed accept and simply sat back, petting Corey who was purring in my lap as I stared at the screen of the mech I had just built. A real, actual mech. Taking a break from mech design, I went out on Sunday. Although there was no tournament this weekend, that didn't mean that people didn't go to the cloud gaming store. As I walked in, I brushed past the large crowds of other young kids, all gathering into groups or watching the screens along the wall. I quickly settled into the large set of chairs before the big multi-screen setup that allowed you to watch the current users of the sim pods in their battles. Of course, they could always set themselves to private, but most didn't, either because they wanted to show off or because they simply didn't know how. As I settled in, I found myself watching a match with a 5-star aggressive night mech. Instantly, I knew the way it moved was beyond anything my saber could match. The mech was simply better, in a fundamental way that meant my poor Fantasia saber would never be able to compete. I would bet even 1,000 of my saber versus just one of the random night mech would still end in only one way. A field of corpses and a lone survivor without a scratch. The difference 400-ish years make. As I watched, I did a double take. Fantasia 2L. Linda Court, Fierce Bear God, was having a great time. Sure, her matches tended to be short, but that was a good thing. And sure, sometimes she got shot at by a flying mech and couldn't do anything. But those were rare. And she had thrown her lance that one time and it had actually worked. But not the next 3. She still didn't really like fighting at range. Smashing into enemies, though, that she liked. A lot. Yeah! She cried out as she finally felt her lance connect. The sneaky medium rifleman she had been fighting had been on a constant dash to escape her for a while, hoping to wear her down. But Linda wasn't a noob anymore. She had weeks of practice now. She had learned a while ago not to just ignite her rockets at the start of the match and try to hunt someone down. It had taken a while, of course, but if she started slow, she could usually cause the other mech to stand and fight before she burst forward at full speed to smash them. The smashing was the best part. Her lance slammed into the rifleman. She had a single image of her lance breaking the mech apart before her own mech came undone from the stress of the impact. Winner burst across her screen as she was once more at the starting screen. She laughed delightedly at another win under her belt. She swiftly entered the queue for another battle. It happened instantly. Sundays were always quick to find matches with all the kids at home or in game shops like this one wanting to play. Her next match started just as fast, and she was delighted that the other mech was also a lancer. She grinned as she engaged her rockets. In a match, lancer on lancer. The winner was the one who struck first. She started her gallop, the other mech angling its own lance down and bursting forward. It was an aerial type too, usually more difficult for her since they could fly up and escape her. But it was still a lancer, and if there was one thing about a lancer pilot that was true she had learned over these few weeks, they could never turn down a double charge. She felt the gallop of her mech start. The odd shifting of the rockets not centered right caused her to bounce along as she charged. She grinned, her vision narrowing, and as always a feeling of rightness flowing through her. Like her instincts were telling her just how to shift or move to get the most out of her charge, and more importantly, how to strike first. Winner. I actually started laughing at the outcome of the matches. The aftermath of the 2 Lancer mechs slamming into each other. Absolute destruction. The mechs were more scrap than anything by the end. But my mech? It had struck first. Bouncing along in its odd gallop, it swerved at the last moment, doing a double skip that put its stupid crappy rocket lance I created into the Sinog Diella that the opponent was piloting. The best part? That was Sue piloting that Diella. I wondered if she was in one of the pods around the room, but it didn't matter. Next time I saw her, I was going to mercilessly crow the victory of my mech over her. How dare she besmirch my wonderful, perfectly crafted masterpiece? I snorted at myself at the thought. The 2L was a mess. But it did its job. At the 1-star mech level, a charge can demolish most mechs. And apparently, Fierce Bear God had learned how to use it. I pulled up their W/L ratio and was actually surprised, considering they had been 0 wins before. Player profile. Nickname, Fierce Bear God. League, bronze. Wins/losses/draws, 27/56/37, a massive change from before. I grinned. My mech was doing such a good job. I also noticed with a snicker that some of the other spectators were checking out my 2L. There were a few conversations about it, as the kids and teenagers laughed at how bad it was, but surprised. After all, the Diella was considered the best Lancer mech for the 1-star mechs. Doesn't matter if it's the best or not. If the pilot isn't good enough to keep up with it, I said to myself, noticing that Fierce Bear God was no longer streaming. I got up to leave, laughing my entire way home. The best part? You could easily get a copy of the video of a match. I was definitely showing teeth as I downloaded it to my com. Tomorrow Sue was going to be so embarrassed. John was dying, his wheezing laugh as he lay sprawled across the floor when he couldn't keep himself upright after I showed him the video was hardly dying down. Sam was flushed bright red as he kept trying to calm John down and not make Sue any angrier than she already was. Apparently, I had accidentally touched on a sore spot. Sue had been distant to me the few times I met her. She didn't really have any interest in conversation with me, but I had thought that sharing a bit of teasing was okay. But then John had started laughing, and Sue was not taking the mocking well. I winced as her face grew bright and brighter red, but not in embarrassment. No, that was rage. Fine. If you think it's so funny, find yourself a new Lancer. She screamed out, throwing the rest of her lunch onto the rest of us, causing even John's laughter to sputter out as she stormed off in a rage. Sam immediately ran off after her, begging for her to calm down. John even managed to stagger up and chase after his laughter turned to shock. I sit frozen, for a moment before sighing, "Damn it." "Yeah," Paul offers from where he was sitting beside me, looking over my shoulder at the video playing on the comm display. Sue doesn't take any critique of her piloting well. We usually don't bring it up, but because she blows up whenever it's brought up. He sighs. "Not your fault, though. This was sorta inevitable. Sue was never going to stick with us. We are actually pretty good about practice and trying to improve, mostly because of Sam, but she just doesn't handle that well. Still sorry, I just wanted to show off my mech. The fact it beat someone I know was just the icing. I didn't really get to know her well enough before I tried teasing. That's a mistake. I admit, I was usually better about this sort of thing." Paul shrugged before he stood up and headed after his teammates, leaving me sitting there feeling like shit. Teenage drama is the worst. I reminded myself with a sigh as I looked over the video of my 2L wrecking Sue one last time before deleting it. Well, Ves, time to get back to work. I didn't have any interest in spending time trying to popularize my mechs. I just wasn't that interested in the business side of mech design right now, so instead I decided to just ignore it. I might be able to push enough publicity to get people to buy enough of my 2-liter and Saber, but I just didn't care enough to mess with it. Let fate decide. I have mechs to build. So Monday afternoon, after watching my new friends have a blow-up because of me, I went home and looked over the system. I had points to spend. The problem wasn't what to pick, it ended up being what can I do without for now. I was simply too lacking in everything. So time to shore up a weakness. 500 DP, Physics Novice. I groaned as the information flooded through me. Massive amounts of information quickly filled my head. Then it was over. I opened my eyes, taking a moment to sort through the knowledge I had gained. I wandered outside, settling down onto the grass to stare up into the rainbow clouds for a while as I wondered what was next. Catherine Wilson. Linda was super excited. "Kitty, please, it's so fun, way more fun than I thought. We should do some double mech matches," Linda begged her best friend, Catherine Kitty Wilson. Kitty sighed a little. "I don't know, Linz. I tried the practice mechs and stuff, but I wasn't any good. Everyone just beats me up, if I don't just fall over." She grumbled. She was half a year older than Linda, which meant unlike the girl she had spent almost 6 months stumbling around, losing against anyone and everyone, and usually being useless in both iron spirit and in class. With a nod, Linda patted her on the back. "You just need a good mech to practice with. I tried that stupid rifle mech my brother bought me, and I lost every match. 'Cause it's horrible. Then I tried a mech that I wanted to try out, and after a bit of practice, I've actually been winning. I bet you just need to find the right mech as well." Kitty shrugged. "I guess. If you really want me on your team, even if I'll just get blown up again." she muttered, remembering the mech she had been told to buy from all the older potentates. The piloting class all the potentates took left plenty of time for older students to inform the younger ones on what mechs to buy and what positions each team needed, pressuring the younger students into mechs that are usually beyond them. Kitty, like Linda, had been pushed into a mech type to practice with in class and had one picked out she had purchased in Iron Spirit when she first became a potentate not so long ago. Unfortunately, Kitty had been pressured into a knight mech with a massive shield, causing her to act more like mobile cover for the older students. In the end, Kitty had actually stopped going to her piloting classes, after bursting into tears when once again she had fallen over in her heavy, cumbersome mech. She had never even gotten to connect a sword strike with an enemy. She was always too slow to hit them. Every time she had gotten close enough to strike, it was too late. Enemy mechs surrounded her, attacking from behind or just getting blasted from afar. She hated it. Forget them. We can find something more fun. How about a Lancer mech like me? You can buy a Fantasia Lancer and smash your enemies. See, she is a girl mech. Linda took a moment to pull up the Lark Industries store page on her comm, showing off her Fantasia. Kitty glanced over it and immediately knew it wasn't for her. The massive lance the mech carried reminded her of the stupid shield. I don't think that one is for me, she commented quietly. The smaller girl curled into herself. She wanted to spend time with her best friend, but Linda's renewed interest in mechs, just as Kitty's had plummeted, meant her best friend was often going to gaming stores after school. Alone. Kitty grimaced, looking back at Linda's comm and noticing the second mech that was listed just beside the Lancer. Saber, she whispered quietly, noticing the long sword the female-styled mech was using was very much not a saber. Linda heard her whisper, though. Oh, there is a new one, Fantasia Saber. Oh, look, it's just like mine. A Fantasia mech, but this one has a sword. Oh, the armor looks cool too, Linda commented, actually getting excited. If not for her love of piloting Lancer mechs now, she would have wanted to buy this one too. Kitty, it's not just a variant by the same designer, but it's the first model. See, it's cheaper than normal. You should definitely get it. We can be like sisters. Kitty felt her face heat up. She really didn't want to pilot mechs anymore. But Linda was her best friend. She felt her will crumble in the face of Linda's strong peer pressure. A few moments later, Kitty found her comm in her hand as she slowly navigated to the same page. Purchased. Okay, so here is your pod. I'll go ahead and create a practice area. Just log in and wait for the message. Linda offered with a wave as she rushed towards another one of the sim pods. Kitty sighed now that she was alone. She didn't want to do this. Mechs weren't fun. They were supposed to be, but it was just older kids telling you what to do, what to pilot. And when you failed, or didn't want to do what they wanted, you were yelled at. Kitty knew Linda would be disappointed and angry when she couldn't keep up. Couldn't fight right. She also couldn't just not try. Linda was her best friend after all. She clambered into the pod, logged in on her account. A few moments later, a message popped up, inviting her to a practice zone. She accepted and selected her new mech and felt the world around her shift and change as she was now sitting inside a mech, a forest filled with randomly wandering mechs around her. Before she could even move, an explosion rang out, causing her to jump and nearly topple in her mech. A flicker later, and a new mech appeared pristine and unharmed, despite standing next to a pile of destroyed mech parts. Yeah, Linda yelled out over the comms, nearly dancing in place with her mech. I love when they blow up. Come on, Kitty, get used to your mech. I'll just be over here practicing my aim. Then Linda's mech's thrusters ignited, sending it bursting across the ground, only to smash into another mech in a riot of noise as the two mechs smashed each other apart. Then Linda's mech reappeared pristine and ready to do it again. Kitty shivered. It was actually kind of scary how easily Linda blasted her mech into pieces over and over again. But she took a breath and put her hands on the controls of her new mech. The feeling was completely different. It was so much smaller than her last night mech, and despite feeling out of sorts having never piloted it before, when she moved her arm, her mech actually moved at a speed she thought of as being normal, unlike the jerky, slow movement she was used to. She took a few steps, and just feeling how light it felt, it was almost more like dancing than the heavy stomps she expected. She exhaled, reaching at her side for the blade that was there. Slowly she pulled it free, liking the feel as the long blade left its scabbard. When she pulled the sword free, she felt an odd feeling rising up in her chest. The sword was oddly beautiful, but it felt heavy. She felt disquieted, as if drawing this blade meant more for her than just drawing a weapon. She shook the feeling away as she put herself in a sword stance she had been taught in class. But it immediately felt wrong. Instead, she took the blade and placed it low, and behind the long blade, nearly scraping the floor behind her as she suddenly swung up. It was weak. The arms of the mech were able to make the motion, but it wasn't strong enough. She sighed. Had she made a mistake? Bought the wrong mech? She wanted to be with Linda, but if she just held her back, would Linda grow to hate her? She felt her hands brush a control idly, and the loud noise of a rocket going off suddenly rocked her mech, her arms literally almost pulling her off her feet. Her mech unbalanced, she only barely managed to keep from falling forward by pushing her sword into the ground to balance her. She felt her heart beating fast as she realized what it was that happened. She hated falling over, she thought, shaking at the near miss, looking over wondering if Linda had seen her accident, but her friend was currently laughing uproariously at the fact her mech was crushing mechs into spare parts. She pulled the sword free and returned to the stance that felt right. Despite never fighting with a sword like this one, she took a deep breath, and this time when she swung, he activated the thrusters in the hands of her mech. The sword whistled around the roar of the thrust. It was a flash of silver in her vision, and she felt her entire mech shift with the sword, and she would have once more unbalanced if she hadn't had the quick thought to activate the thrusters in the other direction, which slowed the blade just before it either twisted her mech in a circle or sent the sword flying from its grip. She was breathing hard, she realized, the image of the blade cutting through the air, so fast it was impossible to see. She took a step forward, and then another, eyes locked onto a night mech. Similar to her old mech walking around like a robot. She took her stance, and as the mech came forward, she swung. The flash of blue-silver light, and the sword smashed into the night. The heavier mech slammed back, a chunk of its armor smashed away from the sword, but after a few moments it continued its motion. She felt ashamed. She had watched Linda smash these mechs into pieces over and over again, but Kitty couldn't destroy a single one. She felt herself shutting down like she does when things go wrong. Her panic attacks cause her to hyperventilate. Her doctor always told her she was just an anxious child and would grow out of it eventually. She hadn't, though. Her friends would think she was pathetic and weak, and she would lose Linda as her best friend and. She stopped. She wasn't sure how. She had never managed to calm herself before. She had gone to the hospital the last time she had a panic attack this bad. But it had stopped. She felt herself take a strong, deep breath and let it loose. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. And it was fine. She put herself back into the stance and then slammed the sword forward once more. She pulled it free and did it again. And again. And again. By the end of it, her eyes were filled with tears, and the night mech. That stupid thing was scrap and ruined, but still shifting and groaning as it tried to move. She raised the sword up above her head, breathing calm and steady despite her blurred vision, and she felt her thumb press another button. Not sure what it was, but it just felt right as she roared down, bringing the sword down onto the mech. This time it didn't clang or stop. This time the silver sword was glowing a bright gold as something she didn't even realize happened. The mech had a heat blade module, something she wasn't aware of and didn't even really know the name of. But this time, when her thrusters sent the sword down in a shining gold blur this time, the sword didn't stop. The night mech fell, its head and upper body split in two. Her breathing was so calm, she thought, as she pulled the blade free with a shake, seeing the melted armor and electronics drip from her blade. She made a motion, but aborted it when she realized she had made to sheath the sword. She looked around and noticed her sheath on the ground behind her Linda's lancer, standing over it watching her. She felt her eyes widen for a moment as she scrubbed her eyes, realizing her friend had been watching her freak out. The comm system activated and Linda's voice surged through. "That was so cool. Your sword was like whoosh and the mech was all crunch. That was awesome, Kitty." Linda's eager words calmed her. Her friend didn't care that she smashed up the practice mech. It was okay. She walked over, her mech fluid as she reached down and picked up the scabbard, resheathing her sword, and it felt just right to do so. "Hey Linda, I actually like this mech. Can we practice some more?" she asked aloud. She felt so much more confident. No, that wasn't it. She was still afraid. But she knew that she had to do this, and had to take a step forward. Even if she fell, she couldn't give up. Every step took her closer and closer to that ever-distant goal. Yeah. Chapter 6. The night sky was beautiful, eldritch, as the clouds still shone in rainbow light even at night. My next mech was difficult. Unfortunately, I was still fairly limited in components. I simply didn't have the money to buy a new mech's license. Using the Fantasia to keep practicing new skills was probably my only real bet. Luckily, I was a Gundam fan and knew that any mech can have a million variants. I'm looking at you, Zaku, so I spent the afternoon wondering what I wanted to build next. A spearman mech, Q-Chulin, Scathach, or a rifleman. Shiru, he had an altar that used guns. Could be a cool concept. But the Fantasia was so limited. Lancer only worked as a kill the enemy or die trying mech. And Saber was more of a sudden urge than a completely viable mech. The mech had some serious flaws that even without my new physics knowledge I had already realized. Didn't stop making it cool though. I shook myself up as I stood up. I had wasted a lot of time going in circles on what to build, when I should just build and worry about it later. The limitations of the Fantasia meant I could only really do light mech archetypes, and I had seen one in action not long ago. A skirmisher mech. No, I thought of 2 blades and a small body. An assassin. The idea came easily enough. A little assassin with 2 blades, coming down on someone from above. Assassin. A girl with a skull mask, hiding in shadows and with a pair of brutal blades. The legs would be tough. I would have to increase their power drastically to give a high enough leap, or maybe use some rockets to get the height. The blades were easy. I could probably craft or find a pair to license. The heat blade module could be reused again. But an assassin needed to hide, and I had some ideas for that. Smoke-laying module, and probably some flash grenades. That is going to cost me. And a cloak. I decided on it with a smile. Cloth didn't work well with mechs, I knew. But a virtual mech was different. You didn't have to worry about replacing it after every match. I was thinking more towards the Hassan assassins. But with such a small body and using smoke. Well, she was an interesting character. I decided the image in my mind of the assassin merging with another. All right, Jack, let's see what we can do to bring you to life. Unfortunately, it was late. I placed some of the basic thoughts into the system before logging out and dropping into bed. The next morning, I went to school, focusing on my math work. During lunch, I was still invited to sit with Team Cloudstep, or at least those that went to this school. Shane and Vance both went to different schools. Well, everyone except for Sue, who didn't sit with the others, instead sitting far away in the lunchroom from the team. There was a quiet strum of anger through the table, although I was relieved to note none of it was directed at me. Sue quit, Sam tells me, noticing my confusion. We were already out of the tournament, but without a 5th, we won't be able to join the next one. Before I could even open my mouth to ask, Paul started. Recruiting is easy. Good recruiting is hard. Finding someone good enough that we can work with is going to take time, even if they are good. We have to learn how to work with each other. And there is another problem. Shane. 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 All 3 boys stated at once with a groan. My confusion was obvious, and John added, Shane joined for Sue. Without her, we might be down another pilot. And finding a good Lancer pilot is hard. Finding a Defense Knight pilot, that's really hard. No one wants to pilot a slow tank mech. They want to defeat someone. I nodded. Kids don't usually want to do the boring bits in a game. And Iron Spirit was very much a game. Why play a tank when you could play DPS? DPS outnumber tanks in any game. Even more so when you are looking at 10 to 16-year-olds. Shane was an odd duck, as he liked being difficult to kill more than he liked killing. Team Cloud Skip was in trouble. We can always just go heavier offense, but that still means we need to add in 2 new pilots, and that is going to take time. The choice was difficult for them. The team wasn't popular, frankly. It was an after-school Iron Spirit team in the lowest tier. Most people watched tournaments of 5-star mechs at least. If my friend's mech tournament dreams were going to continue, they needed 2 new pilots. I'll start asking around. We can always just fill, Sam offered with a grimace that quickly matched the rest of the team. We aren't good enough to just fill our team with a body, Sam. If we can't get someone skilled, then we are done. We would just wash out in the first match. Paul stood up. I'm going to go try talking to Sue again, he offered as he walked over. It didn't seem to go well. Linda caught. After school, Linda was so excited. Kitty was actually joining her in Iron Spirit. She hadn't managed to get her friend to actually go into a real match yet, but she had agreed to fight Linda, which was fun. Neither girl seemed to mind when they lost. Kitty didn't even cry when she lost. Linda had known Kitty all her life. They were best friends forever. But she also knew her friend was a bit of a crybaby. Linda had long ago learned not to be competitive with Kitty, which was fine. Linda just liked being with her best friend. But Kitty had changed. Once they both got set up in the pods, Kitty had been firm about wanting to practice against a person, which is why Linda was so happy. She charged, feeling her fantasia flow into a gallop below her. Ha! The older but smaller girl roared out as she brought her sword blazing red and gold down onto Linda's lance. Trying and once more failing to knock the lance off course, both mechs collided and smashed apart, although Kitty definitely lost in the attack. But Kitty was not giving up. Let's go again, she called out after resetting. Linda felt her grin stretching across her face. She galloped up again, and again, and again. Each time the golden burning sword smashed into her lance, which was pretty impressive. Kitty actually hits it every time now, after only a few days of playing around with her fantasia. Linda reset and galloped at her friend, a smile stretching across her face as everything in the world was just the charge. Kitty gripped her sword, adjusting her grip. She was sure she had it right this time. Both girls roared as they smashed into each other again. Neither were willing to give up. Neither knew how much they were changed by their mechs, and neither knew how much their mechs were changed by them. The spirits within the mech were weak, barely capable of decision-making or thought. But their pilots were strengthened by their existence, and in symbiosis, they were strengthened in turn. Damn, I muttered, staring at the Fantasia Ripper. It wasn't done yet, not even close. But I had hit a stumbling block. This mech sucks at jumping. I groaned. My assassin needed to be mobile, and it needed to be able to jump, but in order to get any height I would have to rely on jets or rockets. Yet, those things are loud, I groaned. The design spirit in my head wanted to gain height and come down on its enemies. That was how I had imagined her, but it wasn't able to do that if it couldn't jump. Unlike the Lancer, this mech was supposed to be actually battle-worthy. I couldn't just design it to slam into its enemies with rockets. And rocket science was rocket science for a reason. It's hard. I didn't have the math knowledge for it. The physics knowledge I gained helped, but it was a mechanical problem I was stuck at, and despite my knowledge gained from the system, I didn't have enough to get the Fantasia's legs to jump high enough without tearing apart. Gravity was a cruel mistress, especially with a mech dropping from a height. The Ripper would either rip its legs apart in the process of jumping, or land and have both legs snap. I thought about trying something different, but I could feel my assassin image in my head frown at me as if begging me not to let that aspect go. I went back to the design, ignoring the legs for now. Instead, I was adjusting weapons and equipment. Already, I had spent another 20,000 credits for some weapons and equipment. A new submachine gun that was more powerful than the Fantasia's starting one. A short blade that I liked, for its armor-piercing qualities. The addition of the heat module made the 2 blades I added very effective. A smoke grenade license. That was also a chaff system to disrupt most sensor systems. Which led me to my second tricky bit of design. It was a lantern that when activated would release a huge amount of the smoke and chaff, capable of creating far more smoke than just a normal smoke grenade. It was half a dozen smoke grenades all stored in a much, much larger container. With that, it opened another issue that I had to pull out the credits for. Smoke was all well and good, if you weren't blinded by it yourself. The Fantasia already had a strong sensor package as it was originally a scout mech, But it wasn't enough. I ended up spending an additional 10,000 credits on Echo Advanced Chaff-Resistant Thermal Optics. My late-night alarm rang, and I rubbed my eyes, putting the design to the side. Bed first, then school, then mech design. The rest of the week went by in a blur. Schoolwork, hanging out with my new friends that were urgently trying to find a couple of new potentates to get back to 5, or working on the Ripper when I got home. The weapon systems were going well. The durability of the mech was a definite problem I was actually working on. Trying to keep the entire mech working, even when it would inevitably be damaged, was frustrating work. And I vowed to myself late one night to learn some damage control knowledge from the system next time I got a chance. The jumping ability of my mech was still a complete halt to its design. My knowledge was just too limited. I had already lightened the mech by using the Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating. But it wasn't just a matter of weight. The legs simply weren't designed for such massive leaps. I groaned as I stared up at my room's ceiling late at night. The system opened in front of me, staring at the internals of the legs, and I was simply stuck. I was still very lacking as a mech designer. I closed the system down and rolled over. I would figure something out. Melinda Larkinson. Melinda Larkinson was a mech pilot. It was all she had ever wanted to do, and as a Larkinson, she had known from the get-go how to do it. It was why she was already a second lieutenant in the Bentheim Guard mech squadron, despite being so young. She had raced through the military academy, scored very high on her mech piloting tests, and had been happy to be commissioned as a guard. It was what she had always wanted. But that didn't mean she didn't like to keep practicing, keep improving. It was every mech pilot's goal to advance to expert pilot after all. Still stuck on Bentheim with her squadron meant she couldn't just go out and experience battles. The guards were relatively quiet overall, mostly used as a deterrent and of course assisting the Bentheim police. So Melinda spent most of her days in her mech simply following prescribed patrol routes. So whenever she was off duty, she would often find herself on Iron Spirit. So of course she had kept an eye on Lark Industries, her little cousin's mech studio. Of course Ves hadn't actually revealed his little hobby to anyone, but if there was one thing everyone in the clan knew about Rincol Larkinson, it was that anything to do with Ves would be shared with everyone he met. The man treasured his son like no other. So of course he had proudly shared the story of his son deciding to become a mech designer with everyone in the family. He had of course demanded everyone keep it secret that they knew until Ves was confident enough to tell the clan about his decision. So of course everyone had been watching his store page. She had laughed at his Fantasia 2L. It was a mess, and even though she loved Ves, she had hesitated in buying that one. The saber was more interesting, although it was still a pretty poor variant, turning a light scout into a swordsman mech. That would only lead to you getting smashed in battle pretty quickly. She had hesitated in buying the first one and was pleased that it had been picked up so she wouldn't have to pilot it, letting her continue to practice in her 5-star mechs. But she couldn't deny that she kept peeking at his store page to see how he was doing. Which was not well. He had only sold a few mechs, mostly the first of each of his 2 models, which because it was crafted by Ves were cheaper than the copies that were sold by the Iron Spirit store. Which was why she was now on her comm speaking to the Larkinson patriarch, her and Ves's grandfather Benjamin Larkinson. "I'm worried, Grandpa. Ves finally seemed to work out of his rut, but if this doesn't work, I'm really worried he will drive himself back into it again." Melinda offered, biting at her lip. She was currently sitting at home talking to him through a comm message. She was currently on Bentheim, while Benjamin was on Reitersburg, the capital of the Republic. Her grandfather sighed as he stroked at his whitened beard. "I understand your concern, Melinda. Believe me, Ves's depression at not being a potentate worried me as well. But I don't know what you want me to do. Other than hoping he sticks with his new interest, there isn't a lot we can do to support him. Isn't there like an upcoming mech designer internship or something we can set up?" She nearly begged. She loved Ves. He had been one of the closest to her growing up. She had always felt more like his big sister than his older cousin. "You know there is. But nothing Ves qualifies for. He's only 14, Melinda. Even at best, the design colleges don't start offering anything like that until they are actually eligible to join the college. Or if they have done something amazing. He coughs into his hand for a moment. While I love Ves, his mechs so far haven't awed me. No, they haven't done that, she groaned. The mechs were weird. Most people, herself included, took one look at them and just laughed. His lancer mech that tore itself apart, and his swordsman light mech that wasn't fast enough to be considered a skirmisher. It was like he was trying to build mechs that wouldn't sell. What about money? We could get him some better licenses. He could do more with that. She argued, but even she knew that was an argument with no win. The Larkinson finances are tight. You know that. You're an adult now. We are already saving for after the next war. It will be coming soon enough. Benjamin said, head bent. The Bright Vision War would start again soon. Nearly once a generation it happened. Vesia, being the kingdom next to the Bright Republic, always set its sights on the weaker Republic for conquest and plunder, and every time the Brighters fought back. Dealing enough damage and prolonging the war long enough, the Vesian infighting ended the war in a stalemate. It was tradition between the two countries by this point. Although the hatred between the two was real and spoke of a century of war between them. I know. The silence dragged on for a long time. But that doesn't mean we can't do anything. We are still Larkinsons. I'll put out a few feelers to some mech designers the family has used in the past. Maybe we can get some advice passed on, if nothing else. Thank you, Grandpa. I know Ves will appreciate it. Melinda ended the call not long after a few final farewells, feeling better that she had done something, finally, to help her favorite cousin. Catherine Wilson. I am so excited, Linda squealed as she hugged Kitty. They had practiced together every day after school. Linda didn't mind. She loved charging with her lancer, and Kitty was getting really fun to try and hit. Her attempts to deflect her lance had started off a little silly, but she had actually improved a lot over the week. I guess I am too. Kitty offered in turn. The normally quiet girl was walking with a lifted head, her eyes sharper than they had been before. She was enjoying the challenge, the improvement. But today was different because Linda's pleading had finally worn through, and as they walked into the game store and settled into their pods, Kitty didn't hit the training option. She instead accepted a party invite from Fierce Bear God, and she watched as they were put into a queue for 2v2 matches. The weight was hitting her. Her chest was hammering as she waited for the match to connect. She was sitting in a blank space with a K timer and a chat channel. But she felt alone in the dark. She almost backed out, wanting to run when the world materialized around her. She wasn't alone. She felt her saber all around her as her mech reached down and gripped the hilt of her sword. Her heartbeat calmed. Her breathing evened. "Let's go!" Linda called out, as always wanting to move as soon as she was in her mech, although she kept it to a stumbling walking speed. That was all her mech could do without activating her rockets. The cityscape around them was pristine, a perfect representation of a large city, vehicles parked along the roads, above them a strange triple suns blazing down. Kitty took a step forward, and then another, walking alongside her friend. She didn't like fighting. It had always been her problem. Conflict was something she ran away from, never sought out. But here she was, actually participating in a mech battle. She nearly shivered at the idea, her hand gripping the hilt of her blade as the two turned a corner and saw their enemies. The two mechs weren't something either pilot recognized, but they did recognize what they were facing when a second later a large boom blasted across their face. The building, a skyscraper, already beginning to tip over from the explosion as both pilots realized their enemy was at least one heavy mech. Neither girl really cared much about mech weights or types. Although as mech crazy as their culture was, they could recognize the differences. Light mechs, medium mechs, and heavy mechs. Slow, ponderous, but with incredible armor and weapons. Heavy mechs usually acted as mobile artillery. "Crap!" Linda cried out as she had to stumble backwards as the building came down between them and the heavy mech, the riot of noise and debris causing both girls to freeze up and hesitate, neither sure what to do. Which was a hesitation too long. A second boom echoed out, and the building, still settling in front of them, exploded outwards, causing both their mechs to alert to damage as they were forced stumbling backwards. Kitty was frozen. She could feel her chest freezing up, the panic attacks that had hindered her entire life coming to the fore. She wasn't ready for this. Charge! Linda cried out over the line, startling her as the rockets on her Lancer flared to life, sending the girl rushing forward at an incredible pace. Kitty gasped as Linda moved. It was awkward and shaky at times, and twice Linda looked as if he lost control of her own lance that threatened to twist her in the wrong direction, and yet it shifted her straight out of the line of fire of another incoming shot, which buried into the ground in a massive explosion. By the time the dust settled enough to see it was over, the heavy mech had a new ornament, a lance sticking from its chassis. Smoke billowed from the rent in its armor, and as it shifted, a grinding noise could be heard. Yet Kitty realized with shock, it was still alive. Her friend's mech smashed across its front. Linda had damaged the beast of a mech, but failed to finish it. The mech shifted, a grinding noise echoing through the dirty cityscape as something was jammed on its insides with the lance still sticking out of it. The right side of the mech swayed and wobbled. The lance ruined its ability to keep the massive weapon stable. It shot. Kitty jumped, her heart beating, breath heaving, and her blood utterly cold as she realized she was alone. She wanted to run away. Tears poured down her cheeks, and all the practice she had done in the last week seemed pointless. She couldn't even draw her sword. That's all she had to do, but she couldn't. Because if she did, it would mean she had to fight. And fighting terrified her. "Kitty, you okay?" Linda's voice in her ear startled her again, and she realized that once again her friend was listening to her shaky breath through their connection. If you don't want to play this, we can go back to just practice. It's still fun." "I can't." The words were stolen from her as a mech suddenly appeared in front of her. It was large, strong, and it carried a sword that was more a hunk of metal than a blade. It didn't hesitate. It drew back and swung. Instinct or muscle memory is the only thing that saved her. She drew her sword upwards, forgetting to even unsheath the blade as it arced up. She toggled her thrusters too early, causing her blade to crash into the swinging sword at the wrong time. She was flying for a moment before she crashed down, the sim pod wobbly, indicating she would have been tossed around like a rag doll. Adrenaline surging, she struggled to get her mech back up on its feet, managing to bear her blade against the sword mech for a moment before its hunk of metal crashed into her. Everything went black in the pod. "You lose." Her breathing was heavy, but it wasn't her panic attack as she struggled to keep her hands from shaking. Kitty was always afraid. It was a constant problem. Afraid of new people. Afraid of making a mistake. Afraid. But she wasn't afraid right now. This was something new. We lost. "Oh well, did you see my charge? That heavy mech was all grah, and I was like, boom. You did pretty good too, Kitty. How are you feeling?" Linda's voice came in through our chat log. I feel like I don't want to lose," she finally admitted, surprised at herself. Competitive? Never. She was more likely to run and cry when she lost, rather than get annoyed at losing. "Linda, let's go again." I was taking a short break from mech design, mostly because I was stuck. But that was fine. Spending some time with my dad was nice. He was a cool guy, and he had plenty of stories about fighting in mechs that were awesome to listen to. But it was the chirp of my comm that drew us away from the show we were both watching. Entertainment was entertainment in the end. Flicking my comm on, I was surprised to see my grandfather. "How have you been, Ves?" my grandfather Benjamin Larkinson asked through the comm call. "I've been all right. Busy recently, but all right," I muttered, seeing my dad pause the program we were watching to let me focus on the call. "Glad to hear it. I have heard about your new interest. How is it going?" I quirked an eyebrow at the question. My memories of Benjamin meant I knew a lot about the man, including how smart he was. An expert pilot that was injured and became a member of the Ministry of Defense. That was a mark of how smart he was, and how respected. "It goes okay, Grandpa, although I guess you must have already seen my mechs if you know about it. They aren't good or anything, but I've been learning a lot from each one." "Good. Good. I was talking to Melinda the other day. She mentioned she was concerned about your lack of licenses and things to practice with. While the family is very happy about your interest, we aren't in a position to financially sup—" "Grandpa," I interrupt, already able to tell where this is going. "I'm really happy with mech design stuff, but right now I'm just working on the basics. I have a mech license I won through a contest and a little bit of credits, enough to purchase some minor stuff to work with. It's not a lot, but at the moment it's more than enough for me. You don't have to worry about me asking for any credits. I don't really need anything like that. It would just get in the way. The older man looked me over for a moment before nodding. You have matured, he said, his face breaking into a warm smile. I'm proud of what I am seeing, Ves. He offers these kind words, and a part of me that was teenager, Ves, felt warm at the praise. I guess I just got tired of feeling sorry for myself, which was true enough, from a certain point of view. I'm glad, but don't think that your family has nothing to offer a future mech designer. His grandfather offers a message popping up on his screen. I reached out to some contacts when I told them I had a grandson interested in mech design. They sent me a few things that you might get some use out of. Also, the journeyman I spoke with offered to give you an internship at his company if you could pass that test. Benjamin offered with a grin as I looked over the test. It led to a website for a company. Green Mech Works, which was led by Marcus Grine. I read off the website. Marcus did some work on Ark's mechs before he became an expert candidate. He has a good relationship with our family, so we reach out to him for mech issues. He seemed quite pleased that I spoke with him about our newest mech designer. Benjamin chuckled as he gave Ves a fond smile. Thanks, Grandpa. I offered earnestly, looking up from the website to offer him a wide grin. I'll work hard to be able to pass this test. Who knows, I might get it done before I even graduate high school. I offered with a wink that had my grandfather chuckling, although he didn't say anything to disabuse my words, even if he knew how unlikely that would be. But I had the system on my wrist, so it was almost a sure boast. We spoke for a few more minutes about the family and if I needed anything, but my grandfather needed to go not long after I received my package. Nice of Pops to do that, Dad offered as he stirred me away from reading through the beginning of one of the design supplements. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised. I haven't exactly been doing much to earn good grandson credits, I joked, earning a huffed laugh from my father. You just had a rough time of it. Everyone has been worried about you. I was able to call Pops the other day and tell him you were doing well for the first time in years. It's nice. I got a fluffed head of hair which I batted away, which inevitably ended in a wrestling match between the two of us. Exhausted and defeated by my stupid mech warrior of a father, I dragged my exhausted body back into my room, slumping onto my bed next to Corey, who meowed at me in response, telling me to turn over. Well, Corey, I think we are doing pretty well, I told her as she settled into my lap. I opened a few of the textbooks to browse through them, and it was only thanks to my system-enhanced mechanics skill that I was able to actually understand a few things. I was even able to quickly nod along with as I learned something new. I ended up nose buried into the textbooks for a good while that day. Chapter 7. Catherine Wilson. Kitty felt her mech shift under her as she blocked again. Her arms felt like jello, her legs were shivering as she did everything to just survive. She was alone. No Linda this time to roar encouragement into her ear. Just the silence between mechs smashing into each other. Kitty had no idea what had driven her to do this alone. The heavier swordsman mech she was facing, and that was the extent of her knowledge of it, was smashing into her mech. Her blade was barely keeping up. Somehow she found her blade angling in the right way to keep herself from getting cut, but every time it was a close thing. And it was getting closer. Her blade continued to streak out, a blinding white as it curved and shifted constantly, parrying the larger blade to the side and away from her. Yet all the while her body felt like rebelling. She wanted to puke, or cry, or curl up in her chair, but her fear kept her moving. Her gasping breaths, the only sound she could allow herself as she was hammered again and again. She could feel the warning of her mech as damage was building up, her saber so small when compared to the hulking beast that was hammering at her. And yet, she could feel it. An itch along the back of her spine, her hair raising up. The larger mech raised its sword up, high above its head, but it never got a chance to bring the blade down. Her arm thrusters activated and her white-hot blade pierced through metal. The first time her sword had actually managed to pierce the other mech's heavier armor. The mech twitched and shifted, but after a moment the screen went black, and in heavy gold letters shining like stars. Winner. The breath she had been holding came out of her like a popped balloon. She had done it. She rested back for a moment, closing her eyes and just breathing as the golden letters played over her eyelids. This wasn't like her. Winning. Putting herself in this sort of thing, fighting. But she couldn't help but admit she was starting to like it. She stayed like that for a few minutes, just catching her breath and waiting until her arms stopped shaking so much. Then she did something she never would have expected she was capable of. She didn't hit the logout button. Instead, she jumped into another match. Her heart rate skyrocketed as it waited for a match to be found, and then an ancient forest, a modern city, a desert battle. She fought each one, each time giving it her all. In the ancient forest, she fought a rifleman Mech. The ballistic rifleman kept running away from her. At first, she let it, only to find herself running away from it in turn as her mech was peppered at range. She finally forced herself to stop running, to stop waiting for the other mech to close in. So she charged, chasing after the elusive ranged mech. She died. Her mech failed as it struggled to get closer to the quick ballistic mech. Not even when she decided to try deflecting the rounds with her sword saved her. Not even when for a few moments it worked, her blade sparking when the bullet bounced away. Then the next 5 struck true. The modern city was against a spearman mech. The tight confines were a struggle. She decided to use what she had learned. She didn't wait. Not this time. She charged into the city. But every time she found the spear mech, it would strike at her from odd angles. Between buildings too small for her to fit through, but fine for its lance, it was a constant struggle. Her breath hitched in her chest every time she ducked around a corner. Finally, she realized this wasn't working, and instead of being led around, she used the terrain to her advantage, climbing up a building before dropping down onto the spearmen. The surprise attack worked. Her heat blade scored deep into the spearman's arms, disabling his spear. And then she slashed her sword through the mech. The victory left her elated, but the desert reminded her she was still so new to this. She took what she had learned and charged into the desert. She tried to use the few dunes as cover to move around to try and find her enemy before they found her. But that was a failure. She remained crouched between 2 dunes, the old wreckage of mechs surrounding her giving her some cover, but suddenly she knew. She leapt away just as a cascade of missiles slammed into where she had been crouching. She wasn't left unscathed, and when the barrage finally ended, she looked up into the second missile rack of a flying mech. The large vulture-like mech didn't hesitate, and this time, despite seeing the attack coming, she couldn't move away fast enough. She was sweating and gasping for breath when the screen went black. Yet, she felt so thrilled. She had fought. It took her a while to pull herself out of the sim pod. Her entire body was shaking, and it took her most of the walk home to realize it wasn't her usual weakness. It was adrenaline. I am an idiot, I groaned as I pulled myself out of bed at nearly 3 in the morning. I hadn't been able to sleep. My assassin wasn't going anywhere without me figuring out how to make it leap. And then it struck me like a bolt. I couldn't jump quietly. It wasn't going to happen. I didn't have enough money to purchase enough licenses to get it to work, and I didn't have enough mechanical knowledge to work it out from the other way. But I forgot something very important. Assassins aren't always quiet. Sometimes they have to go loud. And when you go loud, go ultra loud. I immediately jumped onto my terminal despite the late hour and went browsing. It took me almost an hour on top of that to find what I wanted. My assassin would end up carrying a lot of consumable equipment now, but it would work. I finalized the license purchase, which had me wincing at the cost. As another 5,000 disappeared, but what I purchased would solve the noise problem. I almost let myself jump onto the system and get some work in, but despite being stuck on this problem for most of the week, I still had to sleep. I groaned as I rolled into bed and tried to sleep. Not that I got much of that either. School in the morning was going to suck. "So is Ves dead?" John asked as he poked me on the cheek, which I gurgled in anger at him in response. "Yep, here lies Ves, our friend, and oof." Sam grunted as I elbowed him lightly as I blinked my eyes at the group around my school desk. I definitely fell asleep during class. Laugh it up, I didn't sleep well last night. I grumble as I nonchalantly wipe the drool off my chin and stretch my back to try and help me wake up. I glanced around at Sam and John, who were standing around me, laughing at my tiredness. "So what kept you up all night, Ves, new mech?" Sam asked, his comm already half ready to open a menu to check before I shake my head. "Still working on it, but I was stuck all week trying to get something to work, and I finally had a breakthrough last night. At like 3, so this morning, I guess." I grumble a little. "Rough, but you made a breakthrough. What is it, rifleman? Swordsman?" Sam begged, his eyes bright with happiness. "Nope, it's not done. No previews." I push back with a tired grin. I really was exhausted, which was frustrating. I have had late nights before, in this life and the last. Memories of mech kits coming in late in the day leading to all-night mech building binges filled my head. But I wasn't used to being this tired out from them. Maybe I did need to sleep more, or exercise. Nah. Deciding I wanted to change the topic as Sam didn't look like he was willing to let it go, I spoke up before he did. "So how is the team?" I asked, which stalled Sam's voice for a moment. "Not good. Sue is fully out. She got picked up by another team. Shane is a maybe. Apparently Sue's new team doesn't need a second new member, so he is in flux. We might be able to get him to fight with us a few more times." Sam rubbed his eyes as he spoke, as the official team manager. He was taking the team's troubles hard. "We started doing some recruiting, but it's hit or miss. If we need to fill, that's easy enough. Lots of kids want to be on a mech team. It's good practice, and it looks good when they try to get into a mech academy or join the mech forces." John said from beside me. "Yeah, but finding someone good enough is impossible. If they are skilled, they are already on a team." Sam said tiredly. "Trust me, I've asked every ranked, semi-ranked, and pilot with potential in our school. Plus, I checked out the game store, and I've been active online. Nothing. We get offers, but whenever I check them out, they are duds." I grimaced along with the 2 other boys as the situation became plain. "Team Cloud Step is going to be a stepping stone for other teams during tournaments," I said, and watched both of them groan as they slumped in their seats. "Thanks, Ves. Very reassuring," John grumbled before sighing. "But yeah, we will keep looking, but, well, we might be in for a rough patch." I sat with the boys through the rest of the break period, fighting yawns as the 3 of us chatted. This was a problem, but not something I could do anything about. If the team broke apart, it broke apart. Hopefully it wouldn't. I hated seeing my friends fail after all. Linda caught. After school, Linda was excited. Kitty was getting interested in mech piloting, and they were doing it together. She skipped and hummed along as Kitty followed her into the game store. Linda couldn't help but notice that her friend was starting to act differently. She had actually stood up in class to offer her opinion on a topic Linda hadn't been paying attention to. Kitty never stood up in class, ever. Kitty had always walked with a slouch and her arms up like she was ready to push away the world. But now, her back was straight. Not perfectly upwards, but her head was higher than it had ever been before. Linda recognized it, though. Kitty was walking more like the saber she piloted now. The smile on Linda's face as the 2 girls clambered into their sim pods lasted until their first doubles match started. It was just bad luck. The name of the enemy mech as it came into view had her grimacing. "Dark Master Sword," she muttered as she readied her charge. That was Jaime. That was her brother's stupid swordsman mech. The mech he had forced her to pilot crappy rifleman mechs to support him. "Kitty, that's my stupid brother. Don't lose to him," she called out before setting her sights on the second mech. A rifleman, because her brother was stupid. She charged before her brother's mech could react, and as she approached, she dodged and took fire from the rifleman. It didn't matter, though. Fierce Bear God didn't care about losing an arm. She had another, as long as she could hold her lance. Well, the urban town-like environment didn't slow her. With a slight angle of her remaining arm, her charge ran up the side of the building the rifleman was hiding on top of. As he tried to avoid her land-bound lancer, it wasn't enough to protect against her charge. She loved the impact, the feel of her lance smashing into mechs. The rifleman was mashed into spare parts, even if her lancer didn't take the impact much better. She could still move, but she was out. Her legs mangled from slowing after her charge. She was able to turn her head and take in the fight between her friend and brother. It was awesome. Catherine Wilson, Kitty was out of her league. Jamie had more than a year of experience under his belt. He had the best swordsman mech. And he had been excited to pilot from day one, unlike her. All those thoughts were running through her head, but when he rushed her, his movements were angry as he must have recognized his sister's ID. She drew her blade. The soft whisper of it leaving the sheath was all she needed to have those petty concerns slide away. What did he have that she didn't? Experience. She had swung her blade plenty. Effort to improve. What had she been doing these past weeks? Every day, and even sometimes at night when she couldn't sleep, she had swung this blade, or a practice sword her parents had gifted her, when she had explained she had been piloting a swordsman mech. The battle between Linda and her enemy was already over before Kitty's fight had even started. She could feel Linda watching. That was enough. She breathed in once, heavy and firm. Her usual quaking was non-existent. Her grip was firm. She had spent a night practicing how to better hold swords. Watched videos of expert swordsman mechs and how they gripped, how they swung. She noticed it. Jaime's grip was too tight. He was letting his anger overcome him. As he finally approached, his rushed charge coming in, she exhaled. Her blade burned, her arm thrusters ignited, and she did what she always should have done in the past. She swung. To Linda, watching the fight, there was only one word she could think of. Beautiful. She struck, pushing Jaime's sword out of alignment, letting it flow past her without touching her mech. He didn't hesitate to swing again, and she was ready. Her sword lightly followed his blade before pushing it away, again and again, and as he lost himself in trying to destroy her. Kitty was slowly melting his mech's hands, her heat blade parrying, until finally as he swung, his mech's grip failed. His sword went flying, and a moment later, so did his head. Linda caught. "What the heck, Linda?" Jaime, her brother, yelled as he was pounding on her sim pod. With a groan, she ended the session and felt the pod open up, only to face her red-faced older brother. "What, you lost?" she yelled back, not noticing that more than a few of the people in the store were looking at the two. "That's impossible. You suck at piloting. You can't even shoot straight. What was with that crappy Lancer mech? I got you the best rifleman in the tier. Why are you piloting garbage? And who was in that girly sword mech? It was bullshit." Linda laughed. He dared talk about her Lancer. "Garbage? What does that make you? You lost to my garbage just fine. That rifleman mech you are so proud of lost instantly against my Lancer. And you and your best sword mech got beaten by Kitty," she yelled into his face. He may be 11, older than her and more experienced. But he was also a stupid head, and his face looked very stupid right then. His face was blotched red, and he was making a choking sound as he spun around and noticed Kitty climbing out of her pod. Jaime had known Kitty for years. Linda and Kitty had been best friends forever after all, so he was flabbergasted when she stepped closer, not hesitant and cautious like she had always been, but with a confident stroll. "Jaime, your swordsmanship needs work," she stated bluntly as she brushed past him and grabbed Linda's hand, tugging her along and out of the game store. Managing to retain her confident pace until they turned the corner where she suddenly bent over and started breathing heavily. Linda was in awe. Kitty was shaking, and neither girl paid attention to the laughter coming out of the game store behind them. If they knew what was going on behind them, they would have been laughing too. I was finally unstuck. The assassin was coming along nicely. Figuring out what I needed for the legs to be able to handle the needed leap caused a rush of new design work. They had to be able to survive drops, and my physics and mechanics knowledge helped a lot here. Unfortunately, rocket science is still rocket science, and like with the Saber and Lancer, I was forced to brute force the solution using the system's design software. I did hundreds of simulations to get everything to work as it was supposed to, and not just immediately explode. The next few days passed in a blur of me working on my mech every moment I wasn't at school. Then, as all my work came to a head, I finished her. The color scheme came last. This Fantasia was smaller than normal. A slight adjustment to its frame to lose some weight caused her to appear younger than her sister mechs. She came with her 2 armor-piercing daggers, each with the heat module installed. Around her waist was a belt of equipment, and in the middle of her back was the smoke-laying module. Between that and the flash-slash-chaff grenades, it made for a more versatile loadout than most mechs. But that wasn't all, because she also had 2 special grenades. This is what made her assassination concept work. Then she was painted, white and black, giving her a risque appearance that matched what I remember from Fate Jack the Ripper. Then she was given a cloak. It wouldn't be as useful if the mech gets popular, but it would hide her equipment from first-time enemies, and that surprise would be all she needed. I stared at her for a while, an urge in me that something was missing. That feeling I had for Jack in my head, the sort of spirit I was trying to create, was whispering to me, telling me something was missing. It struck me then, a sinister spreading across my face, as I adjusted the head of the mech for a moment. The special optics that allowed it to see through smoke and chaff needed something. When activated, I added a yellow light to where her eyes were, creating a pair of bright yellowish cat eye-like lights that would turn on and off. Jack liked to watch after all. I laughed as I finalized the mech, the spirit of Jack slipping into the design like it was born to do so, and I watched as the system activated. What do you think system? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name the design? Yeah, this is the Fantasia 2-JR Assassin. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2-JR Assassin. Variant name, Fantasia 2-JR Assassin. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, medium skirmisher. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A-. Armor, E+. Carrying capacity, F+. Endurance, E. Energy efficiency, E+. Firepower, C-. Flexibility, D. Integrity, D. Mobility, B-. Spotting, A. X factor, C. Result. Deviance, 25.6%. Performance improvement, 8.5%. Evaluation, a mech entirely designed around setting up an assassination. The small mech would have been ineffective if not for its additional equipment. A sinister designed mech meant to abruptly murder those it comes across. A pure thread of X factor runs through this mech. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. I sighed in happiness as I fell back into my bed. She was done. The pressure I had been feeling in my head from holding the idea of Jack constantly was gone, and I was able to relax for a few moments before my fingers started itching. I groaned, but at the same time my itchy fingers urged me on. Jack needed to be completed to be real. I was really tempted to increase my assembly skill first, to make her even better, but I had so many things I still needed to learn. I took a deep breath. I'll hold on to my DP for now. I can assemble my assassin with what I have. I'll figure out what to spend the rest on later. I exhaled and then I opened up Iron Spirit, spending the required credits to purchase the virtual metals and resources. I dug in. Slowly she came together. The entire rest of the day was spent there in my room, buried in my terminal. My Jack was a finicky mech. Internal components had to be put together just. So, and a few times I had to stop and go back over previous work just to make sure everything was working as it was supposed to. She was definitely more complicated than Saber had been. Despite the amount of effort I had put into polishing, Saber, it was a simple enough mech in comparison to all the things my Jack was supposed to be able to do. It took me over 3 days to put Assassin together. The fact of the matter was, she was more complicated by an ordeal than Saber, but finally I put the last piece in place. Her cloak hiding her form, Jack stared back at me from across the screen, and I knew she was ready. With a sigh, I put her up for sale, her sale price much higher than the Saber, although I still sold her at cost for now. 4,000 in-game gold, more than most people would make in a few months' work, and 1,600 bright credits. It was Sunday night, I noticed. Blinked the fog of obsession from my eyes as I rolled into my bed. Corey curled up against me as I fell asleep. Of course, I had been so focused on finishing the Jack Ripper Assassin that I never bothered to check on my Iron Spirit store. Chapter 8. It was a simple series of events. First, Linda and Kitty had defeated Linda's older brother in a 2 versus 2. It just so happened that they were all at the gaming store, the one that people could pull up copies of fights and display them on the large screen displays in the store. It being a slow day, a bystander watching Jaime yell at his sister decided to mess with the kid. The video was pulled up, and Jaime was forced to bear witness to the entire store watching as his medium swordsman Mech was defeated by the light sword Mech that his little sister's best friend used. The damage that the Lancer Mech did got some interest from people as well, but nothing near the interest the Fantasia Saber suddenly received. For the first time since Ves had put it up for sale, people actually checked the store page. That day, 4 people bought the Saber, 3 of them just to play around with, as they thought it was funny to see a light sword mech defeat a more powerful machine. They used it a few times, and while they might grow to enjoy the mech in time, it was the 4th person that was interesting. They were an older potentate, 13 years old, and the queen of her middle school. She watched the videos as she had been training her mech piloting just before it had all gone down. She grew rather amused by the figure of the Saber, so she purchased one outright and turned to hop back into the sim pod. She wasn't like Jaime or Kitty, she was dedicated and had a higher aptitude than them. So when she started playing around with the mech in 1 versus 1s, she started winning. Although even she had to admit it was mostly her own talent rather than the semi-ramshackle mech. But her success was noted. Her friends at school soon learned of her new mech, and some of them purchased a Saber as well. Soon the knowledge of the Saber spread. People purchasing one just to see what the fuss was about, or because they thought it was funny. In an odd twist, a few 2Ls were purchased as well, but other than a few reviews saying it was more fun to pilot than they expected, the 2L never caught on. So for a few days, as the week drew to a close, the interest in his mech spiked without Ves ever noticing. Then, as the interest started running out, the Fantasia 2 JR Assassin was released. Valerie, Sarah, check it out, that mech designer you bought your new mech from just released a new variant. Tiff called out as she rushed into the empty classroom Sarah was using to hold court during lunch. Sarah was everything every girl in the room wanted to be. Popular, beautiful, rich. Valerie was only one of those things, though. Oh, it's a skirmisher mech. Assassin? Ha! What sort of mech is that supposed to be? Sarah laughed. Despite enjoying her new Saber, she still thought it was an imperfect mech. It was only its royal bearing that struck a chord with the popular girl. Valerie glanced up from where she was sitting in the corner. Her sister Sarah was dominating the room. With that one statement, the interest the other girls were showing tattered away, and Valerie sighed. She was a potentate as well. Unfortunately, her older sister was simply better than her in everything. Always had been. Valerie was just about to return to the game she had been playing on her comm when Sarah settled beside her. Here, Val, this is a perfect mech for you, though. You like hiding in corners, Sarah offered with a tittered giggle as she reached over and closed the game Valerie was about to win. Despite her irritation, Sarah didn't care, reaching over and opening the site onto her comm, showing her the screen of the Fantasia 2 JR Assassin. It was a girl mech. Covered in a cloak, and the image of the mech had bright, glowing yellow eyes, as if staring angrily. Valerie didn't think it was so bad, though, but before she could do anything else, Sarah struck. Here, her sister offered as she pressed her hand against the purchase button. Before Valerie could stop her, the mech was entered into her Iron Spirit account. Sarah, Valerie yelled, jumping to her feet. She had pushed the purchase with bright credits button. That was her entire savings. Oh, calm down, Val. It suits you. Now you have something that suits your skills better, a skirmisher mech. Leave the better mechs to the rest of us, okay? Sarah offered with a mocking laugh as her crew giggled along with her. Before they could say anything else, Val ran out of the room, tears in her eyes. Her sister was always like this. Making fun of her, mocking her, spending her allowance for her. She blitzed through the day only to run into a stone wall that was her parents. Val, if you can't control your spending, we aren't going to give you more allowance, her father said as she looked at her over his own comm that he was on. I didn't. Sarah pushed the purchase button. I never did. I didn't even want it. Her whining tone that came out whenever she was trying to complain to her parents unfortunately didn't help her. No, now go on, it's still early in the day. Why don't you go practice in the sim pod? Sarah won't be home until later, so it's all yours, he informed his daughter, turning back to his comm and business, leaving Valerie to rage in her own head at the unfairness of it all as she stormed out of the room. Fine, she was going to go shoot some mechs in Iron Spirit. She headed into the server room of the house that housed the large sim pod that her parents had purchased and installed when Sarah had turned out to be a potentate. Grumbling, she slipped in. She didn't really like piloting. She rarely got to do it on her own. Sarah always dragged her into matches with her or interrupted her matches. She had even unplugged the sim pod mid-match once, leaving Valerie with a loss and a splitting headache at the abrupt disconnect. She punched in her login information and was once more in Iron Spirit. She jumped into her Exo Star 4 rifleman and started a match. Her match went how it usually did. Her mech wasn't the best, and she didn't have a large amount of practice, so she lost a little more often than she won. Frustrated that today it was even worse. 3 matches, 3 losses. Her shots either couldn't connect or couldn't do enough before she was taken out. She just wanted to kill somebody, she yelled in her own head. Frustrated and angry, she switched mechs. She had bought it. She might as well use it. She went into a training match to run around for a bit, get the feel of the mech and figure out where everything was. So much of the equipment was confusing to her at first. She threw a grenade at an enemy mech only for smoke to come out. She threw a different grenade and nothing happened. She activated the large piece of equipment on her back only for everything to suddenly go grey and smoky as a huge amount of smoke erupted around her. Shocked, she stumbled around before the mech's vision switched. Now she was everything as grey blobs, but she could see through the smoke, see the dark spectres of the AI mechs that wandered around. She nodded along, realizing how useful this was. Old Tier 1 mechs didn't get much attention from mech designers. Almost none of them had new variants or designs. They were ancient. The few new mechs or variants were streamlined for Iron Spirit. So stats like endurance were usually left out for more power. They also tended to forego advanced sensor packages. After all, most enemies ran straight to you in the game. This mech, though, this wasn't a mech that would ever fit into Iron Spirit normally. It wasn't powerful. It was sneaky. The sort of thing that would fit onto a real battlefield. She played with the equipment of her new mech. She hadn't piloted a skirmisher mech before, but the 2 blades were actually strong when she activated the heat blade module. Able to carve up the AI mechs without much difficulty, the SMG the mech came with was incredibly bursty. Able to fire the entire magazine in seconds, so it was weird compared to rifleman mechs like she was used to. She never did figure out what the second type of grenade did, though. Bored of killing AI mechs, she switched to an actual match. Valerie sat forward as the match began. A rocky sandy moon filled her vision, large arches of rock interspersed by large sandy flatlands. She set off. Instantly she activated her mech's thrusters. She had practiced with them a bit in training, so as she shot into the air from the force of so many smaller thrusters pushing her along, she landed on the rocky outcropping with only a minor stumble. Feeling her mech regain its balance as she looked around. Her advanced sensors activated, reaching out to find her target. She noticed the swordsman mech rushing to her position. Her loud thrusters, obviously picked up by whatever sensor package his mech had. She settled in, letting her cloak hide her form among the shadows of the rock. Something about it felt so natural to simply shift in a way that lets her outline be broken among the rocks. She watched as the mech approached its sword out and ready to strike, but when he finally made it to her starting area, nothing. She waited patiently, idly fingering a smoke grenade in the palm of her mech. When his back was turned away from her, she chucked it, letting it fall back to where he had come from. When he turned towards the sound of the grenade setting off, she threw another. Behind him this time, then another, as the smoke was hiding her better than a shadow could now. She could see his mech jerking around as she switched to thermal. The smoke from the grenades was thick, but it was already starting to fade, so she activated her smoke generator. The release of so much more smoke was hidden from him as the smoke already covered his sight. He went from being able to see from time to time through the lingering smoke to nothing, just grey. She felt her smile curl up. She rose from her leaned-back crouch, setting the smoke generator down and grabbing both of her blades. The heat blade made them glow in the smoke. Then she leapt, her thrusters activated to give her the height and angle towards him. It felt perfect, right? This was what this mech was for. She felt giddy, excited as she leapt down, but then the mech turned directly at her. and a moment later her eager leap was ended by the blade of a much longer sword. She barely survived, her thrusters suddenly pushed to the side to avoid the large hunk of metal that was swung at her falling body. She didn't quite make it. Her left hand was forced to parry against the blade as it was swung, and one of her knives crumpled from the blow. But she moved into a roll, leaving her woozy, but managing to make it into the smoke, using the momentum to move away from the swords mech that was now hunting her instead of the other way around. "This fucking piece of shit, Mech!" she screamed aloud as she dashed into the smoke, easily managing to get away from the blind swordsman mech. A counter in her sight told her the smoke generator only had another 2 minutes of smoke before it would run out. Worse, her energy was already low. She only had one more chance before her mech simply shut down. She growled, "That should have worked if this piece of crap wasn't so loud. Who designed an assassin mech that had loud thrusters on it?" She hid herself again, watching the swordsman swipe his sword here and there in the smoke. He was obviously blinded and, better yet, lost as he kept almost running into the rocks that littered the area. She didn't have any more smoke grenades, only one blade. She could try the SMG. She considered, but the swordsman mech was heavily armored, meant to last through rifleman fire as it charged. Going through her equipment, she stopped on the grenades she still had, the weird ones, the ones she didn't know what they did. So she chucked it anyways. Stupid things were probably some kind of... She was cut off when the swordsman went crazy. He jerked around and started swinging wildly, but it was obvious he wasn't able to concentrate. What the hell? She wondered before, in a moment, she started going through the assassin systems to figure out what the hell they were. And when she found them in the equipment list, she nearly slammed her head into the controls of her mech. Squall Sound Sonic Grenade Mark 1. She rushed forward as soon as she realized what was happening. They were sonic grenades. They pushed out a huge amount of noise to absolutely disrupt an enemy mech's ability to register sounds around it. She wasn't hearing it because the mech designer linked the grenade and her assassin. It dampened the noise. She couldn't hear anything. She hadn't noticed before because AI mechs wouldn't respond to sound. She activated her thrusters. This time her leap was perfect. The swords mech was completely unprepared for her to land on its back, her knife plunging deep into the neck. And a moment later, the screen went black. She had hit the cockpit. Winner. She felt a rather mean grin spread across her face. That was satisfying. She queued up another match. This time she knew what to do. The day after I finished the assassin was Monday, which meant school. I felt much better than normal. Full night's sleep and no design spirit, or whatever I wanted to call it, stuck in my head. This was something my friends instantly noticed and leapt on. "Ves, is it done? You got the 'it's done' face on again?" Sam joked as he sat beside me, his comm in hand, looking to me for confirmation, which I gave. "Yeah, I finished it this weekend." I pointed towards his comm watching as he opened the Lark Industries store page, and there was my mech. "Fantasia 2-JR Assassin? Huh, you turned it into a skirmisher mech. Does that work? It's not the fastest mech out there, and the armor, well, it's better armor than it had, but it's still thin. Wait, why does it have so much equipment? What the hell is a squall sound grenade?" As Sam continued to look through the mech, John settled in beside him, looking over his shoulder. "Oh, a skirmisher mech. Hey, Paul, stop trying to beg Sue and come over here. Check this out. Ves designed a skirmisher mech," John yelled out through the classroom, and I instantly wished he hadn't. The entire place erupted in quiet talk as every mech-obsessed child pulled out their comm to check out a mech that was designed by someone they knew. Paul seemed to give up on Sue as she cussed rather loudly for him to fuck off. As he meandered over, he slumped into the seat beside me. "New mech?" he asked as he also pulled out his comm and started checking on my store. "Interesting. Not very fast, though." He commented, and everyone, including me, started laughing at how much of a speed freak he was. "Huh. This isn't bad." He finally mentioned, sounding impressed. "It's not amazing or anything, but it's way more interesting to me than your last two." And a moment later, to the surprise of everyone around him, he hit the purchase button. "Paul," Sam yelled out when he noticed it, his grin spreading across his face, "you just bought Ves's mech." He called out, causing a stir in the classroom as everyone heard Sam's far too loud voice. Yeah, I think it'll be fun to try out. I've never piloted a slow skirmisher mech before. Or a mech my friend made, he offered, giving me a smile which I returned. Well, I doubt it'll fit your normal style, but I think the assassin will do pretty good in your hands. Who knows, maybe slowing you down a bit will even help. I teased back, getting an elbow to my side for my troubles. Sam wasn't about to let that go, though. Oh, hell yeah, we have to try this out. After school party at the game store, we get to see Paul's first experience with Ves's new mech. He called out, once again Sam's too loud voice echoing in the room. It wasn't a surprise that Paul was a skilled skirmisher mech pilot. Everyone knew who the talented mech pilots were in school. It was a point of pride for our high school for every potentate that went on to do something great. A single expert candidate had even come from the school during the last war, but he had never broken through to a full expert. The school never stopped talking about him. Well, I guess you will be showing off my new mech, I offer with a shrug as the whole classroom was clambering about going to the game store after school. Guess so, Paul offered with the same sort of aggrieved tone I shared. Well, you know what they say about publicity. School went by quickly enough. I was back on my math focus. Trying to get to the point in math, I would actually have some useful knowledge to help mech design. After school, though, was where it got interesting. Watching a good 100 or so students all follow us to the game store turned some heads. We all crammed into the normally large store, but it was feeling rather cramped as I quickly took a seat up front in front of the monitors. The owner of the game store, seeing such a horde enter, got an explanation of what was happening, and like a smart businessman, he quickly set the largest monitor to follow the sim pod Paul slipped into. Oh man, I am so hyped, Sam said, nearly shaking as he sat beside me. Yeah, me too. I really hope my mech performs. She should. But you know, I whisper to Sam, earning a pat on my shoulder. Paul thought it was interesting enough to buy. I think it'll be fine. He tells me as the monitor starts up, and Paul's perspective, his enemy's perspective, and an overhead view appears on the screen. The overhead perspective was controlled by an AI and would switch to different views that would show what was happening the best. Of course, it was on a delay as well, so no cheating could as easily take place. We could hear Paul as he played with the controls for a moment. It feels weird, Paul mentioned aloud, knowing they could hear him. I don't know, it just feels comfortable. Interesting, he commented as he put his eyes back towards the battle in front of him. He had already gone over the equipment, and while he had never heard of a sound grenade being used in Iron Spirit before, he had asked Ves about it, and the explanation made sense. So he rushed forward. The forest scape he found himself in was dense, and it would be difficult to find his enemy. Without hesitation, he activated the thrusters on his mech and jumped, leaping into a tree to gain some height before letting the thrusters cool and doing it again. Ves was right. These thrusters really are loud. Strong, but loud. He commented aloud for the audience as he climbed the trees until he would over the forest for a moment. His sensors, which the Fantasia were known for, easily picked up the enemy mech as he broke cover. He did a quick check and he recognized the type. Orion Incorporated Excelsior E-26. Damn, a heavy mech. He commented aloud as he fell back into the trees just in time to miss a few lasers shooting over his head. The Excelsior was a pain to deal with. Heavy armor, quad legs, and a heavy laser loadout. It didn't have much endurance, but that hardly mattered in a 1v1 matchup. It could melt mechs if it struck them. It was also situated in a clearing it had obviously made for itself by cutting the trees around it in a circle. The smoke the trees generated did nothing to limit its sight. Paul actually grinned as he realized that. Oh, this match isn't over, he offered as he disappeared into the forest in a quiet rush. Heavy mech. That's pretty bad. Skirmishers are usually okay against them, but that's because they are so slow, but it only takes one hit. Those laser cannons will melt your assassin. Sam offered out a commentary as we watched, which I nodded along to. If they hit, I responded with a grin. Paul's commentary made me realize what he had seen as well. With all the smoke already kicked up, the heavy mech might not even notice the additional smoke generated until their sensors failed to pick up anything through the chaff. The crowd around them was getting into it, a few of the other high schoolers throwing bets together. although only quietly as betting on matches wasn't usually allowed in the store. "Oh look, Paul is getting close," Sam interrupts aloud, causing the crowd to quiet as everyone watched intently. Paul had to go the long way around the heavy mech in order to get windward, so when he set down his smoke generator, it would blow the chaff smoke directly into the heavy mech's clearing. Without the mech realizing what was up, Paul actually jerked back at the amount of grey that suddenly rushed out of the generator, offering a small whistle to the people watching as his sight went grey. A moment later, his thermal vision kicked on and he started hunting. This wasn't the sort of fight he liked, he admitted to himself. He liked skirmisher mechs that were fast. The rush of running down an enemy and seeing them react too slow to stop him was what he enjoyed. Slow stalking wasn't his thing, but this wasn't just for him. It was for Ves. He had to admit, knowing someone that had created 3 different mech variants in high school was really impressive. The fact they worked. That was shocking. Paul even admitted to himself that this mech was weird in a good way. It felt right to be hidden in the smoke and shadows as he stalked his prey. He felt his grin turn feral as he approached the heavy mech without it even knowing. He fingered a sound grenade and chucked it back the way he would have come from if he hadn't circled around. The noise of the fires around him cut off as soon as he threw the grenade, and the heavy mech jerked heavily as it started firing at the sound. It was too late for that. The sound covered by the sound grenade, Paul's thrusters erupted. A moment later, he was on the back of the Excelsior, both heat blade daggers jamming into the shoulder of the heavy mech. "Let's see how good your heavy mech is without its arms," he roared out in delight. The leap was amazing. Even I found myself on my seat. The AI camera had changed to show the front of the Excelsior, letting us see my assassin leap out of the smoke, yellow eyes bright as if hungry for the kill. The heat blades stirred the smoke around them, and the heavy cloak left a strong impression as it pounced on the heavier mech. The blades actually dug rather deep before the Excelsior even reacted, causing it to try and leap to the side, not realizing that the attacker was already on its back. The assassin was jerked along with the twitchy jump, blades keeping it locked in place despite the movement. Paul didn't seem to care. The yellow eyes only glowed brighter as it began one knife at a time, pulling them free and then stabbing them back in again. The Excelsior freaked, jerked and shifted, trying to do something to dislodge the other mech, but it wasn't very effective until it ran headlong at the forest. Finally using a still-standing tree to slam into sideways, causing the assassin to get jerked loose, losing one of its blades still stuck into the shoulder of the heavy mech. And in that one moment, it would have been over. The Excelsior turned, aiming one of its arm's long rifle barrels at the dislodged skirmisher, but nothing happened for the moment of opportunity it had as Paul rushed back into the smoke, disappearing near instantly from the Excelsior's sensors as it realized its arm wasn't firing. It raised its other arm and shot. A ray of red pierced through the smoke to where Paul had been. Paul was already moving. He tossed a smoke grenade to make sure the smoke didn't dissipate, and then he grabbed his second sonic grenade. A moment later, that was thrown as well. He rushed, filling his free hand with the SMG. The pounce once more took the Excelsior by surprise. The sonic grenade was so strong it disrupted the focus of the pilot, and a moment later Paul was there. Knife puncturing into the shoulder of the arm that was still working. Swinging around, he pressed the SMG against the wounds already there and unloaded. The crowd was cheering when the heavy mech's arm crumpled. Obviously losing power, from there it was just cleanup. The Excelsior tried to slam into the smaller mech, but Paul knew what it was going to do. Over and over, Paul simply used the heat blades to cut into the back of the mech until it finally stilled. Winner! The crowd was having a great time, and I could see more than a few of the watchers checking the Lark Industries shop to look at the stats of his assassin. 4 matches in total happened that afternoon. Paul won 3 out of the 4. His third match was unfortunate as it was on incredibly windy plains, and his smoke simply wasn't effective enough to keep him in cover. The rifleman hadn't even hesitated before sniping him with long-range laser fire, and with no cover, there wasn't much that could be done. But it was doing great for my self-esteem. I went ahead and clipped the matches and sent them to Melinda, along with telling her my next variant was done. Melinda was great, probably my favorite relative. More big sister than cousin. She had been sending me messages since Grandpa had called me. giving me little bits of advice about my mechs. I congratulated Paul and even promised him I would pay him back for doing such a great job showing off my mech. Wandering home, I crashed into bed exhausted, wondering what I was going to do next. I took a moment to pull up the system as Corey curled into my lap. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, student mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice. 3D printer proficiency 1. Business, incompetent. Computer science, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, novice. Metallurgy, novice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice. Evaluation, has no right to be called a mech designer, yet perhaps a glimmer of possibility. Looking at my stats, I knew I was still so far behind, even with the DP for knowing enough about the X factor to put it into my mechs. I wasn't creating enough DP to really improve. I needed more sales. I sighed. I looked at the missions tab, glancing at my mechs sold, and actually whistled when I realized I had sold around 36 mechs. Looking at the store, I noticed a majority of them had been sold today, but a few had come from a few days ago. A small surge in sabers. I looked over my mission, realizing I only had about 4 days or so left before the month was over. I sighed. Well, whatever happens, happens, I muttered, moving back. It was time to buy some new skills. I had enough for 3 sub-skills, and I already knew which ones I wanted. Impact mitigation 1, speed tuning 1, jury rigging 1. The knowledge of the 3 skills suddenly impacted my head, and I felt myself fall back into my pillow and fall asleep as the knowledge slipped into my brain. Chapter 9. Little did I know that the surge of interest in my mechs wasn't over. The gaming store in town was part of a chain, and seeing the interest my new mech had caused, the owner passed the video of Paul's fights to the other chain owners. That brought the assassin attention all over Cloudy Curtain. Sales started picking up without my knowledge. Then there was Valerie. Every day that week she would get into the sim pod, either at home or at a game store when she had to pilot her new mech. She had quickly become rather enamored with the assassin's fighting style. Unlike her rifleman, she enjoyed the up-close and personal killing. The shock enemy mechs had when she struck them. The fact that her wins were much higher than her losses. Every time she killed someone, they would look up the assassin wondering what had just killed them. Slowly, the knowledge started to spread, and a few more were bought, here and there by people wanting a mech that would get them wins, or by those who lost to one wanting to pilot it as well. The sabers were also beginning to sell. Sarah's group had bought a few of them, and Sarah was not the sort of girl who would accept not being the best. So she practiced often in a variety of mechs. The saber, she soon decided, was one of her favorite mechs. Despite its weaknesses, she enjoyed the challenge it brought. The discipline required to fight with it was interesting to the young girl. That spread it even more. Then there was Linda and Kitty. Linda's eye-catching lancer that would almost always take out at least one enemy in a 2 versus 2 match, leaving a small swordsman mech to duel with the remaining enemy, was eye-catching, especially when Kitty started winning. All the while, I was too focused on what was coming next to notice the change over the last few days of the month. "Grandpa, did you see?" Melinda calls into her comm the moment it connected her. A second comm window was up in her apartment as she watched the battles Ves's mech had taken part in that he sent her. "I have." He assures her after a moment, his image materializing and showing something she hadn't expected. "Uncle Ark," she calls out in a moment of shock, a smile stretching across her face. "It's good to see you. What are you doing on Rittersberg? I thought you were still on duty." Her uncle, the expert pilot Ark Larkinson, gave her his usual winning smile from behind his father as he nodded. "I was, but there was an issue with the FTL drive on board our flagship. Nothing serious, but enough that they decided to stand down our division for R&R for a week while everything gets sorted out." He looked down over his father's shoulders at the comm. "But what has got you so excited? What did father see?" he asked curiously. "Ves's mech. Have you seen it yet, uncle?" she asked. Ves? Ark blinked in shock. He hadn't heard anything about Ves and mechs, not since his nephew had the unfortunate issue with his inability to pilot. I've been out of the loop. What is this about Ves? Benjamin started chuckling as he gave a soft shush to his granddaughter and pulled up the video. Paul's battle between the Excelsior came onto the screen and Ark's eyes locked on. Wondering what it was he was looking at, after watching without saying a word until the end, he quirked his eyebrow. Now I know you aren't going to tell me that was Ves piloting. So what does Ves have to do with that? Ves made it. Melinda was pleased to report, watching her uncle's eyebrows twitch on his forehead in confusion, then shock. Ves decided he wanted to become a mech designer. He is really into it. I don't think I've ever seen him so dedicated to something actually. Little Ves designed that? Ark asked in shock as he looked it over again. He didn't think much of it. It was an out-of-date mech, Tier 1 if his memory served. Although he hadn't played any mech games in years, he still remembered playing them when he was a kid. Since when is Ves a mech designer? Well, about a month. At least that was when he reached out to me and told me about it. Apparently he won some contest or something, and it gave him the basic license for the base model, Fantasia 2R. Melinda shrugs her shoulders. I don't know when his interest actually peaked, but he is really dedicated. And that is his third variant. The first one was, well, it was there. The second was more interesting. And this one is about the same. It's different from anything I can think of. But still, that's 3 mech variants for a high school kid. Impressive. Ark had to admit he was honestly shocked. Like his brother Rincole, Ves always struck him as more of an average sort. Not that Ark didn't love his brother, he did. But Rincole always struggled where Ark didn't. And his son, who didn't have the potential to pilot, Ark had always thought the same. Yep, I'm super excited to see what Ves is going to do next. Grandpa even got him some textbooks from that one journeyman that you knew, Melinda informed him. So Grandpa is obviously super happy too. Oh? Father reaching out to Marcus about Ves? You must be pretty confident in Ves to do that, especially so soon. Are you sure? Benjamin chuckled. You should see him, Ark. His eyes remind me of mine. We all knew Ves was obsessed with mechs. I guess it just took a while to get over the shock of not being able to pilot. I don't think I've seen Ves so happy since his mother was still alive. You should hear how Rincole is reacting. Your brother has been crowing. The entire group took that fact in and started laughing. Rincole's pride in his son was already rather strong. To see his son doing well. Ark knew his brother and could only shake his head and prepare for a meeting at some point in the next week to hear about how amazing his nephew was. The next morning, I woke up and went to school. Ignored the many eyes that tracked me as the students all now knew I was a mech designer and many of them had seen my mech in action now. My mind was on what was coming next. I decided to take a step back this time. It might be a mistake, but my Lancer deserved to be more than a fire and forget mech. So that afternoon, I begged off my friend's request to come to the game store and instead went home. Instead of opening the system I laid down on my bed and thought about the image I had used to create the 2L, a girl who wanted to always hit. It was a good image, but I needed it to be more. I had been thinking about this for a while. The design spirits I was using were all inspired by fate, and it worked. I liked it. The theme worked. But what was coming next was poking my brain. I knew a lot about design spirits, even if I wasn't sure I was doing the same thing as Story Ves had done, or would do. But the fact of the matter is, they could get stronger. Design spirits would grow with the pilots that used them. 1,000,000 normal pilots would make the spirits stronger, and a single expert candidate, or expert pilot, would nourish them even more. The story always moved too fast to ever see that really. What if the design spirit I make now is the same spirit I would use in the future? I might lose the glows that happen when a spirit is so strong it causes material effects. Or would I? What if instead of each spirit being on its own? Fuck me, I groaned, laughing at myself. I was already cribbing off an idea. Why not go all the way? I had a Lancer, but there were plenty of spirits with that name, but they all shared a template. What if that template? I poked the spirit of my original Lancer. Even now, the spirit did nothing but charge towards whatever target it could set its sights on. A simple spirit that did one thing and one thing only. I prompted it to accept a new connection, and while it hesitated, it accepted. It wanted everyone to strike their target after all. Then I had the hard part, creating the second Lancer spirit. This time I was going to make a more aware spirit, or try to. Pulling an image into my mind, I had to take a moment to snort. Artoria Lancer always made me laugh. I couldn't help it. Take Artoria and Max the Boober. There you go. Ignoring that aspect, after I chuckled, I imagined what she was. A woman who literally carried the world in a spear. The king of knights who carried a lance rather than a sword. I struggled to encompass everything that she was in my mind, and the more I tried, the more I realized I was struggling to manage it. I grimaced. I wasn't going to give up, even if it took me all night to form this spirit. I buckled down, felt the pressure in my head rising even as I continued to try and imagine this woman, who was born to be a king and was a master of a lance, horse and lance, and a single massive charge, all becoming central aspects. Then, when I was stuffed to the top of my brain and I couldn't hold even a single more thought about it, I connected her to the old Lancer. I wasn't overriding the old. No, instead, I was connecting them both to a new idea. The title of Lancer, a symbol, and a connection that both spirits were intrinsically connected to. When it was done, the new spirit settled in, although it seemed idle, asleep without a mech to actually connect to, but that was fine. It was drawing power from the network, from the symbol of the Lancer that they both now rested under. Eager to make sure this wouldn't backfire, I did the same thing with Saber and Assassin, creating a symbol of a network they both existed under, with enough room for more. I had done it, I realized. I had created a network of connections that the design spirits I would create would all fall under, and each of them would then empower the symbol they existed under. And then, a symbol above that, it made sense to me. The servant system from Fate was always connected to another symbol above. I thought about the Grail, but that had too many issues. Instead, a throne of heroes, where the connection of every pilot, every spirit would empower. I wasn't sure if this would work. Did I have the spiritual power to even start such a thing? But at the same time, go big or go home, I guess? If it failed, then I only had a month under my belt. I could just start again. My mind felt tired, but I needed to finish this as well. Saber and Assassin were getting much more power from being used than Lancer was. It might need to borrow some power to keep everything stable until it was time. So I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and put the seed together for what was to become the throne. A final connection. But it wasn't alive. Instead, it was a tool. The symbols below could all draw strength from it without stealing from others. A control device, but one that needed to be filled to actually do more than balance everything out. That was fine. It didn't need a control outside of my own for now. Causing the servant symbols to connect to the throne was easy. And suddenly, the circuit connection I had created flashed on. Saber and Lancer, I could feel, weren't happy, as a bit of their power was siphoned off to pay for the cost of the two Lancers, but it would balance out once I finished creating a new Lancer. Too exhausted for words, I opened my eyes for a moment to wash away the connection to the spiritual construct I had just somehow put together, without even knowing really what I was doing, before I closed my eyes again and drifted to sleep. Time ticked down to the close of the mission, but I was asleep, exhausted after my new idea bore its fruit. But the world continued on. Valerie. Valerie was having a good day. She was home. Using the SimPod, Sarah had taken some of her friends to a game store to play, so she had it all to herself. Her and her assassin. She queued up another game. Her last one had been a loss, unfortunately. The mech had a more advanced sensor package than she had expected, and hadn't hesitated in lighting up the area in sensor pings to try and lock her down. Then it had silenced any sound. The fact it always knew where she was, and she couldn't distract it with her high-power sonic grenades, meant she was a sitting duck. They must have fought an assassin before. It had started to become more common, enemy mechs that knew what to expect. Valerie didn't mind, though. It was still fun. The match started like always. Valerie sent out a sensor ping, That would alert the enemy to where she was, then she hid in the ruined buildings around her spawn point, using the usually poor sensor packages of mechs in the first tier to stay hidden even without active countermeasures. She waited a time before her prey arrived. Even better, it was something she recognized. A Fantasia saber. She grinned. Her sister was always so arrogant, saying her saber was better than Valerie's assassin. The first smoke grenade caused the saber to swing its blade around. It was already glowing, but Valerie knew from experience the heat blade module would damage the blade if left on too long. It was better to only activate it when needed. She watched the smoke cover the saber and activated her smoke generator. The heavy cloud of grey fog burst out, coating the area in a strong layer, the sensors of both mechs glitching out as the chaff disrupted them. But the assassin didn't care. Her advanced thermals spotted her enemy just fine, and with a chuckle she threw her sonic grenade. The spazzing of an enemy mech as they got their eardrums attacked by a sonic grenade for the first time always had Valerie's smile turn feral. She leapt, her thrusters activating as she leapt down at the enemy. Her blade burned gold as they cut through the weak spots in the armor of the saber without much resistance. The match ended only a few moments later, the saber unable to do more than struggle weakly in the arms of her assassin. Sarah. That's impossible, Sarah whispered to herself, staring at the lost screen for over a minute now. She recognized her sister's ID and her stupid mech. Of course she did. She was smart. Her parents had always said she was a genius. Val wasn't. She was always so slow in comparison. It wasn't even a bad matchup. Both mechs were light melee mechs. She could understand the loss. She had been beaten in mech battles plenty of times. But this, losing to her sister, unacceptable. Sarah realized a startling fact. Her sister, her little sister, was actually catching up. Sure, Sarah practiced her piloting pretty consistently, but she realized she had been playing. This whole time getting into a mech, swinging a sword or firing a gun, it hadn't been to improve, but just to have fun. But Val took it more seriously. She always had. Val had known as soon as she was registered as a potentate, she would end up in the mech corps. But Sarah, she had a bright future ahead of her. Except, Val beat her. Sarah finally got out of the pod, calming her coterie with a few words explaining she had just gotten distracted by something that she was going to take a break and head home. Sarah had a lot of thinking to do about her future. How did this even happen? I am staring at my comm in shock. Congratulations for completing tutorial part 3. It was on my comm. That didn't make any sense. It was the last day of the mission. I had woken up, checked the system as I considered what mech to start with, and there it was. I had somehow sold 100 mechs. How? I yelled out. I hadn't done any marketing, hadn't gone around to the forums to drum up interest. Hell, as far as anyone who checked my store page out could tell, I might as well be a guy in a dark alley opening my jacket and asking kids if they wanted to buy a mech. I hadn't even touched it other than to put up the mechs for sale. I didn't even want this. In my hand was a golden ticket. Fuck, I grumbled. How was I supposed to explain getting a high-level mech license? Well, I suppose if it even gave me that, I did want to see what I would get. Would it actually be random this time? Or was it random, and it was just a random chance that I got the same things as Ves from the story? Putting all of that aside, I took a deep breath. One more tutorial mission. And it was an easy one. I had already been doing the mission requirements with almost every mech I had created. But the ticket in my hand, I wouldn't be able to do a damn thing with it. I groaned. My skills weren't even at apprentice level. I was still well behind where I needed to be. For a moment I stared at the golden ticket before just putting it away. Later. I could deal with that later. But for now, I had somehow sold 100 mechs. I pulled up the Lark Industries store page and started taking a look around. The numbers were interesting. Word of mouth, seeing the battles my assassin took part in, and the fact that my saber was getting popular with young girls, meant it was starting to sell more and more. In one day, I had apparently sold 30 mechs. As the popularity of them surged, I supposed it helped that they were as cheap as I could make them. But still the surge of popularity took me by surprise. I mean, sure, Paul's exhibition of the assassin was watched by a ton of teenagers, But was that enough to draw this much attention? Unfortunately, I had no way to easily find out what was going on. It wasn't like I had a sales team to check in with to find out what caused the buying surge. So like everything when it comes to sales, I just shrugged my shoulders. I wasn't doing this to make money or sales yet. This was just practice, a way to learn, and it was fun. Grinning, I pulled out the system and opened the design system. It was time to make a real Lancer variant of the Fantasia. With a grin, I buried myself into the license system. I would need a few things to make a Lancer work: speed, a big weapon, and a way to survive after a massive crash. The weapon was the easiest. I purchased a strong lance that was sized right for a smaller mech. Riem 5 Impact Lance, 10,000 bright credits. The lance had a wide shield around the handle, giving a bit more protection for the mech. I looked it over and put that to the side. Now I had to get the most important part of all. What was a Lancer without a mount? Or in this case, without strong enough movement? Flight systems were rare in this tier. Sure, Sue's Sinog Diela used a flight system, but it was actually a rare mech in that it was designed not long ago to give Tier 1 a strong aerial Lancer mech. I didn't want to just slap a flight system on a Lancer and call it a day. No, I already had most of the parts I needed for my next idea. I just had to find some way to make it all fit. This was going to be the first mech I really dug out the innards and altered everything. The saber, I only really needed to update the arms and armor system. The assassin, I needed to do more with the legs, and the many thrusters I had placed around the mech had taken a lot of work. But that was nothing compared to the task set in front of me. Turning a mech into a Lancer that didn't just scrap itself after every impact took a lot of work. Part of me was very glad, though. I didn't have the timer of the mission hanging over my head anymore, so there wasn't that sense of anxiety. Grinning, I purchased the next license I was going to need. Fortes Axel Mech Booster, 8,000 bright credits. This was a much heftier thruster than the Tristair. The Trist was just a maneuvering thruster originally designed for aircraft. The Fortes was specifically designed to push a mech into high speeds. In fact, it would make the Gemini look a bit slow since it wasn't designed to boost just an ejection seat away and was designed to push full mechs around. Then the final thing, a new armor system more resistant against impact, because the ultralight armor I had been using was good, but it would crumple at the first charge. Spending about an hour with my head dug into the licensing systems, I finally found what I was looking for. Imperial Systems Unbreakable Armor, Mark 1, 15,000 bright credits. I winced at the price, but frankly, it was a good armor system against heavy impacts. It was also still light enough I would actually be able to put the armor on the Fantasia without making it completely immobile. That was a serious problem I was going to have to spend a lot of time working on. It was hard to stuff things into the Fantasia without losing something. The light scout mech was already packed to the gills with equipment. Looking at the design for the Fantasia 2R, I was about to completely alter. I took a deep breath and peeled the armor off the mech piece by piece. Time to get to work. A full day later, when I was still rerouting power systems to be able to support the strong rockets, I realized this really was going to stretch the limits of what I could do. I found myself adjusting one system only to make another 5 issues I would have to fix. It was frustrating work. The power system alone was going to take me some serious time to work out, especially since I couldn't just reroute some power to the thrusters like I had done with the Assassin. Any power system that couldn't handle some jostling or a strong hit wasn't good enough. This wasn't going to be a one-shot mech like the old Lancer. This was going to be good enough to stand proud with my saber and Assassin and actually participate in a fight. That was what I was shooting for in a real Lancer variant. Of course, Lancer mechs aren't the easiest to design. They had to be able to move fast, deliver impactful blows, and continue on. If they destroy themselves after the first charge, then aren't they really just manned missiles? I wasn't going to accept that this time. Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to just keep designing all day, every day, I still had school. Entering class on Monday morning, I was attacked by Sam as he slammed into me and pulled me away from my desk. "Ves, have you seen how much interest your assassin mech has grabbed?" he said as he pulled me over to where I saw Paul and John were sitting. "Seriously, the forums have been exploding when they learned that you are only 14. Sam pushed me into a seat as he pulled out his comm and started showing me different messages on different mech forums based here in Cloudy Curtain. A few of them were for the game store branch that we normally went to in town. Some of them were Iron Spirit forums. Seriously, Ves people are really impressed with your mechs so far. A ton of people here at school bought one of your mechs to play with. Sam continued barreling over anything I might have said as he continued to show me comments and threads about my mech. Honestly, it was a little overwhelming. Wow, I didn't realize it was blowing up so much. I mean, I hit 100 mechs sold on Saturday, but I didn't expect this. I mentioned as I looked through a thread with the title, "This mech was designed by a 14-year-old." Browsing through some of the comments before Sam pulls my eyes from the comm again. Ugh, Ves, how can you be so calm about this? You're famous. If I was you, I would be. B. He stuttered for a second as I realized almost instantly what his brain was going towards, and by the smirks on Paul's face, he had realized it too. Yes, go on, Sam. Tell us what you would do if you were famous, Paul teased as he elbowed him lightly, jerking his head in the direction of a cute blonde that was sitting nearby. Maybe something to do with a cert irk. Paul's teasing ended as Sam clamped a hand on his mouth. Not a word. He hissed as he glanced around. But yes, something like that. I laughed as I patted him on the shoulder. Sorry, Sam, the problem with being obsessed with something is I'm putting everything else to the side. I mean, I've basically gotten rid of all my other hobbies since I started designing. I don't play games or anything like that anymore. If I have free time, it's studying mechs or something. I tell him with a shrug. Wait, seriously? No mech matches? No games or anything? He looked a little shocked at my casual shake of my head. Bummer. He sighed. I guess I'll just have to stick around and drag you into normal stuff, he said, sounding exhausted. Truly a thankless task. We all chuckled at the joke before the class started to begin, and I rushed back to my desk, although I noticed that a few eyes were following me, and there were plenty of whispers following me around. Chapter 10. That afternoon, after a class where I once again tried to complete all the math work I could do, I settled into my bed with Corey in my lap and started continuing with the interior of the mech. Electrical cords were adjusted and moved, the sections within were strengthened, at times doubling the amount of interior damage control area to ensure that when the impact happened, the mech wouldn't crumple. But that made the interior tolerances tighter. Considering the Fantasia 2R was already a very compact light mech, this created problems. The Fantasia's sensor system was basically entirely removed. I was going to have to design this Lancer more like the other mech designers for Tier 1 Iron Spirit did. Rip out everything that doesn't directly improve its immediate combat potential. Scouting, unnecessary when everything is put into small 1v1 or 2v2 matches. The larger full-scale battles were usually reserved for Tier 3 and up mechs, so it wasn't necessary to build for them here. Plus, if I didn't do this, the Lancer wouldn't fit everything it needed. Even then, I had to create a backpack system just to fit the thrusters. That was going to cause even more issues as it would unbalance the entire mech. Balance being even more important with a mech meant to rocket towards its enemies at full speed made this mech a true challenge. I loved it. This was the first time I had enough knowledge to dig into the guts of a mech, and it was amazing. Jury rigging filled my head with knowledge of tons of quick fixes and workarounds for issues. Impact mitigation let me know how to actually design a mech that wouldn't destroy itself, and speed tuning taught me actual rocket science. The tips and tricks I could use to make sure the mech would go when needed. It was amazing. I felt the grin stretch across my face the entire evening. Mechs were the best. I was literally elbows deep in a working electronic blueprint of a battle machine, and I was changing it, altering it at a base level to be what I would need. It was everything I had ever wanted. Sam had been surprised at my lack of other hobbies, but honestly, mechs had always been my favorite hobby in both lives. Why would I settle for lesser interests? My unconscious giggle woke up Corey and had the cat hide from me under the bed, although I didn't notice that. I was too busy. Gee. The entire week passed before I was satisfied just with the interior electronics. Each cord was, if not optimal, would fit where I needed. I then switched focus to the armor. The unbreakable armor was completely different from the ultralight armor, or the base Fantasia armor I had used in the past. This stuff was far hardier. It was slightly heavier than the base Fantasia armor, which meant I had a lot of work ahead of me. I decided on using a similar medieval armored theme that Saber had used, although this armor would be plated from top to bottom. But instead of smooth curves, the Lancer would have sharp angles and planes, all the better to deflect incoming shots as it shot forward. As I started designing the shape the mech would eventually come to, I still came to an issue. Even with a backpack unit to house the thrusters that would shoot this mech across the battlefield, I had to power it too. The base Fantasia used a pretty low-grade energy cell at its base, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to power a Lancer charge even once. So I was forced to dig back into the license system to purchase something new, something to mitigate the lack of space inside the mech for power. MTTR, Removable Energy Cell Pack, 3,000 bright credits. These removable packs could be stacked, basically acting as exterior energy to use and then drop off once they were empty. But I still had another issue. Where to put the energy cell packs? For a moment I considered making the mech bustier. But while that might please some people, it was foolish to put the energy for your charge in the place most likely to get shot at. Plus it would look stupid. People knew my name was attached to Lark Industries now. I couldn't have people think I was some pervert. Instead, the sharp angles of the unbreakable armor had some interior empty spaces filled with MTTR energy packs. The square modules were additional energy storage that could even be jettisoned when they were used up. Looking at my mech, I frowned. The MTTR packs made the mech fat. I grimaced. They were too large to fill out on the body of the mech unless I wanted to ruin the profile. I would have to get creative. Which is when I remembered the system didn't think much of my creativity, and honestly I didn't either. I grimaced as I sat on the idea for a long time, over an hour hemming and hawing about how I could solve the energy crisis. The idea of just making a larger backpack full of energy seemed foolish. I fought myself on how to do this. I needed to design a better way to store the energy for the mech, a way that wouldn't overload the mech's weight problem, but still give it the thunderous speed needed as a Lancer mech. I was stuck again. I found myself stopping my constant design focus. Instead, I was digging through the books on mech design I had received. A lot of it made sense thanks to my novice levels from the system, but it was still dense. I could only imagine what a second-rate state design book would look like. It made me shiver and reaffirmed I would have to try and increase my mental abilities as soon as I could afford it. But it didn't really give me any answers. All the while I continued to go to school. The hours of math work was irritating as it was dragging me away from the design issue, but what other choice did I have? I still had to live in this world. My friends were very interested in what I was working on again, but I kept what I was building to myself. They would find out with everyone else when I finished. Taking an hour, I went over other Lancer mechs in the tier, trying to find something that might help. The fact that most Lancer mechs were medium mechs meant they had enough space to store the power. A light mech and a smaller light mech like the Fantasia simply didn't have the space. It seemed almost like an insurmountable challenge. Days later, I was sitting in front of my terminal in my room. Corey curled up in my lap as I stared at the half-finished design, trying to figure it out. I had played with the MTTR packs in a few ways over the last few days, trying to adjust their shape or make them smaller. It was possible. The MTTR was literally a battery pack, set up in a quad shape. That was all it was. 4 energy cells and a connection and ejection system. I could adjust the way the cells were placed, creating a row or stacking them easily enough. The problem was, there just wasn't a good place to put them. Even if I slimmed them down to a single row, they were still heavy. Too heavy to just place them all over the mech, and too heavy to place them all in a single space unless I came up with something smart. But I was having trouble with that. If I placed them around the Lancer wherever it could fit, it ended up bloating the mech. If I created a backpack, it would be too large. It was actually my design books that prompted a thought. I was going over energy systems in the textbooks when I came across something that might work. I had to dig through the license system for hours before I came across something that would solve the problem. Capacitor systems weren't a new thing, Most mechs had 2 of 3 power systems. They all came with a reactor that powered most normal systems. Then they carried either energy cells or fuel cells. Energy cells were instant power. When they were used up, they provided nothing else, usually used to power weapon systems that the reactor might not be able to handle, charging quickly on its own. Fuel cells pumped energetic materials into the reactor, giving a longer-term, smaller boost to the reactor. This was more useful for endurance mechs to keep them going. Energy cells, which is what I would need to power the massive thrust of the Fortes booster, were heavy at this tier though. There simply wasn't enough weight to carry them around. But the capacitor system was lighter. Etic Light Force Capacitor Bank, 10,000 bright credits. I cringed at the price, but needs must. This component could store a far larger amount of power than an energy cell, and it could keep the energy ready for a short time. Usually within 10 minutes the capacitor would lose the charge. But mech matches don't usually last that long. It would basically act as a second reactor, but one that could charge up by sucking down the energy from energy cells and store it for a short time in a smaller node. I integrated the capacitor into the back of the Lancer, making sure it was armored and covered as I made sure it had a strong connection to the reactor. Then I started hooking up the MTTR cells to it. Deciding to make it look nice at least, I created 4 wings coming from the back out of nothing but MTTR cells. At the start of a fight, the capacitor would suck in the energy from all of the packs over a short time, then you could just detach the wings, and you would be good to charge around to your heart's content for a short time. I sighed as I fell back. I was so tired. I glanced over at the clock and realized I had gotten distracted getting the capacitor integrated. It was far past my bedtime. Again. Dad was going to be annoyed with me. Again. Groaning, I closed everything down and tried to get the few hours of sleep I could fit in before school. School was a daze again. As usual, my tired appearance received plenty of teasing from my friends, but also a lot of interest. The fact I was tired meant I was designing. The fact I was designing meant they wanted to know what it was. I wouldn't answer. Come on, Ves, just give us a hint. It's still a Fantasia variant, right? Are you going to make a flight mech or something? Sam needled as I swallowed whatever it was on my tray for lunch. I had long given up guessing what half the food was. It was so different to Earth food, nothing really matched what part of my memories thought of. Meal times were interesting. Nope, it's not done. I'll let you know when it's done, but I'm not saying anything until then. I told him again, not for the first time. Sam huffs but nods his head when he finally realizes I'm still not going to tell him anything. Well, if you won't tell, I'll be the better friend and tell you what's going on. Team Cloudstep is joining the tournament this weekend, so you should come by and support your favorite team. Don't I have to have a favorite team first? I comment only to earn a slapped hand in my face as I laughed and pulled away from his strike. Kidding, just kidding. I'll be there. What are they doing about the replacement members? With a sigh, he shakes his head. They are just filling with anyone they can grab. Even if the team loses, they still want to take part. It's good experience for them. Paul is apparently trying to get into the Mech Corps when he graduates high school, so he wants to get all the experience he can now. And John just likes to battle, so he is in whether he wins or not. Wish there was something I could do to help. There really isn't, unfortunately. The mech season has already started, so most people are already in a team, if they are any good, or have any drive. Losing Sue and Shane put us in a nasty bind. It's all right. Team Cloudstep doesn't give up. Good. I would hate to have my favorite team fall apart. Ha! See, I knew I would get you on the team, Ves. So how about buying one of the team shirts with all that mech designer money, huh? He asked as he literally pulled out an extra shirt out of his bag. I couldn't help but laugh at Sam's eagerness, always trying to sell the team more, even as it was going through trouble. I did end up buying the damn shirt, though. Fucking salesman. When school was finally over, I rushed home. My mind was recovered after the short nap in classes, and I was ready to continue my new Lancer. The 4 wings made out of MTTR packs were slightly armored over, just enough to make them look good for anyone seeing the model in a shop. As I went back to the bane of my existence, electrical systems. Now that I figured out I needed to use a full-sized capacitor to store the energy for the booster system, I now had to wire the damn thing in. The capacitor was lighter than an equal amount of energy cells, but it was still a large component I was forced to integrate into the back of my mech, which was already stuffed with the thruster pack I had already added. So first I had to wire up the internals. Thankfully, my jury rigging skill let me work around the few times I had some real issues about configuring everything. Then, because the capacitor was so large, I had to adjust the weight and balance of the Lancer to its new back component, which meant that after I settled the armor system, I had to go back to the Fortes thrusters and adjust every single one of them, both in output and position, so that it wouldn't unbalance the mech during a charge or create a vibration that tore the mech apart, which took time. I wasn't even finished with that when the weekend rolled around and I was pulled away from design work to watch the tournament. John. John had never taken the team or the tournaments very seriously. He wasn't the type to take anything that seriously, but he still loved to fight with mechs, and Paul was his best friend. So he had no problem fighting with him. But he wasn't so sure about this anymore. Sure, Paul, John and Vance were all here and ready, but so were the two new pilots. John grimaced as he looked over the two. Ken Suyama was desperate to get on a mech team, mostly because every team he joined kicked him off not long after. He had a bad tendency to stop listening to his comms and just rush into the enemy with his night mech, acting more like a swordsman mech than a knight. Sam had scouted him because he was a night mech pilot, and he was willing to join. Maria Flores was another issue. The rifleman mech pilot was so standard it hurt. She could move, shoot, and listen to orders, but half her shots missed. Most of the time she struggled to get where she needed to be, and while she listened to orders, she sometimes got hyper-focused and stopped doing what she was supposed to. So John wasn't looking forward to this match. Glancing over, John noticed Ves enter the game shop. The other boy was an enigma to John. Ves had been in his class throughout the last few grades, and well, he had been angry, quick to jump to conclusions and suspicious of everyone around him, almost paranoid in a way. That was the old Ves. The new one? He was strange, friendly enough, although driven, focused. Hell, considering every conversation he had with the guy tended to revolve around mechs, John would even say he was obsessed. Sure, he was still frustrated that he had prompted Sue to leave the team. It wasn't exactly his fault. It wasn't every day you see someone of Sue's caliber of pilot get taken out by an amateur in a junk mech. It was funny. Still, he waved over to Ves, who he noticed was wearing one of Sam's Cloud Step team shirts. John actually felt a little flattered that Ves would bother to buy one. They weren't very good, but it helped the team pay for tournament entrance fees and things. Ves, glad you could make it. Nice shirt. Oh, yeah, thanks. Sam is a good salesman. I would hate to run into him while trying to buy a mech. Not much time left until the tournament starts. Doubt we will get too far. We only had time for a few team practices before this. Ves just nodded his head, more interested in the mechs on display on the screens than the conversation. His dark hair still slightly mussed, which was usual for him. Half the time he showed up to class as if he just rolled out of bed. And considering how many times John had got to class only to see Ves napping away, that was more accurate than he thought. Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight for your team, but that doesn't mean it's not still useful to do it. Ves's eyes locked onto John's. Win or lose, learn something from it. You won't always have good practice with your squad in the mech corps, and you might not be put in an elite regiment. Learn to work around that here, where dying is just a load screen to the next fight. John nodded slowly at Ves's intense look in his blue eyes before it passed, and the boy once more turned towards the action screens, seemingly enraptured by the matches going on. Well, it was obvious what was going to happen in the end. Team Cloud Step went into their first match and lost. It was sort of inevitable. These tournaments are highly competitive, even in the lowest tiers of mechs. Everyone wanted to win after all, so I watched a battle take place on the view screen that, while well fought at parts, was inevitable, really. The lack of cohesion, the disparity in skill. The team lost. Sam, who was sitting beside me, took it harder than the team itself, I noticed, as if the loss was his fault. I patted him on the shoulder and reaffirmed that they would get them next time. They just needed some more team building and practice. They didn't do terrible for just having swapped out almost half their team. Unfortunately, my pep talk didn't do much, and after a few back pats, I headed home. I still had a lot of work to do after all. I was making much better progress on the Lancer now that I had a solid way for it to actually work. Of course, it was definitely a mech that could only really function in a virtual environment. The capacitor lifespan simply wasn't long enough for the real world. In return, it did supply all the power my Lancer could need for a short time. Dumping a huge amount of energy cells into the capacitor gave it a good bit more teeth than the low-grade cells and the reactor could hope for. Which is why I decided, since I had the power to spare, I might as well use it. What sort of Lancer would it be without a powerful lance after all? The lance I had chosen was rather nondescript. It was solid, small enough my Fantasia could lift it, although I would still have to spend some time strengthening the internals of the lance's arms to be able to sustain the impact. But it was rather normal, really. Which is why I decided to make it more fun. The virtual environment lets me do some things just for looks that wouldn't really be feasible in the real world, like covering the entire lance in cloth wrap, spiraling around the lance until it ended around the hilt. With a few adjustments, it looked just like how Rongominiad looked in the Type Moon series. I chuckled as I realized I wasn't nearly done yet. What sort of holy lance would it be if it didn't also have a trick or two? The heat module was becoming a rather common item for me at this point. It was something I liked, increasing the penetration of weapons at the cost of reliability long-term, something that hardly mattered to virtual mechs. I thought it would look rather interesting when the cloth wrappings caught a flame to reveal the gleaming lance underneath. But that wasn't enough. I mean, I had done something that had actually worked pretty well for my old Lancer. I should never forget good ideas I had come up with in the past. With a few adjustments, the newly dubbed Rongominiad had 4 of the tri-stair mechanical thrusters embedded into it. That way, the lance had additional thrust, plus a way to help steer kind of like the old Lancer had done. Plus, if everything else failed, you could always throw the lance like a rocket. Satisfied with the weapon for now, I went on to my next task, ensuring the mech's arms were strong enough to keep hold of its lance during impact. Unfortunately, time was against me. I heard my alarm go off when I had just gotten started, and this time I heeded its call. In the morning, I would continue my work. Finishing my morning wake-up, I scooped out another gem that Corey had dropped and put it into my desk drawer for now. There was no point in even looking at the little gems Corey had been leaving every once in a while at the moment. They would only benefit real mechs. Iron Spirit didn't exactly count. So I settled in and began adjusting the internal frame around the Lancer's arms, increasing the durability of the extremities bit by bit. The enhancement was actually fairly complicated. Inside and outside of the arms had to be improved, or else they would end up like my last Lancer mech, smashing itself to pieces on the charge. Thankfully, while it was complicated in the amount of work required, it wasn't overly complicated in what I needed to know. This was well within the knowledge granted to me by the novice mechanics and impact resistance. Although it was a long task, I managed it before the sunlight failed to enter my window, which gave me time to fix the problems I had just created. Enhancing the arms made the mech heavier, which meant I had to adjust the weight ratio, which meant I had to adjust the armor, which meant I had to adjust the thrust output. Every small change altered the entire design. It was fun. Only when my sleep alarm went off once more did I pull myself away from my Lancer and go to sleep. It took another 2 days before I was finally satisfied with the new Lancer's internals. Every part of the new Lancer was built to withstand heavy impacts. Its arms and legs were strengthened to be able to keep up with the speed required. Lance was completed. Thrusters were all positioned to the best of my skill. Armor was styled to match what I remembered of Lancer Artoria. I then went through a new process for me. Lancer was like a giant practice mech for me to work on new functions. Rather than immediately go to the system, I started running through simulations using the system design software, something I frankly hadn't used enough until now. But it was time to start using the entire mech design process. It was less useful for these virtual mechs, but I was trying to develop good habits here before I was working with something that could cost millions of credits. Immediately I noticed some problems that took longer for me to fix. The Lancer's legs needed some additional strengthening to handle the thrusters in order to not break after running for a few moments. The armor had some weak points I could improve on, and that was important. Being a Lancer, it charged straight at an enemy. If its armor failed during the charge, it was pointless. The capacitor worked in the simulations, and gave about 7 minutes of uptime until it ran dry from a full charge. But it had a weakness I hadn't anticipated. The damn capacitor glowed. I grumbled, staring at the image of my mech and its weak spot glowing massively. Apparently, when at full charge, the capacitor released a lot of light. It was a Tier 1 license after all. They usually didn't work quite right. This capacitor was probably originally designed for ships or something, where something like a weak spot glowing wouldn't matter. I could probably armor it up to the point the light wouldn't get out, but that would do horrible things to the movement profile of the mech. Instead, I decided to turn a bug into a feature. I decided to use some advanced fiber optic cable running along the outside of the mech to highlight the armor. The slow increase of the light as the mech charged would look interesting, and it would also hopefully make it a little harder to see exactly where everything was on the mech when staring at it was staring into a bright light. I ran through some more simulations, enjoying the bug fixing that came up until finally I decided it was good enough. Okay, system, what are your thoughts on my new Lancer? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name the design? Fantasia 2 Lancer. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 Lancer. Variant name, Fantasia 2 Lancer. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Lancer. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Armor, C. Carrying capacity, F-. Endurance, F. Energy efficiency, F. Firepower, B+. Flexibility, E. Integrity, D+. Mobility, B. Spotting, C+. X-factor, C+. Result, deviance, 20.6%. Performance improvement, 18.4%. Evaluation, a Lancer mech that has a short peak period. A large amount of attention was seen to making sure this light mech can handle the impacts of its charge. Heavily armored for a light mech, it forgoes normal movement to rely purely on its ferocious charge. A pure thread of X-factor runs through this mech. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X-factor. With that, I opened up the mission page in the system. The completion of the fourth and last mission was expected at this point. Mission Tutorial Part 4, X-factor, Description. Some have characterized the profession of mech designer to the modern Prometheus. Are mechs purely machines, or are they something more? Please design a mech with a prominent X-factor, ranking at least E or higher. That was the mission, and I had already finished it. Congratulations for completing the mission. The road to understanding the X-factor is long and bumpy. There are many destinations at the end of the road. Believe in yourself and advance towards the endpoint unique to you. You have received a 10-year random medium armor production license lottery ticket. Please visit the lottery page to redeem your ticket. You have received a 200-ton medium armor raw materials package. Please visit your inventory to open the package. There. The tutorial was completed. I had managed to actually complete it to my own surprise. I really hadn't expected to get the 100 mech sale mission. I stretched, getting out of my chair and picking Corey up to hold in my arms as I stepped away from my work. I could get started on the actual construction, but even I, with my mech obsession, needed a break every once in a while. I grabbed some food. Again, the taste was all over the place, and even sat on the living room couch to watch what passed for TV for a while. It was weird, both familiar and utterly alien. But I took the rest of the day as a break, just hanging out with my robo-cat and watching trash. Tomorrow was a new day after all. Chapter 11. I managed to keep the completion of my mech secret through school, although my friends were definitely wondering when it would be done. I hadn't taken this long on a mech before. Still, school passed as usual. I allowed myself to fall into the focus on math work again. I was definitely improving. Spending weeks basically studying nothing but math and completing work let me actually learn something. Who knew? After school, I rushed home to dig my hands into the virtual mech lab in Iron Spirit. I didn't even have to spend bright credits on the resources to build it this time. I had earned so much Iron Spirit gold from the sales of my mechs, I just bought the resources using the in-game currency, which was nice to save some real money. Once I finished purchasing everything I would need, I settled in to start crafting the parts. Unlike the previous Fantasia variants, the Lancer would take a bit more finesse, which meant it would take more time to put together. I began fabricating each piece of the mech in the virtual environment. The frame of the mech came first, then the reactor, then the engine, then the musculature, then the computer systems and cabling, then everything else. Gyro, boosters, the far more limited than normal sensor package, then finally the armor. I couldn't finish all of this in a single day, not with the extra attention I had to give to the Lancer's electric and booster systems. So I spent a happy few days going to school in the morning, only to come home and dig my hands into the inside of a build-in-progress mech. Then finally, on Thursday night, I finished her. The first ever Fantasia 2 Lancer. I exhaled in relief that it all came together. Then I put it up for sale. Unfortunately, due to the more expensive armor, I had no choice but to sell it for even more than the Assassin. At 4,500 Iron Spirit gold. It was well into the expensive mech levels of cost. Then I opened a sale price in bright credits of 1,800. The lowest cost I could. Then, like always it seems, I rolled into bed and went to sleep. Mech production was tiring work. Linda caught. Linda rushed to the game store after school, like she always did nowadays. Kitty had to go straight home for swordsmanship lessons today, so it was going to be a fun day of smashing mechs. She rushed into the game store and paid for her sim pod before hopping in. She was more than happy with her Fantasia 2L. To her, it was just a thrill to control a massive machine and destroy her enemies. Whether she won or lost didn't matter. All she really cared about was the hit. It was why she had never bothered to look at mech shops for other Lancer mechs or cared to purchase anything but her current mech. It was why she had actually been storing up a lot of Iron Spirit gold. Sure, she had to spend some on repair costs, but the game stopped registering mech damage the moment a mech was considered down. So half the time if she won, her mech was basically undamaged, even if a moment later it would be smashed to bits. When she lost, well, her mech was cheap. Like really cheap, even repairs didn't cost much, plus 2 versus 2 matches with Kitty earned bonus gold. But Linda didn't care. She would be happy to continue to pilot her Lancer forever, really. At least until she got bored. But there was something about her lance hitting directly on target that just felt right. So as she was preparing for a match, she never bothered to look at the shops. Unfortunately for her, she did have someone close to her that did. Before her game could engage, she received a call through the game chat. "Dark Master Blade is calling." A pop-up appeared in her face, and it took her a second before she realized it was her brother's Iron Spirit ID. She grumbled for a minute before pressing accept. "What do you want, Jaime? I'm about to get into a match." "Nice to see you too. Well, you can thank me later, I guess. That mech designer that made your scrap heap just put out a new mech, and it's an upgraded Fantasia Lancer mech, like the garbage mech you are piloting. If you ever want to actually get good, you should buy it. No one has picked up the first model yet, so it's half off," he said when a link popped up in her chat. "What do I care? I like my 2L. She argued back, but she clicked on the link anyway. Her Lancer was special. It was the first mech she ever enjoyed piloting, even with all its problems. She didn't expect to see the image of an almost holy knight standing tall with a cloth-covered Lancer in hands. It looked so much like her Fantasia. She was speechless for a moment, yet it was changed, polished, but it was definitely still like her Lancer. She glanced at the price. It was expensive, but she did have the 2,250 gold to purchase it if she wanted to. Well, stop wasting time and just buy it. You really liked this designer's junk mech? Well, this is the improved version. You'll probably like it even more. Plus, this mech doesn't look like it falls apart after one hit, so you might actually be worth partnering with again. "I don't want to partner with you," she yelled suddenly, as if she wanted to play with him anymore. She smashed the end call button, ignoring his calls to wait before she huffed. She didn't need this. This new Lancer. She had her own, and it was perfectly fine. Kitty didn't even care that Linda always died first. She said so. She did wish she could help Kitty more, though. She had felt bad that it was always Kitty fighting alone at the end, especially since Kitty was always so quick to lose hope. She groaned as she bought the Lancer Artoria. It cost almost all her gold she had earned, but, well, if she didn't like it, she would just pilot her normal Lancer. There was nothing wrong with it after all. She waffled back and forth for a moment before selecting her new Lancer mech and then hitting practice. The zone appeared before her eyes, the same forest she had first practiced with her Lancer. Immediately, though, she felt the difference. She could actually walk. It was far easier. Instead of her hesitant steps she had to take before this new mech walked like it was meant to be able to. She actually almost stumbled after a few steps. She was so unused to actually walking in her mech. She closed her eyes for a moment and she felt good. This mech reminded her of her Lancer. Even the differences weren't bad so far. She took a deep breath before aiming at an enemy mech in front of her. She had done this so many times by now. Every day this last month she had charged in her Lancer. This was just like that, she told herself as she readied herself for the acceleration and activated the boosters. Tree. She sighed as she restarted. That was a feeling she had hoped to not feel again. She engaged them again. Ground, 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 rock. Restarting again, she shook her head. The mech was so much faster than her old Lancer. Everything just blurred, and she lost control. She was so used to steering from the front, but now all the thrust was behind her. It was annoying. Grumbling a little, she readjusted her lance again and decided to give this mech its fair chance. It had taken a while to figure out how to charge before too. She tried again and again, and despite herself she found the more fluid mech fun to pilot. She could actually move, or even jump a little without using her thrusters now. She just couldn't figure out the charge on the mech. Linda was a fairly new pilot still after all. Even with a month of near full-time training under her belt, she was still just a little girl in a weapon of war. She was struggling to figure out how to really maneuver with a mech that actually had the capability of doing so. It was frustrating to her. Her old Lancer made sense. It had taken a while for sure, and she had crashed plenty, but here she was smashing into the ground again like she had at the start. She almost gave up. She would have really if she was on her own. She only liked doing the mech stuff because it was fun, and this wasn't. But she also liked playing with Kitty, and Kitty was more serious. Which was a shock to Linda. Her friend had changed so much. Linda was happy about it though. She wanted to continue to have fun with her, but eventually Kitty is going to want to do more than 2 versus 2s where her friend instantly dies, even if Linda did more often than not take out her target. Linda wanted to be there to support her friend, so she grit her teeth and dealt with trying to learn how to move in a new mech. It was weird. This Lancer, it didn't feel quite the same. Her old mech, it was all about the target. Everything disappeared when she charged. It was just her, the lance, and the target. But this one, she felt weird. Not bad weird, but there was a sense of purpose. She was meant to do this. Linda took a deep breath. Eyes on target, rockets engaged. She felt the distance disappear so fast. She barely managed to keep her feet under her under the sudden acceleration, but she did. Using what she had learned from her old Lancer, like a horse in full gallop. There was a motion she needed to learn, that's all. She kept the lance steady. It was so much easier than before. The lance was lighter, and her mech was stronger. She smashed into the medium night mech that was her target, her lance slamming into metal with a screech that filled her ears. It was a familiar sound. She was shocked a moment later. Rock. She reset after a few moments, and she actually took a moment to stare around her in shock. She hadn't auto-reset. The screen hadn't gone blank, and her mech didn't stop. She hit an enemy, and it just kept going. The game, the mech, her lance, none of it stopped like it always had before. It was wrong and right all at the same time. She stared into the distance, picking another target, and this time, despite stumbling during the charge, despite not hitting where she intended, she didn't just stop. She kept moving, kept her feet bouncing along the ground and her engines engaged. She didn't know how to turn in this mech. Normally she used the lance to steer. Rock. She reset the mech again, a little annoyed. Another thing she would have to learn. She huffed. Kitty was going to be so shocked in their next battle. Linda breathed again. Time to learn to turn. She engaged the rockets again. So it has to power up before it can charge? Paul asked at lunch the next day. My friends were all sitting together when I dropped the bombshell of my next mech variant release. Now they were all staring into their comms, looking over the stats of the Lancer Artoria. Yeah, power cells are too heavy for a small Lancer mech. I had to sacrifice endurance to keep the power up. It's a mech made for Iron Spirit. I tell the group as they are reading through the store page. That's not a bad idea, I guess. How long does it take to charge up the capacitor? 30 seconds or so. The charge will last around 10 minutes before it's done. But during that time, you won't really have any power troubles. The MTTR cells pump a huge amount of energy into the capacitor. That should be enough time, I guess, unless you are jumping into war games. Still, it's a bit of a weird mech Ves. A light lancer isn't very common. Medium mechs have more weight so they can carry more armor. More likely to hit if you aren't blasted outright. Paul offered, trying to be gentle with his critique. I waved him off. I know. It's not about the sales, but what I learned. This is the first mech I really tore up the insides of. I learned so much about damage control from this mech. Seriously, Lancer mechs need so much attention. I grumbled despite having loved designing her. Well, if you know its weaknesses already, I have to admit, this mech is pretty interesting. I mean, I liked your assassin pretty well too, even if it's not my type of skirmisher mech. But if I was into Lancers, and if it was a medium mech, I might be tempted to pick one up. Paul mentioned with a smile. I took his compliment as it was given and smiled in return, even as John and the others continued to mutter and talk about the Artoria. Man, if Sue was here, she could really talk about this. John eventually muttered a little too loud, and the table went quiet. Paul especially went quiet. Sue made her choice. He uttered loudly, despite how quiet he said. I couldn't help but quirk my eyebrow up at the sudden change. Just a week ago, they were still trying to get her back into the team. I kept myself quiet, though, as even Sam was quiet. They were all looking at Paul, and he was staring at his fists. She blew us off and ended our chances at winning. Look at us. We couldn't even get past the first round. He didn't look up as he rose to his feet. I'm gonna go, he muttered as he moved away. I looked around, but everyone at the table was being extremely quiet. I decided to keep my silence. Whatever was going on with the team had nothing to do with me. But it wasn't looking good. I went home feeling a bit melancholy. I had to decide on my next design, but I was just in a bit of a mood. My friends were fighting, and that actually hit me harder than I expected. I wish there was an easy way to help out, but there really wasn't. This was a problem the team would have to grow through or, well, not. Besides, they were teenagers. They would get through this one way or another. Still a bit disappointing to have my friends in the dumps. What do you think, Corey? I pulled my cat up onto my stomach as I scratched her metallic chin. Is there something I can do? I asked, only to receive a meow in response. I shook my head as I decided to treat today as an idea day. I now had a solid Lancer, Saber, and Assassin. That left Berserker, Caster, Archer, Rider, and if I wanted to go wild, Shielder, maybe Ruler. For classes. And then, of course, I had all the different mech types I could design. Out of everything I had made so far, I hadn't done any ranged mechs. So that was my next goal. So Caster, or Archer. Do I want to create a Rifleman mech or Sniper, which fit into the Archer idea? Or something like a Cannoneer mech, which would be more like a Caster mech? Considering I was still using the Fantasia as my base model for variants, a Rifleman mech sounded better. But then I had to consider the model. Do I build another Fantasia variant, or do I try to buy a more expensive mech to work with? The golden ticket still in my system's inventory was heavy, but I knew I wasn't ready for it yet. I was still way too far behind designing a modern mech. My novice skills were a big weakness to try and advance to a new tier. I ended up imagining all sorts of mechs I would want to build, but as the day passed, my imagination got out of control, and I ended up with nothing to show for the time. In the end, I fell asleep. Whatever I was going to build would come in time. What Linda caught. Linda was nervous. Kitty had been eager to go to the game store after school, but Linda hadn't managed to explain about her new mech. She still wasn't sure if she even wanted to. The Lancer, it was different. It didn't feel the same as her 2L, But it wasn't bad. It just was taking a while to get used to. She knew Kitty was starting to get serious about piloting. Her best friend was finally coming out of her shell and gaining real confidence. Linda knew she wouldn't be able to follow if she kept just playing around with her Lancer. But the Lancer, it didn't move right. She sighed. It was something she would work on. By the time Two got into the game store, Linda didn't have a chance to explain about her new mech. She had spent the whole walk thinking about it. She watched Kitty quickly climb into a simpod as Linda followed to her own. A few moments later, she was connected and received the message from Kitty for a team invite. Hey Kitty, so I got a new mech yesterday. It's still a Lancer mech, but this... What? But Linda, you love your Lancer mech. Why did you get a new one? Kitty actually cut her off. She was so shocked at the reveal. Neither girl noticed that the timer for a new match was ticking down. Well, it's by the same designer that made the 2L. I was hoping it would be similar, but it's not the same at all, she grumbled. I'm still working out how to... She was cut off as the world around them came into view. A crumbling cityscape that was covered in a grey dust that was blowing lightly. Kitty had immediately thrown them into a match queue once the team had set up. With how shocked she was, she never considered that Linda wouldn't be ready. Oh no, Kitty whispered, and Linda could tell how scared Kitty was. Kitty might be getting more confident in fighting, but she was still Kitty. The idea of making a mistake was still a huge issue for her friend. It's okay, Kitty. It's just one match. She told her instantly, wanting to reassure her friend so she wouldn't freak out. Instead, Linda had to figure out how to fly this mech she was in. The Lancer was so weird. Taking a deep breath, Linda gathered herself together. She would do what she could to support Kitty in this match, and if she lost, that's fine. She would just practice some more. So she flipped a switch and readied her rockets for when she saw the enemies. The two girls didn't have to wait long. A night mech creeped forward, its heavy axe in one hand, matching its large shield. Then behind it was a sniper mech. A rifleman mech with a massive rifle. The two were working together, clearing each area as they moved up. Until they noticed the two girls. Linda's instincts kicked in. She knew what to do. She flipped the switch for the ignition of her rockets. A physical and mental act, as the neural interface reacted to both her movement and her thoughts. But nothing happened. The rockets failed to engage. An error message appeared in her thoughts that there wasn't enough power. Linda was shocked as she kept trying over and over to engage her rockets before a loud bang interrupted her. Her screen went black all the while. She was still clutching the controls, desperately trying to get it to move. When the match ended not long later, Linda immediately called up Kitty. It took a few seconds for it to connect, only to receive an image of her friend crying. I'm sorry, Linda. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She was practically sobbing as Linda did her best to keep her own emotions calm. Not your fault, Kitty. It's not a big deal. It's okay. It's okay. She murmured calmly until her friend finally seemed to come out of it. The other girl sniffled a little and wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her shirt. I'm sorry, Linda. I know, Kitty, but it's not your fault. I was flubbing it too. The mech was out of power. I don't know what happened. It never did that in practice. How does your mech run out of power when the match starts? Linda asked herself, confused about what had happened. I don't know. It didn't happen in practice. Kitty wondered as well, before she seemed to be hitting a few buttons. Oh. She went quiet for a moment. Practice settings. Infinite power. I think it's a standard setting for practice matches, she commented with a final sniffle as Linda pulled up her own settings. It was turned on. So, does the mech just not work? She asked, wondering if she had somehow bought a dud mech. Why don't we do a practice match without the infinite power setting? We can find out what went wrong and then fix it, Kitty exclaimed as if she could make up for her previous mistake. Sure, Kitty, let's do that, I guess. Try and figure out what is going on with this mech. A few moments later, they were both in the forested practice zone. Both girls took a moment to orient themselves, and then Linda tried it again. Her rockets refused to kick on. It happened again. I don't have enough power. What is wrong with this mech? While Linda continued to try and get it to boost, Kitty, wanting to help, decided to look up the mech. It took a minute for her to browse through the mech's information to find something useful. A review of the mech from someone else who had bought it. The weird power system took a while for me to get used to. You use the MTTR packs as a jumpstart for the booster capacitor system. It works, but it takes a while to remember to actually start it all up. I lost a few matches forgetting to actually transfer power. Lelinda, it says you are supposed to use the MTTR packs to charge the capacitor for your rockets. Huh, what's an MTTR pack? Linda growled out as she was growing frustrated with her mech's performance. The mech system highlighted what she was looking for as she thought of them. She noticed that the 4 wings on the back of her mech were actually power packs. Weird, she mentioned as she mentally flipped the switch to cause them to activate. A few moments later, she heard Kitty gasp. "You're glowing." The light was actually noticeable to Lind, as well as she looked over and noticed that there was bright light coming from the back of her mech. A moment later, she jerked forward and almost tripped as she felt her mech get pushed forward for a moment as her 4 wings burst off her back and fell in a soft crash. "What is with this mech?" Linda asked. So much stuff was happening, but all she wanted to do was charge at people. She sighed after a moment and noticed that her mech was telling her it was charged now. She gave a short burst of her rockets and with a sigh realized something new. Rock. The mech was lighter now without its stupid wings, so now she was going to have to learn how to charge in this mech all over again. "Sorry, Kitty, this is probably going to take a while." "That's fine. I'm just glad I was able to help," Kitty offered as she watched for a short time before switching to her own practice. To Kitty, it was fine as long as her friend was there. To Linda, she felt like a weight holding her friend back. A large part of the girl just wanted to give up and switch back to her Lancer. That mech worked. Sorta, but she wanted to be better. How could she be Kitty's partner if she always held her back? No, she would have to move forward. Chapter 12. I was desperately trying to dodge this conversation. "Ves, where did you get the money for all these component licenses? I know Uncle Rincole doesn't have the money to blow on games. These things are expensive. Are you doing something you shouldn't?" "Be honest with me," Melinda Larkinson ordered out through the comm with a glare. "Melinda, I'm not doing anything strange. When I won the contest that gave me the Fantasia license, it gave me some credits to work with. Then I've actually sold a good amount of my mechs for bright credits. That's how I'm affording the licenses I'm buying." She looked me over for a moment through the comm. "I'm worried about this, Ves. That's a lot of money to give to a kid so young. I want you to tell me everything okay." I sighed, not sure how to respond to that. "It's not anything too strange, Mel. There wasn't an age limit on the contest. It was for anyone to try it out. They gave me 2 licenses, and I had to make a working mech. I did well enough. They gave me the component licenses for free, and a small cash bonus." She looks conflicted for a moment. "You didn't sign any contract or anything, right?" "No contracts, Mel. It was just a sign up and sign in. The only thing they got was an account for Iron Spirit and money deposit." "Honestly, Mel, what brought all this on? You didn't care when you saw my previous mechs." "Because up until your assassin, I didn't notice how much money you were spending on licenses. Then your Lancer Artoria. I know how much some of those licenses cost, Ves." "I looked it up," she huffed. "Your money. You've been careful with it so far? No wild spending sprees I don't know about?" "I literally haven't bought anything in the last month besides mech licenses. Oh, I bought a t-shirt for a mech team in my school. Does that count?" I asked with a teasing smile. She scoffed at me with a roll of her eyes. "All right, I'll let this go because I know Uncle Rincole wouldn't let you do anything dangerous. But honestly, Ves, that sort of money isn't something a kid should be playing around with. Promise me you'll start letting me or Grandpa know what you are doing more, okay? I know you've been doing a lot better recently, and the family still loves you." I was actually touched for a moment. "Sure, Mel, if it'll make you feel more comfortable, I won't make any big purchases or anything without running it by you first." Although, well, I did get a second response back from the competition. Whoever ran it liked how hard I was working, and well, I got an offer to take a last-gen mech license. "What? That's really?" "Ves, that makes it even more sketchy." "I know, Mel, I haven't accepted yet. Mostly because what would I even do with a last-gen mech? I don't have the experience to work on one yet. I'm working on it, though." "Are you going to take it?" I looked away for a moment outside the rainbow-hued clouds drifting along. Yeah, I think I will. The worst that happens is I can't do anything with it. But I think, if I don't do it now, I'll hesitate forever. Sometimes you have to run before you can walk. I offered my comm heavy on my wrist as I considered the golden ticket. I am glad you are so happy, Ves. She offered after a moment, and I realized I had been smiling, thinking of all the new things I was going to design. I'm still worried that it seems weird, but I also never got into mech designing. So I guess, go for it. As long as you aren't signing anything, you should be pretty safe, and if anything weird happens, we always have Grandpa. She hesitated for a moment. Ves, I know you haven't been over here, but the whole family is rooting for you. Aunt Millie has been telling everyone that will listen that her nephew is going to become some great mech designer. I laughed. Auntie has always been like that. I offer in exchange our smiles matching. Thanks, Mel. I promise I won't do something stupid. This is really fun. I really can't wait until I get to make a mech for real. I can't wait either. I am looking forward to being able to pilot my little cousin's mechs. I laughed at her reply. We'll see, but other than that, how has guard training been with you? I asked, changing the subject and listening to her explanations on her guard mechs and the equipment they use. Interesting stuff. After the call, I decided to bite the bullet. The only thing stopping me from at least checking what mech I had to work with was my own fears of nothing being good enough yet. I ripped the golden ticket that materialized out of my comm in half. Bells rang out around, and a transparent pagoda flew down through the ceiling, and I took a moment to look at it. 9 levels, each one spinning at a different direction and rate. I remembered what happened next. I took a deep breath and hardened myself. Approach the pagoda to determine the tier of your reward. The first few steps, nothing happened, although I didn't appear to get any closer to the pagoda. But then, a pressure began forming around me. It wasn't gravity, and it wasn't the air pressure. I was still able to breathe, but it was like something trying to smother me. I kept moving one foot in front of the other, unwilling to bend. There was a mech waiting for me at the end of the road. I wasn't going to let a little existential horror stop me. I kept stepping, and soon it was unbearable. My vision was tilting and darkening around the edges, but I kept stepping one foot after another until finally, I lost track of myself, and a moment later I was back in my room. I fell to my knees, gasping for air as everything was normal and comfortable. I was shaking and exhausted, but I had done the best I could. Evaluation completed. You are eligible to draw a reward from the 5th tier. The pagoda that was still swirling in front of me shifted then. The bottom 4 tiers and the top 4 slowed and stopped, leaving only one tier still slowly spinning. All of this reminded me of a simple fact. The system may be giving me technology to improve, but it itself was almost more mystical. A magical item in a world of science. It defied the rules. I shook myself as I rose back to my feet. A bell and a rope appeared before me, along with another message. Please pull the cord when ready. I didn't wait. A swift tug and the bell rang out. A few moments later, the pagoda started releasing a lot of light even as it slowed. And then I could see the options along the side of the pagoda with different mechs, many of which I recognized as they were last-gen mechs. Last-gen mechs are the oldest mechs that aren't considered obsolete. I could actually build one of these and sell them, although their cost was far reduced from when they were current-gen. The pagoda slowed, and I knew it. The system had been giving me the same things that Story Ves had gotten. It led me to wonder whether my mother had done something to the system to pick these results, like what I expect with Lucky, or if it wasn't really random at all for the tutorial prizes. It might be one of those fake random lotteries that some games will do in the tutorial. Either way, congratulations, you have received a 10-year production license of the following mech: National Aeromotives Caesar Augustus CA1. Shit. I couldn't help but mutter a mirrored response from the story. This mech was difficult. It was a last-gen hero mech, and it was a complete mess. A publicity stunt, more than a functional mech. Not that it wasn't capable of doing what it set out to do. The mech was strong, with a large amount of power for a mech of its generation. It was also an internal pigsty, with internal components practically layered on top of each other without care for damage control. Well, if nothing else, I'll be learning a lot from this mech. Just looking over the schematics of the CA1 told me I was nowhere near ready. The fact of the matter was it was beyond me, by an order of magnitude. Just looking at the insides of the mech made my head spin. I believe the comment was, like someone trying to stuff a plate of spaghetti into a small cup. That about sums up the internals of the CA1 for me. So instead I knew what I needed. Better skills. I had a nice nest egg of DP saved up from the Artoria, and sales. Artoria is actually selling reasonably well. Apparently people are starting to take notice of my mechs in the Tier 1 circuit. But I was still well behind in DP in order to access the apprentice level of tech. I would need at least apprentice mechanics, if nothing else, just to figure out what was going on inside such a modern machine. That meant a new design. I needed something fast. This was going to be less about improving or innovating on every design, and instead I figured it would be a good chance to practice fast design. You didn't always have all the time in the world after all. Time crunches were a real part of design, so I gave myself 3 days. 3 days to turn a Fantasia into a rifleman mech. My first archer, I decided to create the design spirit first. But this was the first time I would be creating the class before the spirit. I was kind of wondering what would happen. I tried to picture the web that I had created, the throne above, the classes, and then connected down to the actual spirits of my mechs. The Artoria being completed, I felt had balanced the structure. Before, the other spirits were supplying energy to keep it alive before it had something to connect to, but no longer. Now it was supplying power. A trickle of energy, but it was spreading among the web, empowering everything just as I had hoped. Sure, instead of empowering the Artoria itself by, let's say, 1, it was only gaining a percentage of that, and the rest was distributed. But by doing so, it also meant the whole entire tree, that was the throne, my design spirits, and the classes themselves were growing stronger. So I created a new branch. Archer. It sucked power from the whole. I could feel my design spirits weakening lightly at the additional burden, and then under the archer, like a bud growing off a branch, I started my new spirit. This rifleman mech was weak, it knew it. But what it would have is skill. Emiya, the archer that was never as strong as a true hero, but kept up with skill. I would make this rifleman a good training mech, the sort of thing someone new to piloting could use to learn what they needed to hit the mark. I imagined Emiya grumpy, unhappy that he had turned into a killer, but now he was free, able instead to support the new generation of heroes. He may never be a hero himself again, but he could in turn create hundreds of them, all trained to hit what they are aiming for every time. It didn't take me long to create the spirit. Emiya was someone I understood very well. My mental image was firm, so I attached it to the archer branch, and the weight of the spirit on my mind ended. Instead, he was drawing from the network. It was working. Then I pulled up the design software and got to work. First, the licenses. I already had most of what I needed, but I did need a rifle. It took me about an hour to find what I wanted. Vortex Ballistic DMR-A3. The A3 was a versatile rifle, capable of auto, burst, or single-shot rounds. It also came along with the license, 2 different types of ammunition, an armor-piercing round and an explosive round. With that, I didn't need anything else. I dug in. First, I worked on the arms and stability of the base Fantasia. I ripped off the standard armor and replaced it with the Mirin ultralight armor I had originally bought for Saber, although it would hold even less armor in the end. Doing so for the entire mech didn't take very long. I had already done something similar twice now with this armor type. Then, despite not wanting to do too much, I worked on the internals of the arms, making them better for accurate fire. This involved a lot more points of articulation to better mimic a human arm and strengthening those connectors while not letting them get too rigid. You have to be fluid to aim after all. With that, I had to stop for the night. I had school in the morning. School was unfortunately a large amount of wasted time. At least it felt that way. Sure, I continued working on my math work to try and save myself some DP in the long run, and since I had to be in class anyways, but it was still 8 hours where I couldn't actually work on my mech. The team was quiet today at lunch, although we did get into a discussion on some new mech releases that came out in the last few weeks, discussing which ones were selling well and why. That was fun, but no mention was made to the team and any matches or tournaments. I decided to just let it go. I wasn't a part of the team, and there wasn't anything I could really do about it at the moment. Instead, I just tried to be there for them, and hopefully it would all work out. After school, I was on a mission. With the arms completed and the armor mostly done, I started integrating the new equipment. The Echo Advanced Chaff-Resistant Thermal Optics. That I had originally bought for the assassin was installed in the eyes. The same yellowish glow from the eyes was something I decided to carry over. Emiya never had just one trick, so I also used the same chaff grenades. They weren't super effective, but as a light rifleman being able to create cover you could see through was invaluable. Unfortunately, as always, I was already running up against the limits of the light mech frame with weight. The A3 was a huge DMR for this size of mech, basically upgunning the Archer in exchange for weighing it down. With the weapon installed and a few gimmicks done, I started working on completing the armor system. Balancing the Archer with the heavy weapon was difficult, and I ended up having to dig into the legs a bit and use what I learned from the Lancer to enhance their stability. Then once again, I had to rest. Damn school. The next morning, as I was running around doing my usual prep for school, my dad stopped me. "Ves, you should know. I got my orders. Looks like my leave is up in 2 weeks. So we need to decide what you want to do." My father's words shocked me. I had been so mono-focused on my work that I hadn't considered that the world around me could change. I mean, spending time with my dad over the last month had been great. Rincol was a really nice guy, and his love for me was really sweet. I had made a promise to myself to make sure he never felt like I didn't love him back. "Oh, how long is your tour?" "Not sure yet. Probably a year. They are ramping up. The next war is coming up eventually." He added softly before he shrugged. "But that is for the future. Until then, well, Ves, do you want to stay here or go to the family compound on Rittersberg? I know you always wanted to just stay home." "I wouldn't mind going to the compound. I guess I'll miss my friends, but I would like to see the family again," I answered, cutting him off. The old Ves had hated spending time at the family compound. It wasn't because they treated me badly or anything. No, it was far more internal. Ves hated everyone that could pilot mechs, so since many of the family had the potential, well, he was bitter about it. But I wasn't him anymore. I was way past bitterness. "Are you sure?" Dad asked, a little surprised at how quickly I had answered. "Yeah, I think staying with the family will be fun." I answer simply. I mean, sure, Melinda wasn't at Rittersberg, instead on Bentheim, an entirely different planet. But there were plenty of cousins and things to spend time with. He blinked, looking at me, before breaking into a huge smile as he pulled me into a hug. "I'm so proud of you. I guess it was good to give you that thing after all." He whispered into my hair as he held me tightly. "Dad?" "No, it's nothing, Ves. I'm just so happy that you are happy again," he told me as he slapped my shoulders as he pulled away, his eyes a little wet. "Go on, get to school." "Sounds great, Dad." I was on a mission. School once again went in a blur. I settled into my chair, Corey jumping into my lap, and then I got to work. I had to finish this variant today. There were still some armor issues. Places that the ultralight armor wasn't meshing well. I focused on that for a few hours. Then came the most difficult part that I didn't have a lot of time for. Aesthetics. For the most part, the armor was done, but I had to make the mech unique. Like most of my mechs, I decided to use cloth, since it was such a rare thing to see in a mech, and it didn't cause any problems in a virtual environment. Deciding I liked the look, I crafted a red cloth that mimicked the look of a Mia, even if the female Fantasia had it come out a little off. A slight enhancement to the visuals of the chest armor made it match the cloth, and then I spent a few hours bug fixing, just to make sure there weren't any obvious issues I was missing. A few performance simulations, and I noticed a few flaws in the leg armor that I corrected after fussing with it for an hour, and it was done. With sigh, I completed the mech. System, tell me what you think. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name the design? Fantasia 2R-A. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R-A. Variant name, Fantasia 2R-A. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, rifleman. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B+. Armor, E-. Carrying capacity, F. Endurance, E. Energy efficiency, D. Firepower, C. Flexibility, E. Integrity, E+. Mobility, C. Spotting, B. X factor, C-. Result: deviance, 8.6%. Performance improvement, 4.3%. Evaluation: a lackluster rifleman mech with a few interesting equipment choices. The oversized rifle and its versatility is the main focus of this mech, although its weak frame and small size and design weaknesses make for an anemic mech. A muddled thread of X factor runs through this mech, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. Good enough, I grumbled, unhappy at how the mech had come out. But it was good practice. The deadline was actually pretty useful for making myself focus on the important aspects. I am sure it will come in handy in the future. And with that, I had enough for an apprentice level upgrade. I had actually managed to make over 1,000 DP. Of course, there was only one true option, 1,000 DP. Mechanics apprentice. My mind was full. I shivered at the feeling of just how much knowledge was stuffed into my brain. If novice mechanics was someone just leaving a design college, then apprentice was someone who had been working in the industry for a good couple years. The sheer scale of know-how that I now had in my brain was almost intimidating. I was so dazed going over the new knowledge in my brain, I spent the rest of the night stuck in my own head. So many new things that I now just knew. It didn't take me long to put the two RA together. The mech was very simple when compared to my last mechs. As I was putting it together in the virtual environment, I was glad I wasn't a perfectionist. The many issues I noticed as I was constructing the mech were making me cringe, and I had to fight with myself to not put up a warning on the store page. But the two RA had other factors that had nothing to do with its base construction. The EMEA Spirit would be excellent for training for accuracy. It would demand nothing less from its pilots. The next day after school, I went straight back to designing. With apprentice-level mechanics, I was now on a completely different level. But I was on a mission. 3 days, another new mech. I needed to increase my DP, the rush I had of getting to apprentice mechanics, so much more knowledge of mechs in my head. It was addicting, a rush beyond anything else I could imagine. So I sat down. This time I was going to do another ranged mech, not because I disliked them, but because they were easier than most other styles of mech. But this wasn't going to be a mech I sold. I was going to use the Archer Spirit again to design this one, but it was going to be a test of my new knowledge, not something that I created for performance. Although with my deeper knowledge it may very well be. This was going to be a fast assault mech, using SMGs for hit-and-run attacks. 2 SMGs, 1 in each hand, and just to account for the fact I was using the EMEA Spirit. One would be white, the other black. I purchased the weapon first. Insol Dynamics IJD submachine pistol. 6,000 bright credits. Just like the 2 RA, I didn't need to actually buy anything else new. I had enough licenses that I could just use what I already had. The next few days passed in a blur. The weekend hit, giving me plenty of time to really hammer out the new mech. I delved deep into the internals of the Fantasia. I could practically taste what the original design was created for, the reasons for each piece of armor and every wire. But I could do better. I buried my hands into her internals, and what came out was better, smoother. I was astounded every time I came across something where before I would just shrug and do my best. Now I was able to not just understand why it was that way, but how to make it even better. I stayed up through the night working and received an unhappy look from my father when he came to check on me. "Ves, go to sleep," he ordered, which I weakly agreed to. After a nap that took a few hours, I jumped right back into it. It looked similar to the 2 RA, although the armor was better placed, thickened at points it needed to take a hit, and lighter at points that weren't as important. But I did alter it enough that when I finished she was leaner. I was able to shave off some of the armor from the original 2RA that had made her a bit chunky into a more svelte form. Sunday night, the alarm for 3 days went off, and I stepped back from the design. I still had a ton of things I wanted to improve, but the difference between this mech and the original Archer was astounding just from my view. It was stronger, lighter, and kept more of its mobility. This mech, despite being on a time crunch, may well be the sharpest design so far, although I think I was still most proud of my Lancer Artoria. All right, system, what do you think? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name the design? Fantasia 2R-A2. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R-A2. Variant name, Fantasia 2R-A2. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Scout Skirmisher. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A, armor C-, carrying capacity, F, endurance, D+, energy efficiency, C, firepower, D+, flexibility, D, integrity, D+, mobility, C+, spotting, B, X factor, C, result, deviance, 7.5%, performance improvement, 12.6%. Evaluation, a return to its origins. This mech is a capable scout, with improved but lighter armor and stronger weapons than its base model. This mech has the ability to survive when it meets a foe. A pure thread of X Factor runs through this mech, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. I grinned, staring at my DP points. Thanks to the sales of my mechs still continuing, I actually had enough points for a second apprentice skill. I glanced over my status screen for a moment, noticing that I had actually earned myself an incompetent at electrical engineering from all the work I had done. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, student mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes. Strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, novice. 3D printer proficiency, 1. Business, incompetent. Computer science, novice. Electrical engineering, incompetent. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Speed tuning, Ixasul. Jury rigging, Dao. Metallurgy, novice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice. Impact mitigation, I. Evaluation. Has no right to be called a mech designer, yet perhaps a glimmer of possibility. Well, if nothing else, the incompetent electrical engineering meant my actual practice wasn't completely useless. I would need electrical engineering to put the CA1 together with its tangle of internal issues. So that saved me a little bit of DP. I guess studying so much from the mech books while putting the Lancer Artoria together had been useful as well. Deciding to use my DP now to get some use out of it, I purchased apprentice-level assembly. I gasped, shivering as I felt my brain flood with information. It was like I just spent a decade putting mechs together in a mech boutique. Tips, tricks, and all the things you figure out with experience flooded through me. I knew instantly as I was passing the information that I had been making plenty of rookie mistakes, things that wouldn't truly damage the mech in the long run during construction, but would, for example, increase repair costs or reduce operating time. Even a few things that had been introducing deficiencies in the mechs that had lowered stats during construction. The idea of me actually damaging my mechs while building them, horrifying. Thankfully, everything I had built so far was virtual, and most of these deficiencies would simply reduce the mech's longevity. Not something I had to really stress about. But it was amazing how much a bit of experience and knowledge helped open my eyes. I settled down and started construction on my 2R-A2, using all the new information I had to create the best version of it I could. It would take some time to put together, but with all the knowledge of assembling mechs now in my head, it was almost calming, a soothing experience of something you are confident and capable of doing. I took less time than it had before to finish constructing the two R-A2. I shouldn't have been surprised. So much of my previous construction work had been done purely by intuition. But with a solid apprentice level of knowledge and the 3D printer proficiency, I blazed through the construction. Tuesday morning, I went to class, with a new mech listed on my store page. Chapter 13. Ves. Hello, Sam, I replied calmly, pretending everything was normal as the boy nearly jumped me. A rifleman. I looked it over and it's not as good as some of the previous ones. Well, yeah, it's not bad, but I made it with a time limit to try and learn something new. I know it's not perfect, but hey, it doesn't matter. I did it to practice some new skills, and honestly, it was totally worth it. Oh well, I guess that's fine then. Just don't expect all the reaction like you've been getting for it, he said, trying to let me down gently, and I just waved him off. Don't worry about it. How's things? You know, the same, he replied a bit stilted before collapsing into the seat next to me. I'd already logged into my school computer and was preparing for my math work, but Sam was obviously more important. I turned to him. Still no new finds? Nothing. I'm thinking about trying to find people in lower years at this point. That's not a terrible idea. It kinda is. You might not realize it, but even a year of training or playing in a game is huge. I'm not saying you have to get 10-year-olds, but 11-year-olds would still have a year of training. 12 would be better. Barely, they have a year learning the basics of the basics, which means they have a lot of growth potential, and you can find the best of the best. Or not, I offered with a shrug. There was really no option for Sam and the team unless they worked at it. But they were teenagers, they might not. The team might just fall apart, and the people spread to other teams. That wasn't unusual. Like a garage band, almost none of them were like Nirvana or something. Most played music for a bit and split apart. Similar thing with teenaged mech teams. Well, yeah. Anyways, your mech. What made you choose the weapon systems? I like the stylized colors, but really I'm not sure about the quality here. Ah, well, I was inspired. Besides, it's not that bad. He'll fight just fine. She'll, it's a girl mech. Whatever, Sam, I said, rolled my eyes as I reached over and pushed him over, earning a laugh. Anyways, she'll do fine. The weapons are strong, the armor is good, and while she won't blow anything out of the water, she's a solid rifleman. Maybe it feels more like a skirmisher with the SMGs. Maybe next time I'll make a full-on sniper mech. The original variant was like that. What? Is that why it's called the Fantasia 2 R-A2? Ves? Hey, Ves. Sam started calling, but I pointedly ignored him and started trying on my computer math time. I laughed internally as Sam started shaking me, trying to shake the answers out of me. Lunch was as usual a nice moment. So yeah, I won't buy this one, sorry pal, Paul offered, and I threw him a gesture that was similar to flipping someone off in the Republic, earning laughter all around the table. It's fine though. Thank you, Paul. I actually learned a ton about mechanics and assembly because of the A2, so it was worth it. I expect whatever I come up with next will be even more impressive. I bet. What is coming up next? Still not answering early. I told him, laughing as Paul just laughed. The game of trying to get my secrets out of me was constant with the boys. Then I remembered the conversation with Dad. Oh guys, so after next week I'll be leaving Cloudy Curtain for a while. What? What happened? Sam cried out, jumping to his feet, and I once again had to wave my hands at him to get him to relax. Nothing serious. My dad's leave from the Mech cause is up. He's going on deployment, so I got the decision to stay in the empty house. Tempting, trust me, or head to the family estate on Rittersberg. I decided to go see my family. I'll probably be gone for a while. Shit, Sam said, not in anger but sadness. That sucks. Hey, come on, I'll have my comm, and I know you lot will be calling me every time I put out a new mech. Yeah, but you know it won't be the same. I mean, sure, you spend half the time in class sleeping. Bit more than that, Paul added, laughing as I kicked him, but we'll miss you, man. I'll miss you guys too, I said honestly. Obsessed as I was with mechs, these idiots were my friends. and I enjoyed spending time hanging out with them talking about mechs. Well, all right, Sam said, jumping fist to the sky. It just means we, the Cloud Step team, will need to become so famous and successful, our buddy over on Rittersberg will have to make mechs for us. Hear, hear, Paul agreed, and I wanted to kick him again. Idiots, I'm not going forever. My house is still here after all. Anyway, I'll come back to Cloudy Curtain all the time. Besides, I kinda wanted to build a real mech shop here. On Cloudy Curtain, not Bentheim. Nah, Bentheim is packed. Better to do it here. Everything'll be quieter. I waved them off, and both boys laughed at me. That'll be fun. Look to the left, we have our rice, and to the right, Lark Industries' mech yard. Exactly, I agreed, and we all laughed together. Yeah, I didn't end up doing more than going through the mech design books again for the next few days. I just didn't want to be distracted while I traveled, trying to make a mech and not be able to. But very quickly, the last day I would spend on Cloudy Curtain came. Dad helped me pack, and he'd even be taking the shuttle with me to Rittersberg before we would split off. Him to military command, or the ship or base he was heading to. Operational security meant I wouldn't know until he was already there. And me to Rittersberg, the first planet of the Bright Republic, the origin of it all, and where the Larkinson compound was situated. You good? Got everything? He asked, looking around my room for the last time. I looked at my bags, and then at Corey, who was as always half napping on my bags. Then at my comm, making sure I had the system. Everything is packed. I agreed. I was leaving most of the stuff here, but most of it was childish things, stuff I had very little interest in, especially since I was focused completely on mech design. All right then, come on, Rincol said, smiling as he grabbed his own bags, and soon we were hauling all of our stuff out of the house. He only had his one military bag, while I had two full of clothes and supplies for school and everything else I'd need. We slipped it all into the family hover car, and soon we were off. I'm going to miss this planet, I said, looking out the window at the curtain of rainbow clouds above everything else. It was utterly beautiful, hazy, cloudy days that glowed and shimmered above. Yeah, it's peaceful, but the compound is peaceful too. You'll be on your best behavior? Of course I will, I said, turning away from the window to look at him, his nervous look fading into a proud smile. Yeah, you will. I just sent him a grin. He was still thinking of the old Ves. I would be polite and enjoy the new family I had, and certainly wouldn't be an asshole to them just because. I bet I'll get a lot of new mech ideas from all the old-timers, I said, and Dad just laughed. Oh, they'll tell you all about what they think the best mech is, he said, still smiling, nudging me with an elbow. Good. I'll listen to them all and come up with even better ideas. Yeah, you will, he agreed, and we both fell into a comfortable silence. The trip was long, first to the spaceport, then all the way across the system. The outdated FTL on the passenger shuttle needed to be used on the outer edge of a star system. So to get to Rittersberg, we had to fly through the entire solar system twice. And yet, it was space. I got lost in just watching the stars shift by. I even actually forgot to do much studying. Just staring at the stars, realizing that while Cloudy Curtain had been a completely different world to Earth, this was actual space travel. It was amazing, awe-inspiring, and it once more reminded me of a whole other set of mechs. Mechs designed for space were completely different from land-bound, or even in atmosphere flyers. I'd have to get some knowledge for space mech at some point, because a lot of battles in the future took place in the void. It was, in a word, awesome. Son, grandson. To my surprise, Rincol and I weren't just left to find a shuttle at the spaceport when we landed. Benjamin Larkinson, my grandfather, was waiting, and he greeted us both with manly back-slapping hugs. Dad, I didn't expect you. I can't stay long. I know, he said with a wink. Benjamin wasn't just a former expert pilot, too injured to continue. He wasn't just the head of the Larkinson family. He was also the president of the Department of Defense of the Bright Republic. Basically one of the most important men in the entire state. Of course, he knew where his son would be going. Come on, you have time for lunch, and I wanted to see you before you head out. I'll take Ves home after, he assured us, and well, Dad instantly smiled happily, grabbing his bag and one of mine. Then lead the way. The three of us headed to a very nice hovercar, expensive and armored, the sort of thing you'd expect from someone heading a part of the government. And then we were off. We didn't go far, a restaurant not far off the spaceport. It was nice, and we already had a reservation slipping into the warm wooden interior, leaving me honestly feeling a little out of place in my normal clothes. At least Dad was also out of place in his half-mech corps uniform he was wearing for comfort on the flight over. "Order what you like. How has your training been?" Grandpa Benjamin asked as we settled in, and I looked over the menu as Dad started explaining what training he'd been up to. Honestly, not much. Ever since my mother had died, he'd been a fairly average man, heartbroken at her loss. "Dad," I said, cutting through when even Grandpa was giving his son a look that spoke that he needed to do better. "Huh? Yeah, Ves. I know you can do it. You'll make it to expert pilot someday. When you do, I'll make you a mech just for you. So don't give up, okay?" He looked at me, his eyes wide before he broke into a massive grin. "Yeah, Ves, you got it." He agreed with the warmth and pride of a father that really believed in his son. I know he could. He had in the story, after all, and maybe with a bit of nudge and his pride in his son carrying him, he'd make it sooner. More ready for whatever crazy stuff would happen. Either way, I'd done my good son thing, and now I was going to eat from this crazy menu and try and pretend my ears weren't a bit red as Benjamin looked on proudly at us both. "Welcome home, Ves," Benjamin said as the door opened onto the front of the Larkinson compound. It was a half-hour flight from the restaurant and in the real expensive part of the planet. The big shots all lived here, and despite our family being sort of off and on, we'd been around for long enough. We had a large compound here. The city of Varlaton was home to a military base and research facilities and everything that the Bright Republic kept close to their chest. So the Larkinson family was there. When it came to mech battles and the Bright Republic, we were always there. But the compound was tranquil, every home outside the walls nearby owned by high-level military personnel. So the security was intense. Even as we moved through, we had actual security guards go over my bags to make sure everything was clean. Then it opened, and I relaxed as we stepped out onto the path winding through the grass yard, and all the little kids noticed. Kids noticed us instantly, and while it looked like half of them wanted to rush over, the fact Grandpa Benjamin was with me kept them back. Many of the kids were orphans, aunts and uncles, and cousins that had died in the wars left children behind. And here in the compound, they would be raised safely. "Let me show you to your room, Ves. And there is going to be a little party held tonight over dinner. Everyone wants to talk about you and your mechs." Grandpa Benjamin offered slyly, and I slumped. Oh boy. A group as mech-obsessed as the Larkinsons, and they had a baby mech designer's work to go over. They were going to tear me apart. "That skirmisher of yours, what were you thinking? Speed is kind for a skirmisher mech. Sure, your little stealth ideas work, but let it go, Tusa, let it go." The family all laughed as my cousin, about the same age as me, ranted once again. "I'll work on a speed-focused skirmisher at some point," I assured him as he glared at me before his face shifted into a smirk. "I'll hold you to that. Hear that? Ves owes me a speedy skirmisher." "Ooh!" The call out from some of the other members echoed out, and I really felt like throwing something at him. I was in a weird position. I was among the main table, the mech pilot table. But I wouldn't normally sit here. Instead, it was a one-time thing, as a pseudo-party was taking over the evening. Normally, I'd be sitting at the normie table, although it wasn't really called that. But the culture of the Larkinson family was all about mech pilots, and so for their sacrifice, putting themselves in danger, they had their own table set apart from the others. I knew in my head it was just a stupid power play, but it did mean something to a part of me for sitting here sharing stories of making my mechs. "So what next, Ves? I saw your rifleman." "Not happy about that," grumped one of my cousins, an older man that was a rifleman pilot. Sorry, I put the Fantasia 2R-A2 together in just a few days as a test. I know it's not that good. I learned a ton about how to make a rifleman mech from the experience. I promise, I'll make a proper one soon." "Good, but before you do, come and talk to me, and I'll give you some advice on what a rifleman really needs." He grumped, and I just nodded, actually pleased, even if the advice wouldn't probably be very relevant for one-star mechs. It was warm. although that could just be because the planet wasn't as cloud-covered as Cloudy Curtain, and I liked it a bit cooler. I flopped into my new bed and sighed. Meow. I know, sorry, Corey, I offered, pulling up the blanket off the side of my bed and revealing the hiding cat. Was it too much? Meow, she replied, stepping out and then with a leap jumping up onto me and curling up, her tail flicking as she looked up at me. I just reached down and gently stroked her cheeks until I got her little robotic purr. Yeah, things are going to be a little different for now. I hope it's not too much for you. Meow. Mm-hmm. I agreed, despite not knowing what she was telling me. I leaned back and closed my eyes for a while, just letting myself relax a bit. I'd traveled the stars and gone to a completely new planet, and I honestly just really wanted to make a new mech. The Caesar Augustus was still there, haunting me. A last-gen hero mech, too complicated to be any good, and an internal mess, with basically no damage control at all. I would have to tear it apart completely to do anything with it, and honestly, I wasn't ready. Ves hadn't really been ready when he did it. But the mech had been on my mind and given me an idea of sorts, of what it needed to become. A class that fit the mech in my mind better than any other. Not Saver, despite the fact it used a sword and was a hero mech. Not the CA1 was not a clean, skilled weapon. It was a berserker. Even the original Ves had realized that with his own variant, basically removing systems, bulking the armor, and giving it a mace to smash through anything in its way. It was a mech with exceptional potential for power once you removed all the junk. But to make it properly, I needed something, the skills and experience, which, why not get some experience? A berserker Fantasia. A mech that in its smaller frame concealed incredible power. No skill, not like the saber, but just might. Even if it didn't work, it would be a good test of my skill, and I'd probably need to buy another weapon license at this rate. I sighed at the idea. I had at least a week before we properly got me enrolled in a new school, although there was talk to just have me take my courses online. But I was going to use this week to get some work done, despite being woken up the next morning by a gaggle of my cousins come to bother me for a mech or play with Corey. Spending some time playing some games with them was nice, but I was still buzzing to do some mech design. The first problem, of course, was the Fantasia. It was small, weak, and not built for strength, but it was still a mech. The strength of a mech came entirely from the internals. How much power could the joints handle? But I had some good knowledge here. Mechs in Iron Spirit didn't need to last. There was no maintenance. The mech either survived or not. So I could design it to go full bore that would eventually fail, as long as it lasted long enough. The second problem was power. The more powerful a mech, the more power hungry it got. Except thanks to the Lancer, I already had a solution to that. And the final problem, it was going to be incredibly complicated. Much more than even the Lancer, as it would need not only the Lancer's shock absorption focus, but also the strength to move and fight without hindrance. It would definitely be beyond me. So how could I mitigate that? I needed more DP and more skills. Okay, you know what? The first thing I should do besides anything else? Do what I actually could do. A berserker needed a weapon and maybe I should make it myself. The idea struck me. Component creation was a thing, and what were the rules for adding components into Iron Spirit? I sat up and pulled out my comm. Let's find out. Turns out the answer was, fuck you. Or to be more accurate, you had to have the license actually compiled by the MTA. You know what? Fuck it. I was going to do it. I don't care if the MTA thought I was a fucking moron for making a license for a one-star mech. Sure, it would be like submitting a patent on a crossbow during the Iraq War or something, but I don't care if they respected it or not. As long as they would do it. A weapon for a berserker, and a weapon for a slight woman that would blow everything else out of the way. Well, I wasn't going to do Hercules, of course, but what if I created a monster? The idea instantly struck me. Low creativity or not, I could still have a brain blast. I had everything I would need thanks to the Lancer's capacitor and the MTTR packs. I was thinking of a berserker, like a massive hulking beast, but that wasn't it at all. A berserker was a mech that struck and defeated the foes instantly. It doesn't matter if they survive after, as long as they can destroy their enemies without hesitation. I pulled up the system and started working on the idea. Power flowing through into a magnet, or should I try some sort of electrical attack? They weren't really popular attacks, as mechs were usually fairly resistant to electricity. But these were one-star mechs, and I doubt most of them would have the same defenses as modern mechs. Or I could use the electricity, magnets. Was a magnet hammer a thing? My very, very basic, not-so-good knowledge of physics said yes. Magnet hammer. That sounded cool. God, mechs were just the coolest shit. Oh, but tanks are better, as it's better not to get hit. What a bunch of fucking morons. Mechs were the best. I argued against old and stupid things people actually believed. Okay, so, honestly, this wouldn't be that hard. An electromagnet, stored in a mace, a power conduit from the mech to the magnet, and maybe a discharge function? Yeah. 'Cause hitting hard was good, but hitting hard and then exploding was better. Frankenstein's hammer. I could do that. Probably. Mostly. I could try and keep trying until I figured it out. Chapter 14. Ves, good morning. Come sit. Grandpa Benjamin called out, and I blinked. He was at the mech pilot table, but well. Okay. As I sat, I yawned as I grabbed some of the food already spread across the table. You're up early? An early riser? Not usually. I think my sense of time is just off. I lose track of time while working and end up staying up all night, but I try not to do that. Dad gets all worried about me when I do. I explained, and Grandpa Benjamin watched me with an inscrutable look as I realized I was probably oversharing. While you're here, I'd appreciate it if you take on one of the shifts babysitting. Oh, sure, I agreed easily. Honestly, it was a good excuse to get outside and get some sunlight and run around with the kids. At my easy acceptance, Benjamin smiled proudly. Good lad, your schooling will be settled soon, so enjoy the holiday. No. Well, I'll be busy for most of it. I'm going to work on another mech today. Oh? Mm-hmm. I had the idea last night. Did I tell you about the last-gen mech license I got? Melinda mentioned it to me. I've been looking into it. Oh. He gave me a look. 14-year-olds aren't just handed mech licenses like that, Ves. Yeah, but did you find anything? No, it seems legit. The license is from the Rubath Empire, the Future Sons Technology Institute. Everything I looked up says that everything is clear. Well, that's good. It is. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be careful. I will be. I'm not really a business guy, Grandpa. I just want to make mechs, but I know that's something people can take advantage of. I'll try my best not to get greedy, and I'll stay focused. All right. He agreed pleasantly. You said you had an idea for another mech. Will this be the Caesar Augustus? No, not even close. I need to do some work on electrical engineering before I can even hope to figure out the mess of that thing. I'm going to do another variant for now. Well, to be more exact, I want to make my first component. Oh? It's just a weapon system. But I figure if I make it, I can go through the whole process with the MTA and get a feel for how it all works. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Thanks, Grandpa. I responded back, and then started eating in earnest. Talking about it fired me up. Fran was going to get her mace, and then I'd put her together. But what if I added an X factor into a component? Was that even possible? What would it do, and how would it interact with a mech? Noble phantasm. Oh! Ves? Huh? I blinked, realizing I'd been staring at my plate for a minute, just thinking about the potential. Oh, just distracted, I said, and quickly started eating. I had some work to do. Making a component was difficult. It was different from a mech. I was starting from nothing and having to figure out what licenses I had access to that were even applicable. Thankfully, being so old, most of the equipment licenses were full access, meaning I didn't have to buy a different license and I could just sit down and work. Before I even started putting pieces together, though, I created an outline, a large mace, a rounded head, and a long pole. A weapon made for utterly crushing enemies. Of course, then I had to scale it correctly. I had to make it something the Fantasia, even with the upgrades I had planned, would even be capable of using. Once I had the basic outline, I closed my eyes and considered how to do this. A noble phantasm wasn't the same thing as a heroic spirit. Or to put it into my current terms, this wasn't the same thing as a design spirit. I was making a weapon, a tool for the spirit to use, so how should I connect it to my throne? Should it be a separate tree, or should it be hooked directly into the spirit that was using it? That would drain power from the spirit though, wouldn't it? Would that leave a weaker spirit in the long run, even if it had something extra? I know the original Ves had got around this sort of thing by consuming spiritual items, but I didn't like that idea. No, I decided to just connect it to the spirit it would be attached to. Fran would have her weapon, which meant I needed to create her first and hook her into the system. The drain. Having two spirits draining the network wasn't really a good idea. But this was early on in my career and something that original Ves had never understood. This was the time to experiment, to potentially throw everything in the trash if there was a problem. Time to stress test. Fran Frankenstein. She was a woman that sought a connection, and in that lay her madness. All of the spirits I'd made for the mechs had some teaching element. But what about the connection? Man-machine interface had been Ves's original focus. Fran wanted a mate, a partner. What better partner than one you joined with? Fran would love her pilot and seek to join with them. Her weapon, her noble phantasm, would be part of that connection. Pilot to mech to weapon. Okay, I connected the images in my mind to the spiritual connection, that ephemeral feeling of something being there. The warmth and cold and hot and freezing that shifted. And instantly it was draining. Don't stress, I had to do this, so while the other spirits were drained of their energy to power the ideas. I got back to work. The mace would be made up of the same mech armor as the Fran herself. Mirin 21, ultralight armor plating. This would hopefully let me layer the armor enough to defend her while also keeping her mobility up, as she'd need to be able to catch her foe. The shape was easy, it didn't really take much to get the bare outline in armor laid out in the system designer. Now the real trick. In the head of the mace I'd add in the Etic Light Force capacitor bank. Just like with the Lancer, the mace itself would have energy compressed into it to power all the functions I had in mind. Luckily, the first idea I had wasn't something I needed a license for. Just like I didn't need a license for basic power cabling, or the common bits and pieces all mechs had. An electromagnet. There were a few in most mechs for some systems, but they weren't designed to be large enough to cause any sort of magnetic issues. They mostly were used in sensor or gyro systems. But if I absolutely maxed out the size of the magnet and hooked it up to the capacitor, why couldn't I make an electromagnet hammer? For the final idea, the weapon had to open, revealing the capacitor, as I was going to add Tesla coils, or rather electric discharges to the capacitor. Again, another item I thankfully didn't need to purchase a license for. These were the same systems, just smaller, inside a mech's power system to disperse electricity from the engine, well, depending on the engine. Either way, scaling them up. The sound of my doorknob being turned over and over, only to find it locked, distracted me, and then a voice. "Ves!" I blinked, looking up from where I was laying on the bed, working away as I stared up at the ceiling into the screen the system displayed as I worked. "Yes? Auntie says you need to watch ooze." I blinked at the young voice yelling at my door. I'd of course locked my door. I wasn't stupid enough to leave it unlocked when I was in a house full of kids. "Okay, I'm coming," I called out, despite the strain my throne was currently undergoing. Life carried on regardless. "You come too, okay, Corey? I'll need your help," I whispered to her as she looked at me from where she'd crawled off my chest as I worked to sit on my pillow, her tail waving back and forth. Then she got up and stretched, and then padded out along with me as I got up. "Ves! I'm coming." "Colin, tell her. Your mech looks like a girl." "No, it doesn't," Colin argued. The Fantasia 2R-A2 had been super cheap, and so he'd picked it up. He liked the cool, different-colored guns. "It does," his older brother teased, and Colin felt himself puffing up, but the comm came over. "It doesn't matter, though, as long as it can fight." "Yeah," Colin agreed as Dylan started the match. Colin had just been confirmed as a potentate. He'd started the classes in school about piloting, but everyone played Iron Spirit if they could, and so he had joined up. Only he didn't have any allowance, and only a little bit of credits for his first mech. The Fantasia 2 RA2 had been half off. Also, it had cool guns. So he'd bought it and was now going to play with his brother Dylan. The map finished and he found himself in a cockpit, his mech standing on an open field, his brother's skirmisher mech across the way. "Whew," he whispered as it felt so real. "All right, this is a private match, so let's get some practice in. You ready?" "I am," he assured his brother as he took a step, and the entire mech wobbled. "Yeah, you need the practice, all right. Come on, bro. Walk to me. You remember the walking practice?" "I remember," he said grumbly at his brother questioning him. He could do it. He was a potentate too. He took one step and another, and soon he was getting the hang of it. Mostly. "This is boring," he grumbled, and Dylan laughed over his comm. "Yeah, it is, but you know the reason everyone likes to come into Iron Spirit to practice." "What?" "Raise your gun up and fire." He was told, and Colin did just that. The white machine gun was raised up, and he pulled the trigger. "Woo!" he cried out as it rapidly emptied out firing rounds into the planes and kicking up dirt and ground everywhere. Yeah, if you get bored, you can always at least fire your guns and get some target practice. Colin turned and fired the gun at his brother. Dylan reacted quickly, and after only a few rounds blowing holes in his armor, his brother pointed his guns. And Colin was torn apart. "Oh, that's cheating." "You fired first, dumbass." "Hey, Mom said not to call me that." "Well, don't shoot me without warning then." "All right, reload and let's go again." "All right." Colin never noticed the feeling in the mech grew weaker. "Are you happy now?" I asked, holding up a scrambling kid by their feet as they thrashed. "No." I said, "Don't pull on Corey's tail. It's not very fun when someone pulls on yours, is it?" "I won't," my little cousin cried, and I grinned. They weren't repentant at all, and were in fact enjoying the fact I was holding them up by their ankles as they squealed. "All right, but a little reminder," I called out as I started to turn a bit, and their squeals turned into shrieks as I spun them by their feet for a moment before slowing and carefully making sure they didn't land on their head. "Ves," I looked up as an older teenager came out of the house. "Thanks for watching them. I'll take them on from here." "Thanks, Hector." "Oh, how's the training going?" "Good. I'll be getting an assignment with the Mech Corps soon." He said the man was 18 and a proud future pilot. I didn't remember him from the book or anything, but he was cool. "Great. I'll happily take a break from all these space monsters." "Not a monster!" The shout of the rascal I'd just been spinning around shouted out, and I hurriedly ran away, crying out, "Monsters are attacking! No!" I cried out, fakely earning much outrage. "V's!" They screamed after me, but once I was inside I was safe, and I headed for my room. More work to do after all. A break had been nice. I'd had some ideas. First power was going to be a problem, even with the capacitor, so I'd come up with an interesting idea. Normally mechs have their engine supply power, or have power cells to power the system extra until it ran out. But I was going to use the capacitor system, which was a short burst of temporary power. But I was going to use two of them. If the bridal chest, well, if her mace ran out of power because of some issue, the mech's capacitor could be drained for another strike, and vice versa. If the mech was running low on power and the weapon was not, then why couldn't the mech's capacitor drain power as well? Adding in high-power conduits through the shaft of the weapon from the grip was fairly easy to do, although I'd have to reinforce the entire thing to make sure casual use doesn't break them. Impact mitigation came in clutch, though. Slowly going from the head down the shaft, reinforcing the weapon's internals to make sure it wouldn't snap the conduits and allow it to keep the power flowing. Power flowing. Wouldn't it be cool if the magnetic hammer could steal power from an enemy mech? As soon as the idea hit me, though, I had to sigh and put it aside. Even if I wanted to try and figure out how to make the magnetic hammer to steal power from power cells or power lines it managed to have some connection to, there was no way I could. That was high-end energy transfer tech, way beyond one-star Iron Spirit mechs and way beyond my knowledge base, but I very carefully left a note in the system for a future idea. Endurance was a major issue on the battlefield. Ves had made his Hexa mech that shared power to other mechs, and while that was an option, a full support mech wasn't really applicable for now. But something that stole the power of the ones it defeated. That was a Berserker mech for sure. Shaking off the idea I had no way to implement, I instead continued refining the weapon, layering the support for the capacitor to best ensure it wouldn't be destroyed when the mace struck. It wasn't perfect, a few blows, and likely it would damage the capacitor, but again, iron spirit. It didn't need to be perfect, just functional for now. But I was still learning, practicing, and every adjustment was a step on the path. Well, I think that's good, I whispered, staring at the fully designed weapon. The bridal chest, a mace capable of both magnetizing to enemies and then discharging all the energy in the capacitor. It would burn out part of the discharge system unless the capacitor had run down quite a bit. No wait, just add different levels, an all-or-nothing mode, and a lighter, more disruptive blast. If you were smashing a light skirmisher mech, you didn't need to discharge the entire capacitor, like you would if it was a heavy artillery mech. That much energy shooting into a mech that it was magnetized to, ensuring it wouldn't be able to pull away. One shot, one kill. A berserker weapon, and it was still a mace. Even if the system was damaged, you could still smash it into an enemy mech for damage. Okay, the bridal chest, Frankenstein's noble phantasm, was done. Now just to finalize the design and submit it to the MTA. That was going to be a big step. I'd looked up the information, and while there wasn't much about doing so, I knew Iron Spirit did have new components added in, so there must be some way to do it. Of course, they probably usually had a completed item. Fuck it. I was going to submit it, and if the MTA refused it or something, then at least I would know. I went online. The MTA kept a fast website running even here in the Bright Republic, and I accessed their design submission system, entering in everything, and then just uploaded it. Hopefully the snooty, arrogant MTA rep that got my 300-year-old weapon design didn't get pissed. Linda caught. "Come on, Kitty, we're going to totally crush them," Linda called out, uncaring at all the people that noticed her shout and hands thrown into the air. "I'm sure. We'll do well," Kitty offered, and Linda grinned. Before, Kitty would have denied it and tried to hide, but she had confidence now. "Looking forward to it?" "Yes," she replied. Today there was a tournament in the game shop, and Linda had bugged Kitty into signing up. Fighting people in one-on-one matches or 2 versus 2 was great, but sometimes you want to push it to the limit and crush all of them under her unconquerable lance. Mwahaha. Linda. "Sorry, I'm so excited for Lancer and I to fight. I can tell. Try to remain calm. Fighting while heated up is no good." He. She danced in front of Kitty, walking backwards as she grinned. "Oh, great and wise Kitty, shower me with more wisdom." "Shh, stop it," she instantly said, flushing a bit red as Linda just grinned. "And stop walking backwards, you—" "Oof, oh sorry," Linda called out, turning to see an older boy that she'd bumped into. "Oh, no worries, it's fine. I was just staring," he said, and Linda noticed they were in front of the shop. Perfect. The screen on display showed, "Ooh, nice. Look, Kitty, someone else is using your Fantasia." "I see," she replied, and there was a tone of judgment as she watched the battle take place. "Hey, you pilot the Fantasia Saber too?" the boy asked, and Kitty perked up. "You pilot the Fantasia 2 Saber?" "Ah, well, not me. I'm not a patente," he offered a bit awkwardly. "But the guy that made it, Ves Larkinson, I know him. He's a friend and supporter of Team Cloud Step," the boy offered, showing off the Mech Sport Team t-shirt. "Really?" Kitty perked up, and then Linda did as well. "Wait, the guy that made my Lancer? You know him?" "Yeah, Ves is a good guy." Can I meet him?" Kitty spoke up, shocking Linda at how eager she sounded. "I want to thank him for making the saber. She's amazing." "Oh, he's going to be so happy when I tell him. Unfortunately, he just traveled to Rittersberg. His dad is back in service. But I'll make sure to mention that to him next time I call him." "Ah, thank you," Kitty offered, and Linda understood. She wanted to meet the man that made her mech too. "Wait, his dad? Shouldn't he be able to go where he wants?" Linda asked. Something about what the boy had just said twigged her as being weird. "Oh, Ves is only 14. "Really?" Kitty gasped, and the boy looked smug as he nodded. "Yep. He'd work on the mechs all night and come into class and pass out. Ves really loved mechs. I hear he's working on another new one, so keep an eye out. And support Team Cloud Step. He offered and Linda just nodded, but wasn't really planning on it. They were here to join a team and fight too, after all. Chapter 15. Catherine Wilson. Come on! The shout in her ear was distracting. It made her hands shake at a time when that was absolutely not okay. Linda had found a team they could join, the Ferocious Tiger Corps. It was a name, and didn't match the reality. The group was led by a boy in the year above them, and frankly Kitty from the start felt they weren't being very nice. The leader in his swordsman Mech, and his two friends that hadn't had the extra two mechs to make a full group. And Kitty suspected why. She was alone on the battlefield, the last mech standing and fending off a very fast skirmisher mech as best as she could. It was a familiar mech. She'd seen it plenty of times, a very common pick, but it was very, very fast. She didn't really remember the name, though. Starry something. It didn't matter. Her hands were shaking and she just couldn't concentrate. The leader yelling in her ear, not screaming support like Linda, who had been muted at some point. No, she was alone, facing the enemy, and she was being screamed at, told she was doing it wrong, and if he would just stop. She flinched as the skirmisher moved in, clinching in. She felt the blades slip past her armor as she spun her sword down. Her wrist jets activated and sent her blade screaming down. She hit, her blade searing through the skirmisher's lighter armor, but her cockpit went black. He'd continued to stab her over and over while clinging to her. You lose. Flashed across her screen and she exhaled, breathing heavily. Tears were coming, but no, she wasn't going to cry, even if her mech felt off, or maybe it was just her. Either way, this wasn't what she had wanted to experience. She took a breath and let it out. She had to get out. The tournament was taking place in the game store and she'd have to make room. Hold it in, Kitty, hold back the fear and tears and just be confident. She exhaled and opened the game pod, slipping out to cheers, but not for her. Team Cloud Step, move on to the next bracket. The voice called out and Kitty slumped. Kitty! Linda was there, slamming into her, and Kitty felt herself relax as Linda was smiling and chipper. What a fight, right? Did you see me? I was like Zoom. She made a funny noise and Kitty just giggled at her friend. Ugh, should have known better than to rely on a couple girls. The boy, their leader, supposedly grumped out at the two. Don't think I'll let you join us again. He yelled at them, his face red and tears in his eyes. They'd lost in the first round and Kitty could understand. But also she was glad that he didn't think she'd want to battle with him again. Whatever, sore loser. We did awesome. Kitty and I took out almost the entire enemy team. Only because we damaged them first. That was kinda an excuse. Linda had crushed two of the enemies with her lance changes before getting stalled out by a night mech and gunned down. Kitty just grabbed Linda and pulled her away from the rude boy. They'd done what they could. That was okay. Hey, Saber Girl. The call stalled her out as a much older boy walked over. Hey, that was an awesome fight. Man Ves is going to be tickled pink when I send him that fight. He held out a fist, and Kitty nervously reached out and bumped it. He smiled, pleased. You weren't bad, Linda said for her as Kitty wasn't sure what to say. Although next time I'll run you down. I believe it. Seriously, I knew Ves went crazy with that lancer, but that was the first time I fought against it. It really had some power. It's the best. Paul, we got to go. What, already? Crap, not even rough time for a breather. Hey, it was a good battle. Keep it up and you'll do great, he said to them, and Kitty smiled. An older boy, even older than the jerk that had been their leader, said she fought well. That was thrilling. Want to stick around and see how it goes? Yeah. After dinner, where I sat at the normie table with all my cousins and in-laws, I headed to my room. The entire time I'd been distracted, it was time to get some work done. I hadn't heard back from the MTA yet, but that was fine. The system had gotten back to me. Design evaluation, bridle chest component. Component type, weapon system. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient light mech heavy weapon. Performance metrics, aesthetics B-. Endurance, F-. Firepower, S-. Flexibility, D. Integrity, C+. X-factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation. A weapon designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. Easily damaged despite its overwhelming power, and yet a pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. The update had been a surprise. I didn't think I would get points for components, but it turns out I would, as long as I made them. That and gave them an X factor. The fact I was able to do that with a weapon and not even a full mech. I was definitely not the Ves from the book. He'd only been focused on his living mechs, his man-machine interface, or whatever he called his speciality, but that wasn't me. If a mech could be alive, then so could a sword, or any weapon. And only in conjunction joined together could all claim victory. The boy, the weapon, and the mind. Yes, that was the best way to put it. A pure body without a proper weapon was useless. A perfect weapon with a body that couldn't control it was useless. And either without a mind was just a hunk of junk. It took all three, or maybe even more. How many more parts of something were needed to work together? Synergy. What was the saying? It took a village to raise a child. Well, in this case, I could put an entire village of design spirits into a mech to raise a pilot. But I still needed to make the damn mech. That was the important part, still Ves, you moron. What kind of idiot got obsessed with weird spirits and things instead of giant stompy mechs? I shook off the focus. I'd gotten some more design points over the week as I travelled from Cloudy Curtain just from my allowance, and more mechs being sold, but it wasn't much. But another 500 was a lot. Design points, 598. Not exactly enough to really jump to a new tier, but maybe some minor upgrades would be worth buying. I could buy 2 sub-skills give or take with that. Should I? I might need them for Fran. No, what I needed was electrical engineering in general, and I was still 500 points off from that. Sub-skills were nice, but I really needed to bring my general knowledge on par. Okay, so what could I do then? Was I ready for Fran? I shook my head. I was overthinking it. Fran, as important as she was to me, as all my mechs were, was a stepping stone to growth. I'd build her as best I can, and when I'm done, I'd be even stronger for it. No point getting stressed, worried about using up my good ideas. There would always be more ideas. I'd been wandering around my new room, pacing mostly as Corey watched me from the bed, her eyes following a trail after me, and then I stopped. "Hey Corey, are you getting enough to eat, girl?" I asked her, settling down and scratching at her chin. She purred, which was good. I'd been feeding her exotics, but I was running low. After this morning, I'd have to ask around about a shop in the area I could hit to find her something to eat. She looked up at me, sensing my distraction and crawling up onto my lap. I was trapped now. "Guess I'm stuck here now," I told her as she settled into my lap and started purring. "Can't move when you have a cat sitting on you, that was the law. Well, might as well get some work done then." I pulled up the system's design tool, I grabbed the Fantasia and pulled all of its armor off. I needed to expand the skeleton as well. The internals all had to be capable of resisting the massive amount of forces the mech would be under. Impact mitigation might be useful, but I would still be pushing the absolute limit of my knowledge here. Bulkier, stronger, and with a thinner but more layered armor. She wouldn't have quite the slender beauty of Frankenstein, but she'd be strong, and she'd be with her mate. Okay, first I needed to start at the internals. Up jumped energy cabling and capacitor. I started the fiber optics immediately, integrating them into the system, making her entire body glow to hide the weak point of the mech. Once that was done, I started laying the power cables through her body, including the much larger ones connecting through her core, to her arms, and down into her hands. The connection to the bridle chest was important, and I would have to make sure the cable would resist any damage to the arms just in case. Then I looked at the mech and started adjusting, shifting the arms and more importantly the shoulder sockets. The entire piece had to be larger, sturdier. If I doubled the width of the components, it should be strong enough. Probably. But that made her look like she had massive gorilla arms. Not very appealing. so I had to go through adjusting the length and height of basically everything. She'd end up being taller than the normal Fantasia, sort of like how Jack had been smaller. The arms needed far more connection points for the motion system to keep it from breaking and in case of damage, but that meant I needed to compartmentalize the systems more, and that meant I needed more space, which meant she was kinda getting chunky, not just bigger, just chunkier. So I had to make adjustments. Meow. I blinked, looking away from the screen and seeing Corey batting at me. "What's wrong, Corey?" "Meow," she said, and I looked around. Ah, I hadn't set up my go the fuck to sleep alarm yet. "Oh, it's late. Thanks, Corey," I whispered, putting the system to the side to crash into bed. "Yo, Ves?" "Melkor," I greeted, laughing as my cousin slumped into a seat next to me. "How's the academy?" "It's all right," he said quietly. It was the weekend and he was home from the Mech Academy. He slumped into the wooden porch, swinging chair. I'd been resting on it as I watched over the brats for my babysitting time. "That's good to hear. Still focused on rifleman, right?" "Yeah, that's right." He was looking at me, although I could barely tell thanks to the visor he was always wearing. Then he smirked. "You've changed." "Maybe." I agreed, and then kicked my feet a bit, sending the chair swinging a bit, which made him go with my flow. "Huh, mech design, huh?" "Yeah, it's awesome. Best feeling in the world." I told him, and he nodded, although I could only see half his face and couldn't tell exactly what he was thinking. "How's the academy scoring coming? You doing well?" "My accuracy numbers are top of the class," he admitted, but the fact that was all he said. "The rest not so good?" "It's fine, just nothing to talk about." "Hey, that's all right. Accuracy is important. You practicing with stuff like Iron Spirit?" "Why, trying to get me to buy one of your mechs?" He teased, and I grinned at him, but he shook his head. "Not so much. I don't like the Sims as much. Prefer the real thing. Melinda is more into it." "That I knew. She's doing well." "Yeah, well, she always was the responsible one." I grinned at him because he wasn't. Nor was I. But I was now. "Watching the brats?" "Yep. Got roped into babysitting since I'm not in school until next week." "Lucky." "Not really. I've been really hammering math trying to get my skills up for my design. Not that I'm complaining about a break." "Ha. Well, good luck with the brats then." "See ya, Melkor." I waved at him as he slipped off the swing chair and walked inside. Melkor was a troublemaker. Didn't he get kicked out of the mech corps too? Crap. I might need to try and help him with that before it happens. Well, he was still in the academy, so I had time. Another night and morning of working on Fran. I wasn't yet to the point of doing anything interesting. Literally just iterating on the internals, trying to get the mech put together in a way that didn't leave her a blobby mess. No more like trying to make her functional at all. The Fantasia wasn't designed for this sort of thing, and I was completely going against what the mech had originally been meant to do now. But I'd done that before. Even if the Lancer had been oddly easier than what I was trying now. A Lancer mech was complex, but you could sacrifice some things to get other things. A Lancer didn't need fine control of their hands. They didn't need to be able to run normally. Fran needed fine control to swing her mace correctly. She needed to be able to run to catch her enemies, and she needed to be durable enough to reach them and strong enough to swing the weapon. She was complex. Far more than even the Lancer, but it was satisfying to dig my hands into her metaphorical insides and work out the problems one by one. Even if each fix created a new dozen issues to solve, I'd have to sacrifice some things. No thruster systems, not even arm thrusters to hit harder. There simply wasn't room. A fairly weak sensor system to make room for all the electrical components. No extras, no smoke, no sonic grenades or anything. All of that space was going to be used up. Power was the real problem, and just like Lancer Artoria, I had come up with a similar solution, MTTR packs. The battery packs would be used just like the Lancer's wings, powering the capacitors, and then discharging only. There was an issue. Technically, Iron Spirit didn't like to break off equipment. The Lancer's wings hadn't twigged the game rules, but it was probably fairly close, and wings didn't properly fit Fran. No, I had to find some other way to handle adding the packs into her design. Hopefully in a way Iron Spirit wouldn't veto once I release her. But I continued working, filling out her skeleton, enhancing the struts, and supports inside her chassis, until the mech was as reinforced as I could make with my knowledge. Then I started on the next part. Armor. The Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating wasn't usually the armor you'd use for something like Fran, but I didn't really want to buy another armor license. Besides, it was good armor, and I could layer it. I created her outline first in the armor, and noticed the issues. She was pudgy. Same issue I had with the Lancer until I'd figured out how to move the MTTR packs. So I went to work doing my best to slim the armor down. Aesthetics might not be as important on the battlefield, but without them she'd never get placed on the battlefield in the first place. Weaknesses were fine, inevitable really. Just do the best I can with what I have. Then my alarm went off, and I realized it was my go-to-bed alarm. Ves? Yeah, Grandpa, I asked, looking up from my seat at the normie table as Grandpa Benjamin called for me. Yeah, there. You should have an update about your schooling on your comm soon. You start tomorrow. Considering your actions so far, I decided remote learning would work best for now. Don't ruin the opportunity. Yes, Grandpa. I agreed instantly, and he nodded. Cool, just means more math time, and I wouldn't have to get dressed up and go to class. I would miss hanging out with people. Huh. I did know the team's lunchtime, and I could set up a time to call them, I guess. Yeah, I should do that. Call them during lunch and we could eat together. Would they be okay with that? I'll try it and see, I guess. If I feel like it's too much, I can always stop. But more importantly, it was the weekend, and I didn't have any babysitting to do today. Time to work on Fran and maybe finish her. As I was about to start digging in, my comm beeped, and I grinned looking at Grandpa Benjamin. He'd been right. I flicked it on and then went still. He'd not been right. That wasn't the school. That was the MTA. Grandpa Benjamin. What is it, Ves? He asked after I got up and walked over to him. I spun the screen around a bit to let him see it. I need to visit the MTA to verify my component. My words had quite the effect as I watched his eyebrows rise in surprise, and then a clap. Hear that? Little Ves needs to go visit the MTA. Whew, yeah, another called out. As Melkor I nodded at me, Golf clapping at me. I see. I'll take you there myself after breakfast, he said, as if he wasn't one of the most important men on the planet, but either way I appreciated the offer. The MTA wanted to talk. The MTA verification office was, well, it wasn't quite as overwhelming as I expected. A fancy and fairly advanced building in a tucked-away private corner of Rittersberg. I followed Grandpa Benjamin inside as he strode in like it wasn't the MTA, and he wasn't some backwater, barely important leader compared to even the lowest of the MTA. The room was large and had a line of women and men sitting behind desks, sort of like a bank, and as we approached, a signal summoned us forward. No line today. That was nice. Welcome to the MTA Verification Office, Rittersberg. Purpose of visit? She asked pleasantly, but without wasting time, and Benjamin nodded to me. I had a component license sent in and was requested to come down. I see. Yes, Ves Larkinson, your component was evaluated, and an examination request was submitted. Very well, everything is in order. The component license was approved. That's it, I asked, a bit confused, and she sent me a smug look. The examination we required was done the moment you walked into the building. Thank you for visiting the MTA. And congratulations, Mr. Larkinson. A verified component at your age is impressive. Thank you, I said slowly as my comm chirped with a confirmed notification, and Benjamin nodded. Thank you for your time. He offered simply and moved to leave, so I followed him. I noticed only as we left did I notice his shoulders relax. Sorry, I finally said as we walked back to the hover car. About what? This is a great moment for you. For dragging you out here for nothing. I explained, and he just laughed. That's the MTA for you. It hardly matters, you did well. You got your license. I pulled up the message, and there it was. Verification I had the license to the bridle chest weapon component from the MTA in perpetuity. It was mine. Yeah. I look forward to seeing what you come up with next. It'll certainly be shocking, I joked. Not that he got it yet, but he would.